Testing, testing. Read all about it. Hey, Rissa. Multi-chat. Why isn't it showing yet?
Hey, Dan.
Oh, didn't even realize
wow,
that was on.
Long time no see.
Hold on one second. Off. Okay. Here we go. Hi, Angelia. Hi, Andromeda.
Obama.
Hi, LRDC.
Obama. Obama. Obama.
All the early Heart Me senders will be greeted by an Obama, but that will be off for the remainder of the live.
Obama.
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 I'm having trouble seeing multi-chat. Oh, hold up. Well, it could just be that it's cut off right now because we need more. Test. Okay.
Obama.
Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're going to get started shortly.
Obama.
Is it just that it hasn't loaded yet because it takes 10 years to load? Yeah, I think it is. It might be that. So people on YouTube and Twitch, if you said anything so far, I have not seen it yet. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not supposed to say those words right at the start of the live. I just killed everything. Okay. Wow. Oops. Okay. Hey, everybody. Hey, Marsha. Hey, Rissa. Hey, Emmy. Hey, Mark. Hey, Whitney. Hey, LMD. I'm finally awake for Dan Malik live. Oh, have
Obama.
is it because you're up later than normal, or have I started at a time that it's late enough? I don't. I'm up later than normal. Got you. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I gotta apologize to everybody. I'm not.
Obama.
We're not supposed to go live at 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Excuse me. I'm glad I have an insane schedule like you.
Obama.
Oh wait, we got some maggots in chat though. I love that. Let's see if they request up. I know Mag is not happy about your sleep schedule. No, probably not. No, Beast Boy, Pro Life Tiffany. Are y'all just too afraid to request up? What's the situation? Like, you're wrong about everything, or what's the?
Obama.
Okay, I'm turning off the Obamanas. If you got an Obama in, thank you all. Okay, want to do my trig homework? If you had asked me like 15 years ago, I could have cooked on that. Don't invite Beast Boy. They're 17 according to their bio. Oh, thank you. Optimistic Pelicans fan. All right. We have a guest here. Here we go. We're going to get started. Yeah, if you live on West Coast, your times aren't too bad. Yeah, well, I don't. Timing works perfectly for me. It's right as I get off work. Conservatives are wrong about everything except immigration and the whole gender identity issue. Request up. We could talk about both of those if you'd like. I think they're wrong about both of those.
Brother Dan, how we doing, man?
I'm doing. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I don't want to disappoint you. I figured, you get, non-opposition out the way real quick. I'm going to be very, very brief. I love you to death. I think you're one of the most genuine people on this app. Done glazing you for a second. Are you familiar with a guy named Mike Johnson?
The Speaker of the House?
The current Speaker of the House, the current congressman for Louisiana's 4th District.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm the campaign manager for his opponent. His name is Matt Gromlich. I just want you to check him out. We have a primary coming up on March 16th. We're going against the DNC candidate. His name is Conrad Cable. So I'm just hoping that anyone from Louisiana's 4th District go out and vote for Matt Gromlich. Please do your due diligence on him. He's a very sweet and genuine man. But after we win the primary, we have a real race coming up against Mike Johnson in November. Chastity Martinez won in a Trump district that he won by 23 points. So there is a chance we can win this race. And I just encourage anyone, please vote this November. Please, please, please do not sit out. Republicans are literally scared. They are. If anyone is by a computer, you can look at the difference between the districts in Louisiana between 2020 and 2024. Mike Johnson gerrymandered it to where 68.7% of his district is white. I understand what we're up against, but there is a city in Louisiana called Shreveport. 2 years in a row, the EPA has failed the goddamn drinking water, and Mike Johnson does not give a shit. 75% of the hospitals in that district don't have a maternity ward. Black women are 2.5% more likely to pass away during childbirth because of that. All right. Louisiana is last in almost everything. We have a governor that doesn't care about the people. He's more wrapped up in all the sports teams at LSU. I just please implore people, please vote. Please vote this November. It really does make a difference. I understand how the Electoral College can make you feel like your vote doesn't matter, but remember, we just had an Obama judge that overturned one of Donald Trump's many executive orders that was unconstitutional. That's my spiel.
Thank you so much. For those that live in Louisiana's, you said 4th District?
4th District, please, if you want to phone bank or volunteer, please DM me. We're really trying to run a progressive campaign in Louisiana. We really, although Matt believes in Medicare for all, obviously, paid maternity leave, obviously, look, that's low-hanging fruit. There's a lot that needs to be fixed in the district. So, Dan, please check out Matt Gromlich. You can check him out, Matt Gromlich for Congress. I would love, it would be a dream of mine to have you interview him, maybe on a live one day, if you're ever up for that.
When's the primary?
Primary is May 16th.
I will think about it. I was thinking about doing some like endorsements for the upcoming primaries, but we'll see. All right.
Honestly, Dan, obviously an endorsement from you would mean the world to me, but you really don't even have to do that. Just talking about this race would be extremely helpful for us. The DNC didn't even look our way. They chose our opponent without even speaking with us, which was a little heartbreaking. The LGBTQ caucus endorsed our opponent as well extremely early for some reason. I don't know if it's because we refused APAC money extremely early. We refused corporate donors extremely early. We just passed 1,000 individual contributions for the campaign as well. So we really wanted to do this grassroots. Politics is extremely dirty, man. They want us. They've been asking us to not phone bank, but they want us to cold call for donors, high, low. That's what the DNC tells you to do. And we don't want to do that. We've been canvassing and getting phone bank volunteers. That's where we're spending all of our resources. So literally anything can help. We really believe we can beat Mike Johnson.
I hope so. I haven't looked into the district. I don't know how competitive it is, but with the swings we're seeing, I think everybody should go out and vote. Unless you're showing up, right? Unless you're showing up and the voter turnout is 90 plus and there's still no chance, then we haven't tried hard enough. So, like, voter turnouts in midterms are like sub 50%, some 40% in some districts. Please go out and vote. Thank you so much, optimistic Pelicans fan.
Much love to you, brother. I'll shoot you a DM. I can't thank you enough for everything you do, man. You're fighting the good fight.
Appreciate that. Have a good one.
Appreciate you, brother. Later.
Bye. Both sides are wrong. All right, come up and explain to me. Is this even a real account? 1 follower, 0 following. The Republicans are anti-American these days. True, very true. So I'm thinking about starting a term, or coining a term, I guess, for my particular brand of politics that I think this kind of popped in my head while I was taking a shower earlier. I think this could resonate with a lot of people that just don't necessarily have time to be super politically active or to research all the candidates and everything, which is something called strictly better politics. Okay? And when I say strictly better, what I mean by that is on every single issue, the Democrats are either the same or better. In most cases, better. There's like 1 or 2 out of the thousands of issues where I'd say they're like the same. So in that case, it would always be better. It would be strictly better to go with the Democrat. So for example, it's like if it's like somebody came up to you and it's like, all right, I'm going to roll a die, right? If it lands on an odd number, you get $1,000. If it lands on an even number, you get $1. It's always better to pick the 3 numbers that hit the $1,000, right? So same case in this case with Democrats and Republicans. Like, there's just not a single issue that I can think of where Republicans are better. So, or conservatives. I'll say the last time I put this up, by the way, I started describing MAGA, and they're like, "Oh, well, MAGA is not conservative," and I was like, "Okay." So I started describing Republicans, and I go, "Oh, well, Republicans are conservative," and I was like, "Okay, so you tell me what's a conservative value?" And it snowballed from there to baboonery. Republicans can't govern. 10 of the last 11 U.S. recessions began under Republican presidents. True, very true. They physically cannot govern, and the reason they can't govern is because their goal in office, their only goal, is to cut taxes for the wealthy. That's it. It's to extract as much wealth from the bottom 90% and send it up to the top. That's their goal. When they accomplish that goal, who cares? Like, look at Trump's first term. What's the main thing he passed? Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which was tax cuts for the rich. He didn't pass any of the other shit he was saying. He said, "Oh, we have a healthcare plan. It's going to be the best healthcare plan. It's going to be better than Obamacare. No repeal, no replace." None of that shit. All right, we have a guest. I'll keep yapping after the guest. All right, here we go.
I was fortunate enough to get hired by the state as a wildland firefighter. As I was continuing my education.
Hi, welcome up.
Hey, Dan. Thanks for having me up. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
You want me to just jump in?
Sure. Yeah.
You know, I'm disappointed because I never really hear it much anymore. The conservatives used to stand for smaller government, and I don't even hear that as one of the talking points anymore. And it is kind of sad for me.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think other than people like maybe Thomas Massey, it's kind of difficult to argue for smaller government when you are growing the government, both in terms of the money spent by the government, but also in terms of the power, especially by the federal government. I mean, Donald Trump is trying to concentrate all the power to himself, and even taking away power from state governments in regards to trying to run their own elections. But I mean, frankly, I don't care about the big small government argument. The the government should be whatever size it needs to be to take care of the people. That's my personal opinion on it.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But if you go in with open arms and open eyes like that, a lot of times there's just so much, fraud and abuse that can happen with a larger government. Wouldn't you agree with that?
So the thing about a larger government, as long as we're doing our job. So like with the large government before the era of Trump, especially in the second term, we have things called inspectors general. We have government watchdogs, ethics watchdogs, all these people that make sure that this type of fraud doesn't happen. Most of the waste, fraud, and abuse that happens is not actual fraud, and we've seen that. What we see is because when there is fraud, it's usually rooted out, and it's more in the smaller governments, like down in the states. In terms of federal government, we do see abuses for sure, and waste is a subjective term, so it's kind of silly. But you didn't say waste, to be fair. That's just the common thing. But the idea that we would the size of the government means that it's more likely to be fraudulent. I mean, yeah, but that's if all we're doing is increasing the spending without increasing the
revenue
safeguards on the spending, right? There's another word I'm looking for here.
Accountability.
Accountability is a really good word. The scrutiny on the spending, I think, is important. Trump's the biggest fraudster in the country and has been for decades. Yeah, well. So this guy isn't MAGA? No, he doesn't sound MAGA. Are you still there?
Yeah. Who are you talking about? Doesn't sound MAGA.
Somebody in chat said, so this guy isn't MAGA. I'm assuming they were...
Oh. I am on some issues, and other issues I'm not. Listen, I absolutely believe in women's right to choose if they want 10 ABs or 10 kids, want to work, want to stay home. So I'd like to think I'm for women's rights. As far as the jab, I was in the experimental program. There were 27,000 of us, the C-19. That's not very MAGA-like. But there are other aspects that I do approve, and I did vote for Trump. So, but I probably am socially inclined to be much further to the left.
So what was the reason that you voted for Trump exactly?
Well, a couple different reasons. Number one, obviously any conservative is going to say the border. So, enforcing the border, but more important, it's law and order. I want to see law and order as far as safety. Don't get me out there in the 34 felonies. That's not the point where I'm going with this, because I could care less. That does not affect my life. What affects my life is I'm in Las Vegas and somebody, down the street, takes out some pew-pews and starts unloading them. And I don't know, what part of the country are you in, Dan?
I'm in Florida.
Okay. Well, we have a law here in Las Vegas. You can Google it up and take a look. If I go into, one of the large box stores, okay, a Home Depot, Costco, grocery store, doesn't really matter, and I walk out with $1,150 worth of items, you know what happens to me? Absolutely zero. They don't call the police. The security guard may come up, and I've talked to maybe about 25 security guards and asked this question. And I say, what do you do about it? And they say, we'll go talk to that person.
Can I pause you for just one second?
Sure.
That has nothing to do with Donald Trump, right? This would be a state issue, if not a city issue, right? Just to be clear.
Are you familiar with the broken window theory?
We can...
You ever watch Law and Order?
In the past, I haven't in a long time. But
okay,
sure.
The broken window theory kind of goes like this. Do you really go out and arrest somebody or charge them if they're going to throw a rock in an old window, okay, for a deserted building? Not very good. It's not probably the best use of time and resources. But if you don't draw the line there, when do you draw the line? When they throw water on the law enforcement? Now all of a sudden they're shooting out, the tires on law enforcement. So the whole broken window theory goes, I think, with state government and federal government. And if the states can hold the line, okay. I'm not sure where that came from.
It was a gift from Ms. Chivas. Thank you so much.
Okay. anyways, you're right. One is federal, it has nothing to do with Trump. I will tell you one thing.
That's not even, wait, okay, so I just Googled it. The broken windows
Yeah.
theory argues that visible signs of disorder and petty crime, such as graffiti, litter, or broken windows, create an environment that encourages further, more serious crime.
Yes, if you don't curtail it. Yes.
Okay, but you know that's not what you described. But even if that was what you described, again, how does that have to do with Donald Trump? Again, that's a state issue.
I agree, but at the federal level, we also have little things that are misdemeanors like crossing into the border. Now, if you don't enforce that, where do you draw the line? Do you wait until Officer Gadd, who lives in Marysville, Washington, is unalived by a drunk driver who was an alien that, a person that should not have been here? I don't know if I can use the word illegal alien, what language you like, but anyways, what about his wife and his 2 kids? And here's a person that's law enforcement, and this happened not under Trump, it happened in the last administration. My point is this: you can always say that the citizens cause more
They're
crime,
eating
all
the
right?
dogs.
But that's not the point.
Thank you, Matt.
It doesn't matter whether citizens cause more crime or not. We still have people that are breaking the crime. And as I do, if you're coming here for the first time and you come in through a port of entry that is not a lawful point of entry, it's a misdemeanor, right?
That's correct. Yeah, if you come in for the
Right.
first time.
So that's where I'm going with this. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Enforce the misdemeanors, okay? And what I mean by that is, do whatever it takes, okay? For the second time, I see so many people 10, 20, 30 times, and I know this goes back to the state, but it's a question of the leadership comes from the top. And when you see Biden appointing very liberal judges, okay, for the different circuit courts that interpret the law, and they're letting people back out on the street over and over and over again.
Hold on. I need to draw me the direct line between you voting for Donald Trump and there being less crime in your city. That's all I want. I'm asking you for the direct line. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Wait. Can I say one other thing that is very liberal? If it was up to me, I'd legalize all drugs, all of them, or schmug. Sorry. And the reason for that, and that's a liberal point of view, I guess, or at least some of them. And I would, by the way, I would give them out free, because if you give them out free, you break the backs of the cartel. You have a safe supply. You don't have 100,000 people a year being unalive.
I don't know what this has to do with you. I'm just gonna recap. By the
that
way, hi
comes from the
Nemo.
top.
Sorry, I haven't introduced you at all, but hey, what's up?
Go ahead. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, no. So, really quick, you came up here and you said, we talked about like small government, whatever, and then you mentioned you're with MAGA on some things, not with MAGA on some things, and what you described about MAGA that you liked was law and order, but then you prefaced it. You said, but hold on, I'm only talking about law and order that affects me. I don't care about those 34 felonies. And then you went into immigration. Now, I'm again asking you, because you pivoted from that to your personal the laws in the city of Las Vegas. And I ask you, how does you voting for Donald Trump help lower the crime rate in Las Vegas, which is what I guess would actually directly affect you here. I mean, there's certainly other. I know you probably don't understand how certain white collar crimes affect you, but we'll go through that later if you'd like. But like, just how does that? I don't know why you brought up decriminalizing narcotics. Like, where are we going with that?
I'm just saying that even though I voted for Trump, there's a lot of aspects that I still like on the left, and that's one of them. I'd like to see the money being saved. I'd like to see, our resources put to better use. This war on schmugs will never be won, ever.
Okay, awesome. So again, you voted for Donald Trump because you wanted to lower the crime rate in Las Vegas. Go.
All right, I'm going to pivot. Let me give you another reason why I voted for him. I voted for him because I like the fact that he's supporting Israel and the fact that he's supporting Bibi. That's pretty clear.
Are you conceding that your first point made no sense at all? We can pivot. We don't do pivots without concessions. Are you saying I brought up the crime in Las Vegas. We have a Republican governor in Nevada, so that point was completely nonsensical. that's not a reason I voted for Donald Trump. Let me start telling you the real reasons. Can we just get through that then?
Well, the whole point I brought up broken window because I think leadership and the responsibility comes from the top, who's the president, not the governors, not the representatives in my state. I think that sets the tone of the country.
It sets
I
the
really do.
tone.
I do.
Oh, okay. So do you think that when Donald Trump says that it's like okay to sexually assault women, that sets a tone?
If he said that, absolutely not. That's abhorrent.
If he said that,
It's abhorrent. I'll tell you what's worse. The fact that he dissed McCain and Gold Star families, the fact that he just called the Prince of Saudi Arabia, who was kissing his ass. I don't know if you saw that. I think Trump would be a great president if he just was elected, put him in a room, he never opened his mouth and never had access to a keyboard.
Yeah, well, I think things would be different if things were different. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so yeah, just really quick to put a cherry on that argument, so we can move on to what the other thing you just said. You're saying that the president sets the tone, and so even though he doesn't have a direct line to the crime rate in Las Vegas, you still prefer his hard on crime stance. But that is okay, even though that would mean he also sets the tone in regards to not caring about the victims of abuse by Epstein, not trying to seek justice for any of those people, by him pardoning people who assaulted police officers, by him, like you said, insulting veterans.
Right, good point.
By him downplaying sexually assaulting women. He's you can grab him by the pussy, who cares? By him sexualizing children and his daughter. All of that. That if we want to say that the president sets a tone, then let's be consistent. And if that's the case, if we're being consistent,
fair point.
If we're being consistent, frankly, to me, I think all of that outweighs being tough on crime, especially since he's not actually tough on crime.
I think that the operations for any government is protecting the individual both from internal forces that are coming against us and external. And so the fact that we're in Iran, I am as happy as can be because that's obviously external.
Nemo, take it from here. I can't. I need a break.
Okay.
Oh, you want me to jump in?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I was gonna basically point out exactly what Dan did about the inconsistency as far as setting a tone. Right? If your criteria is that it doesn't affect you, then setting a tone should also not come up in your I guess rubric for how you assess someone, because ultimately setting a tone is doing things that ultimately do not affect you, right? Like, if we're talking about crime, that is going to be handled at the state and local level. That's not going to be handled at the federal level. And so if we were to point out that Donald Trump has 34 felonies, you say that doesn't affect you, therefore it doesn't matter, but it does set a tone. So I don't understand how we can value setting a tone whenever he says I'm tough on on crime, law and order, all that stuff, and also blatantly break the law on a regular basis, whether it's insider trading or not just him, like his entire cabinet is doing this, or all of the things that Dan had laid out related to his disgusting comments with women, Gold Star families, really the military in general. I can play a video of Donald Trump bragging about the height of his building on 9/11. Like, there's plenty of stuff. But, as far this whole setting a tone thing, Democrats are going to say, yeah, we should uphold the law. So I don't really know what we're saying about, oh, well, I like his law and order thing.
Yeah, wait,
because he's not for law and order.
Actually, really quick, he ran against the prosecutor, right?
Yeah.
I have concept of a plan.
Like, are we being fucking for real? That there's no way that tough on crime was any of the reason that you voted for him. So, like, I'm totally cool with going to the next topic, which it seems like you wanted to go to Israel and Iran, but you have to recognize that made no sense, right?
That's a good point. That's why I said I conceded.
Come on, man.
Okay.
So you're cool with our involvement in Iran?
Yeah, that I'm not conceding on. Absolutely cool.
Okay, what's
Happy
the
as
logic?
Christmas morning.
Oh, okay.
And
What's
by
the
the
logic
way-
behind that?
Yeah, by the way, that's one of the reasons I voted for
Country is
him.
being
To
destroyed
go to
by
war with
stupid
Iran?
people.
Is I wanted him to go into Iran, and I was
Oh.
hoping he would, and he finally did. So I'm glad of that.
So what's the logic behind being happy about it?
Well, I mean, I've seen, I've talked to other people on many panels that are Iranian, and every day where they're, in school, and they're saying, death to Israel. I'm sorry, unalignment to Israel, unalignment to the United States, over and over and over again. And when they say that out loud to us, eventually, don't you have to believe somebody like this?
No.
Otherwise, we're potentially going to have another 9/11. I'd
No.
much rather be proactive than a
No,
preemptive type of strike.
no. Like, I mean, if your standard is, oh, well, they say death to America all the time, so does North Korea.
They have a nuke.
Oh, so it's about nukes. Got it.
It is about
Because
nukes.
naturally, when Russia threatens to nuke the United States on a regular basis, mind you, this is a regular thing that Russians do, and North Korea threatens to nuke the United States on a regular basis, it's okay when they do it, right? But seeing as Iran doesn't have a nuke, we get to bully them, right? Like,
Yes.
because a nuke, that is sovereignty. That's ultimately what you're saying.
We don't
is
want to
that
go down
a
that
nuclear
road.
weapon gives you sovereignty. If you lack a nuclear weapon, then you are not actually a sovereign country. Now, if that is your standard, what you are communicating to the entire world is that any country that is what's referred to as a threshold state. Do you know what a threshold state is?
No.
Okay, a threshold state is basically a country that is sufficiently developed and has the resources necessary that if they were to really, really like buckle down and push for it, they could get a nuke. So you're telling every threshold state across the planet that now they should divert all funds into developing a nuclear weapon because that ensures sovereignty. Nothing else does, right? And the idea of might makes right is the actual governing standard. It's not international
I agree
law.
with that.
It's
I
not the
agree with
UN.
that.
It has nothing to do with borders. It's all about might makes right. And if that
Yes,
is
I
the
agree with
case,
that.
you are guaranteed might makes right.
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Amazing. Okay. So that's fucking wild.
Okay, so
Okay.
so to be clear, you are okay with threshold states all developing nukes. You want the opposite of nuclear deproliferation. You want more countries to have nukes.
I don't see any other contenders out there that would go ahead and develop a nuke that are a
Saudi
threat to
Arabia.
us. Well, they seem to be pretty close allies, and they're putting trillions into our economy. That wouldn't make any
Okay,
sense.
yeah, that means that they could just take one of those trillions that they're putting into our economy, which, by the way, they're not. But one of the alleged trillions that they're putting into our economy, which Donald Trump is just making up on the fly because their GDP, it should be noted, is I think 2 trillion annually. So no, they're not. I could be mixing them up with Qatar on that one or UAE. So yeah, but Donald Trump likes to claim that they're putting trillions in. No, they're not. But even if they were, they could just take one of those trillions and dump it into nuclear weapons because they can ensure that if they decide to break with the United States or Israel at any point in the future, well, they've got an ace in the hole, right?
Break with Israel. You're talking about Saudi Arabia and Israel are tight? Is that what you're telling me?
No.
I didn't get the point you were making.
The point that I'm making is that a nuke guarantees sovereignty under your model. So why wouldn't Saudi Arabia, which is a threshold state, to be clear, why wouldn't they get a nuke?
They could, but you know what? If they were to develop one, I bet the United States would not go in there.
Also, really
Would
quick,
not go in where?
Go to Saudi Arabia. They don't see them as a threat.
okay, really quick. I just want to read Rick's comment because I agree with it. Egypt, Nigeria, Mexico, Qatar, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Vietnam, etc. could all get nukes. There are a ton of countries that could develop nukes if it became clear that the only thing that protects your sovereignty is a nuclear weapon. I mean, this was one of my main arguments. A lot of people talk about the Budapest Memorandum, but one of my main arguments for supporting Ukraine as they were being invaded by Russia was it sets a standard where if a nuclear power can just invade a neighboring non-nuclear power and take whatever it wants, that incentivizes other countries to try to develop nukes, and we don't want that. We want fewer nukes in the world. So, but to what you just said, that you're saying that we wouldn't we would be okay with Saudi Arabia getting a nuke. That might be the case now, but who's to say? And first of all, by the way, this puts a lot of faith into a regime that like chopped up a reporter and then lied to us about it. But who's to say what happens in a decade? I mean, think about a decade ago, how different the United States was. Who's to say what happens in a decade with who their government is?
It's a fair point, but none of us know where we're going with that.
So you want to roll the dice on nukes?
Well, yes, I think it also sends a message, a loud message, after what we did in Venezuela. Not that I have no idea why we did it, but it just shows the effectiveness of our military. And I guess Trump felt emboldened to jump on piggyback and go with Israel and go into Iran. And I'm glad he did. I truly am. And if anything, they're very excited that they brought down a second plane, I guess, today. All right. But for the most part, their military is obliterated for the second time. Okay. But I care about their military, and I also care about the fact that if you want things just for commercial purposes, you don't do it underground inside a mountain. That's just not the way that the world can trust a country that is just using nuclear energy for energy for their own country. I've never trusted them. I remember, I'm old enough, so I remember 1979. I remember when the hostages were taken for 444 days.
Are you familiar with Yucca
Gold.
Mountain?
I remember the Marines, 237, they were unalived in Lebanon because of Iran. I mean, it's a pretty big list that goes on, not directly, but indirectly, they're funding.
Okay, so are you familiar with Yucca Mountain?
Yes, to some degree. Is that in California or Arizona? I'm trying to remember where. Nevada. I'm in Nevada. I might even be right here in Nevada.
Yeah, it's out in the middle of nowhere, and it's basically used for nuclear waste storage.
Right.
That was the whole proposal behind it, right?
Right.
So I mean, like the idea that it's unprecedented or mysterious if mountains are used. Iran is also extremely mountainous. Like the only other country in that region that is more mountainous than Iran is Afghanistan.
And the point is?
So if they're putting nuclear facilities under mountains, there's probably a reason for that. It's because they don't have other locations to put them. Also, I think that there was one that was nearby Tehran.
So Nemo, let me get this. A country twice the size of Texas doesn't have any flat land like Texas, please.
I would love for you to show me on a topographical map where there is flat land in Iran.
It's all mountainous? That's what you're telling me, right?
Yes.
I don't even think ultimately it doesn't matter. Were you a fan of the JCPOA? Support America First? The JCPOA?
Which is what?
The Iran nuclear deal?
Oh, the one that we had that Trump ripped up, the Biden hammer down?
Nope, Biden didn't really have anything to do with it. It was Barack Obama's...
Obama, okay.
Yeah, his Secretary of State, John Kerry, was the main negotiator there. But yeah, the one that... I was
not a fan of it. No, I was not a fan of it.
And why so?
It all goes down to trust. You can sign everything you want. Talk about the Native Americans, see if they're happy with their treaties. It's a piece of paper.
What do you think was in? Can you tell me what the main thing? There were like 3 tenets, big ones.
Well, probably enrichment, restrictions on enrichment, also inspections. I don't know what the third would be, but those would probably be the 2 most important ones.
Don't you think inspections would kind of alleviate the trust issue?
Absolutely, if you know where to inspect.
Oh, okay. So you're saying the United States military is actually not efficient at what they do. Our intel is not good. Even though our
intel was always good, we wouldn't have had a 9/11. And we have intel that's great, but to a point.
So what makes you think that the Iranian military is obliterated if our intel is so dog shit? Our intel was so bad that we purposely bombed a little girl's school? What makes you think our intel is so good that you believe the narrative that the military was obliterated?
Is that what we did? We purposely bombed that or on the live?
Yes, because our intel
Did we
was
use
so
that
bad.
word?
That's right. Yes.
So we did that on purpose. So we wanted all this bad press. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm saying the building was purposely bombed. It wasn't an accident.
Right.
And then they blamed it on, we thought that was a military installation. It was 10-year-old intelligence.
Right. But the U.S., I got to tell you, I have mixed emotions. Do I really sleep or lose any sleep or cry over 170 young girls in a country just on alive 30,000 their own people? No.
Yeah, I know you don't, because you're a horrible person. You really quick.
That's fine. You know how many times I've told? I wish I had a nickel every time I've been told that.
Yeah. So really quick, do you think when a government does something bad, the children unrelated to that government in that country should be punished?
Well, let's ask the people in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Well,
I don't
know.
There's no way this guy's real.
What? Just answer the question. Just answer the question. Just say it with your chest. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes. All right. So you want American children to be killed then?
That's your extrapolation. I'm not agreeing with that.
Well, our government just murdered a bunch of little girls. So by your logic, you would be okay with it would be morally justifiable for you for Iran to target our children, right?
American exceptionalism. Nope. We're the 800-pound gorilla. I already told you might is right. Nope. We're going to squish anybody else that's coming after us. Legally,
might is right.
It doesn't matter. Yes.
You do. Are you familiar with asymmetric warfare?
He doesn't care. I'm just gonna.
I mean, like, you're gonna sit here and argue might makes right, and I'm going to say asymmetric warfare, right? Because in that case, might doesn't matter. Like in a conventional war, will the United States decimate any other country? Just like solo war, like in a conventional war? Yes, of course. But asymmetric war doesn't work that way. We lost in Vietnam. We lost in Afghanistan. We're going to lose in Iran because of asymmetric warfare. When a country does not want you there, when the people do not want you there, when they use tactics that are designed specifically to just harass you, right? And by harass, I mean, to a potentially lethal state, but still to harass the occupying force, they will outlast you. Iran only has to outlast. They don't have to destroy the American military. They don't have to do that. No. They just have to outlast them. And they will. Because we've seen this song and dance before, because we just literally got out of it.
Of Afghanistan, right?
Yes, you're right. We didn't win that war. We came in because the Taliban were there. We left. The Taliban is still there. Nothing changed except too many Americans lost their lives in the mountains. And you are signing the death certificates of countless more in the mountains of Iran because something Israel might makes right. I'm sorry.
Well, Nemo,
the whole Zionist bullshit that you've got going on, dude, I don't give a fuck. I do not give a solitary fuck. It is not America first, nor is it the responsibility of America to listen to the demands of Israel.
This has to do with the United States.
Does it now?
Yes.
How so?
We're there for our own interest. And if it happens to coincide with Israel's...
Which interests?
They're a threat to us.
No, they're not.
In your mind?
No. It was not just in my mind. According to the entire intelligence community, under oath, under threat of perjury, the entire intelligence community, less than a year ago, said that they were not a threat. Tulsi Gabbard herself testified under oath that they were not a threat, and that was before we carried out the strikes that Israel told us to.
Right.
So tell me more about how they're not a threat. Or that they are a threat. Sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah, I'm getting confused here. You got to keep your
well, when I'm talking to a dumbass, it's easy to get confused. So please continue.
I'm sorry Trump didn't call you. If we already knew we were going to lose Iran, Nemo, This is President Trump. I just want to know, are we going to win or are we going to lose in Iran? He should have called you. Truly. It would have saved us billions a day, as well as a lot of lives that are going to be lost. Damn.
It's crazy how you're being so flippant about American lives being lost.
He doesn't even care about American children. Why would he care about American service members? He doesn't give a fuck. Like Nemo was nice when he called you a dumbass. You're barely human. Like I can't even fathom that you walk among us. Like this guy could be filling up your soda. This guy could be changing your tire.
Dragon. That's right.
That's fucking scary.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm starting to think.
What was that?
You fucked up.
We're having mic issues there.
Sorry, mine.
You know what it is? It's the government,
Yeah,
it's the deep state. They're censoring the truth.
Deep state, they're coming down on you guys.
So,
so those are your words, not mine. I don't want to see one American loss in this. Do I give a rat's ass about the Iranians that are the ones that are in power right now? No, I don't care about them. Do I want to see free Iranians? By the way, your mic you get a horrible echo every time I say something. I'm hearing it back.
yeah, no, that's actually intended. It's a new feature on TikTok where if somebody says horrifying, dehumanizing shit, they have to hear it back so that they recognize, they can see themselves in the mirror. So yeah, that's intended. So again, when you say I don't want to see any American lives lost, but then you justify Americans losing their lives, then it kind of sounds like you don't actually care.
I never justified Americans losing their lives. When did I say that?
You said
you have interest there. They're a threat.
So, to be clear, that's him justifying the intervention, which is technically justifying Americans losing their lives, but it goes a step further because you said if a government does something wrong, then that gives the people that were wrong the right to murder the civilians, even the children of that country. I mean, you said that openly. And I don't know how much farther we can get. Like, you don't care about American service members' lives. Yeah, sure. You don't care about American children's lives. Like, if you don't care about children, the most innocent among us, what more is there? And I know you don't care about children because you voted for Donald Trump, right?
Dan,
so
listen, I want to
eat shit.
Listen, I know we're not getting.
No. Have the night you deserve. Thank you. Nemo filled the whole kick goal, or sorry, not Nemo. Oh. Liam and Addy both sent 20 at the same time. Thank you both so much. Liam, thank you for the 20. Get this sociopathic piece of shit off the live. Also, hope you're doing well. Thank you, Liam. And then Addy, thank you. I've been listening for less than 10 minutes. Get rid of this insufferable piece of shit. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much worse you can get than when you justify the death of children. Innocent children.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that is a novel approach. The whole, actually, we don't actually give a fuck about the military, and we're sitting in there, and I'm not going, so I don't care. And I'm just voting for fascists, and that's where we're at. And something, whatever.
Kaylin, you're right. We didn't even get to that part where he didn't just say like he supports Israel. He's like, I support Netanyahu and I support what they're doing. Like, damn, all right, like just open with it. Specifically, like he's okay with the genocide going on there. He's okay with bombing a little girl's school in Iran because his justification was, oh well, why would I care if their government just killed civilians or whatever? First of all, he doesn't care about the civilians either. Just so we're clear, he didn't bring it up at all. At least Donald Trump had the wherewithal to lie and say originally that the reason was because of the protesters. This guy came in and said, "Oh, I'm afraid of nukes. I'm scared." So he's not okay with retail theft. Oh yeah, yeah. He's literally okay. He's okay with little children being murdered but really, really hates it when an Apple store gets robbed. Holy shit.
I mean, like, using his logic, I was trying to come up with, like, I guess something analogous. If there's a store that's getting robbed all the time, then surely he would be fine with robbing it, based on the logic of not giving a fuck about a bunch of schoolgirls getting vaporized. So, one other analogy is if there's a guy, if your neighbor kicks his dog every day at 3:00 and you know this, then it's totally cool for you to go over there and kick the dog. No, it's not. It's literally not. Just because the guy's doing it, it doesn't then give you tacit permission to do something similar in that realm of awful, because you are not absolved of your actions when you do the horrible thing. Like, oh yeah, Iran unalived thousands of its citizens, right? Why? Because they are an oppressive authoritarian regime. Okay, that's bad. That also doesn't give you cover, nor does it absolve you of the sin of vaporizing an entire school full of children with a double tap of Tomahawk missiles. What in the hell?
That's a damn lie.
I really thank you, Subu. I couldn't get, and I mean, I listen. I got to give props to Nemo, because Nemo was talking about like the efficacy of the actual war effort in Iran, and how it's very likely we're not going to have a successful outcome. But like the moment he said, like my brain shut off. I was like, oh, this man's hard drive needs to be checked. Like I'm just like fuming. So like props to Nemo for being able to keep it cool. I was I just can't. I want to remind everybody. I don't think right now. I don't think the move is to try to convert MAGA. The reason I do these lives, and this one's specifically about conservatives, so I was hoping to get maybe some like non-MAGA conservatives as well, which because I do think we could maybe bring those over. But for MAGA, if you're MAGA in 2026, the point is not to convert. It's just to let them talk. And I just need some of the 90 million people that didn't vote in 2024 to be scrolling and hear that shit and be like, oh, I gotta vote. That guy votes. That guy votes. Like that's what these conversations have become in the year 2026 and late 2025. Frankly, it's just let them get to the root of their logic and let them talk. Okay. All right, we're going to go to the next guest in T-minus 25 seconds. But first, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Friday and Saturday nights doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Also, make sure to follow Nemo if you're not already. Thank you. For anybody that sent the gift, obviously, Liam and Addie, big shout outs. And then the people that sent TikTok gifts, I really appreciate it. I know I missed a lot. But just a reminder, nobody has to gift, nobody has to sub. The only thing I'm asking, just make sure you're following. Right next to my name, if you see the red oval that says follow, you got to hit that button. Thank you. Hi, Erica. Okay, next guest. Here we go. Did I make the 25 seconds? Any mods? Did I miss something? Hi, welcome up.
Hey, what's up? I'm on non-MAGA and I'm on the right. So if that's what you're looking for, we can have a conversation. But I mean, I would just ask you about the prompt. Like, what do you think conservatives are wrong about?
I mean, frankly, everything, but I can give you some examples. I think conservatives are wrong about taxation. I think conservatives are wrong about healthcare. I think conservatives are wrong about immigration, to name a few. But you can literally just take your pick of any issue.
Well, we can definitely talk about like economic policy if you want. Like, first of all, I don't know if I would, in my opinion, believe that conservative free market economic policy is actually in alignment with the current Republican Party and what the Trump administration is doing. Like, I believe in fiscal conservatism. I believe in fiscal conservatism and limited government and fiscal responsibility, and I don't think the Republican Party nor the Democratic Party reflect those principles at all. both parties have been responsible for majorly increasing the deficit, the national debt. So I don't view the Republican Party as being right wing on economic policy. I mean, Trump is also
so let's
imposed.
talk. That's great, and I appreciate that you can see reality and see that Trump and Republicans do not spend fiscally are not fiscally conservative rather. But so like go ahead and you know what? Well, we can talk to your ideology. So you want limited government, like in what way?
Correct. Well, I mean, in every way. I'm actually also, I mean, I'm not a conservative, I'm a libertarian. So I'm not sure how much you know about that ideology, but I'm in favor of limited government in terms of economic policy and intervention in the free market. I'm also in favor of limited government in other regards, like foreign policy. In terms of foreign policy, I think we should mainly
So let's
use
just go through it.
free trade with
Let's
other
just- let's just
countries
go-
and diplomacy.
Let's just go through it. So limited government in regards to free trade. So what would happen, right, in a country where we do not put regulations on our food manufacturers, on our drug manufacturers, etc.?
Well, I'm not against all regulations. I'm okay with like regulations that ensure like the quality and safety of food. I'm
Okay.
with that.
All right. So what would happen in a country where we don't do anything about monopolies?
Well, I don't believe that natural monopolies are possible. I believe that the monopolies we currently have in the country are created because of government regulation, and I don't think you can name me an example of a monopoly that was created without government intervention in the market.
Well, that's just because the government is involved in the market over the past however many decades. So like it's kind of a silly example here. I can name you examples before we started regulating monopolies.
Okay,
if you'd like.
Go ahead. I have a feeling that I know what example you're going to bring up, and I already know how I'll debunk it. So go ahead.
Oh, well then just go ahead. No, just start it off.
No, I want to hear what example you have to say before the government started to intervene in the free market.
Well, I mean, I was just going to go back to before, like Teddy Roosevelt, and we talk about like
Standard Oil.
What was it? Rockefeller was one of the.
Well, there's Standard Oil. That's the example that I frequently hear the left bring up as an example of a natural monopoly. The reality is that he actually made like illegal backdoor dealings with railroad companies in order to establish his monopoly. So that's a crime.
How are they illegal?
How are they illegal? Because they were backdoor. They didn't go through the proper processes. And then in addition to that, prior to the government breaking up the Standard Oil monopoly, there were already competitors coming in. And there was a competitor that had already taken 40% of their market share prior to the government intervening at all. So that quote unquote natural monopoly was dissolving without any government regulation or intervention. So I don't think it's a good example. Like you can make the claim that a natural monopoly may be possible. It may be possible in the short term, but it could never last. And it would competitors would eventually come in and break it up naturally without the government having to intervene.
Okay. So when you say natural monopolies couldn't all right, let me rephrase. Let me go back. With everything you just described, right? You said that there was they did backdoor deals which were crimes. What crimes were being committed?
What crimes were being committed? I can get that for you. I will get the information for you right now. But like, sure, even if I were to concede that it was a natural monopoly, like I guess I can clarify my claim. Like I'll say my claim is a natural monopoly may be possible, but it could never last, and it would very quickly be, competitors would very quickly enter the market and break up that monopoly without government having to get involved.
Okay. Well,
and I think that many of the monopolies we currently have been created through government regulation. Like I hear the left often argue in favor of like regulation because they believe that a lack of regulation actually helps the big corporations when it's really the opposite. And there's a reason why these big corporations actually lobby for more regulation. They want more regulation because it helps them.
Can you give me an example of a big corporation lobbying for more regulation?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll get that for you right now.
Thank you.
I mean, I know that in the I mean, I don't know if I can say this word, DRUG, in that industry, a lot of the like big companies in that regard, they lobby for more regulation because it makes it harder for competitors to enter the market.
Well, that's the alcohol industry lobbies, and then the okay. So yeah, in that specific sense, they're lobbying against deregulation of a competitor substance. They're literally lobbying for more monopoly.
No, I'm referring to the
That's a
not
damn
to
lie.
alcohol. That's not what I was ever saying. So
Okay. So are you talking about MJ? Is that what you're talking about?
I mean, there's several examples, but a good example would be like Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson. They've lobbied in favor of like increasing the FDA and having them regulate more, because the FDA, they have like a very strict process of allowing these DRUGs to enter the market, which actually allows Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson and all these big pharma companies to monopolize more and
You know what? Let's look that one up.
exploit
so
the American
Pfizer-
people even more.
No, we're just going to look that one up. Pfizer lobbying for regulations. Let's just take
For
a
the
look.
FDA in
Yeah,
specific.
FDA regulations. Let's see.
Mainly because like generally these regulations would increase barriers to entry, which would encourage more monopolies and allow for more monopolies and higher market concentration for specific companies.
Oh, what was that? Thank you, Beth. All right. So the company actively lobbies on Medicare drug price negotiations, lobbying to equalize negotiation timelines for small molecule DRUGs and biologics, and on pharmacy benefit manager PBM transparency. Pfizer lobbies on legislation affecting patent protections and has worked to influence policies regarding corporate fraud liability, sometimes
patents
opposing
are a huge one.
legislation aimed at strengthening the False Claims Act. So what it sounds to me, at least from what I read, is that this is a corporation lobbying for what's best for the corporation.
Right. That's
Which is something
what
that-
my claim was. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. And so that means
And
more
I'm telling you
regulations
that
are better.
More regulation is good for them, which is why I'm in favor of deregulation.
Oh.
Right, because more regulation means that less competitors can enter the market because there's more barriers to entry, right? So that means that these companies, for example, Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer, can monopolize further and have more market share and more control over the market.
Okay.
I mean, you're assuming that the FTC wouldn't just break them up.
Well, I mean, I don't think the FTC or I don't think the FTC would even be a necessary institution in a free market, because a natural monopoly would be impossible, or it would quickly be broken up by competitors naturally. So it's
How do you
like, I
break
mean,
up a
when you
company,
say
Tim?
we should like break up monopolies, like it's like, in my perspective, you're saying we should solve a problem created by government with more government. And what I'm saying is we should just get rid of government in the first place and there'd be no problem.
How do you deal with company towns?
How do I deal with what?
Company towns.
Company towns?
Yeah. Please tell me you know what that is.
Yeah, I mean like towns that are controlled by a company, you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, like if you're referring to like monopolies, I mean, or like towns controlled by companies, I don't think that would be a huge problem in a free market.
Are you sure? Because we historically have seen that. Like, I mean, Appalachia was riddled with them. Coal mines would control local towns, and they would literally control every aspect of the town, including the currency, which they would not use dollars. They would use what they refer to as scrip, which
Well, I mean, I'm
ultimately just
not-
kind of like Disney dollars, right?
I'm not an anarchist. I don't think. I mean, I think governments should control towns. I don't believe that companies should.
Okay, but you
control
just
towns.
said that no government would work because companies couldn't, or like a natural monopoly couldn't exist, and so handling a company town like that is a natural monopoly, right?
No, not necessarily.
Well,
Like,
if the
you think
company
there's no
owns the
competitors
town,
to the
then
companies?
well, yeah, because they buy out any attempt to enter the market, right?
They buy out any attempt to enter the market.
Sure. I mean, this is what Rockefeller did during his rise. He would buy smaller companies.
Right, but new competitors can enter the market despite that.
Okay, and then they get bought.
Not necessarily. They don't have to sell. They can innovate.
Ah,
They
that's
don't
the
have to
purpose
sell.
of capitalism.
Interesting.
They can that's
Okay.
the purpose
Okay,
of
so they
capitalism.
don't
You
have
can
to sell.
innovate and create a better product and have a competitive advantage
Okay.
over competitors in
So-
the market.
in this case, all you're doing is you're shifting the responsibility from the government to the wealthy for managing the consumer. That's what you're doing. So
Managing the consumer.
for protecting the consumer, you said, okay, well, I'm okay with the regulations that are for safety and make sure our food is good and whatever. But like, it sounds like you wouldn't be okay with regulations that make it so that a company couldn't just say, okay, well, we're the only electricity company here, and so we're going to up electricity until the absolute maximum that we can charge you before you're homeless.
Well, I mean, that would never be the case because there's competitors in the electricity industry. Like, that's not even possible on a competitive market.
But there-
because if you were to up your prices, then you would just lose your market share.
But if there's no regulations, then competitors would never be able to compete because of what Nemo just described.
Well, that's not true, though. That's
Okay.
just false.
All right. So let's talk about. This is just we're gonna work in an example here. Okay. Let's say we have Utopia. Okay, that's the name of the town, Utopia. Okay, and Utopia has one electrical provider. They own all of the land in the region and use it for their facilities and their infrastructure. What is a citizen of Utopia supposed to do?
I don't
If-
think this hypothetical would be a reality in a free market. Or if it was, it would quickly be dismantled by competitors.
How? What does the competitor do?
Well, I already explained to you and I already explained to you when I gave you the example of Standard Oil. Competitors entered the market and they innovated and they ended up taking, because at their peak, Standard Oil had 90% market share. The competitors came in, they took 40% of that.
You're being
Before the
super
government
vague.
had
I want you to
stepped
be
in.
very specific. Utopia, they own the land. What does a competitor do? Competitor comes in. Dark Rye Industries. Okay, comes in. I want to sell electricity to Utopia. What do?
I don't know how they would innovate. I mean, I'm not going to make the invention for them, but I assume they would innovate. And
I'm
they
giving
would
you
try to make a
literally
better product.
all of human history and your imagination to give me an example. It sounds like you don't have one.
Like, give you an example of a country of a company innovating to get a competitive advantage. You want me to give you
In
an
a
example of
situation
that?
where the monopoly there owns the town.
Where the monopoly, well, first of all, it would never get to that point. So this hypothetical is dumb because it would never get to that point in a free market. So if we're going on the basis that the government has already allowed for this monopoly to happen because of their regulations or because they want it to happen, then I mean, sure, we could go based on that, but that would never happen in the first place.
Okay. So you agree then? You don't have an answer for that one. So we'll have to go back to, could a monopoly even happen in a free market, right?
Right.
Okay.
You're asking me?
Well, I know your answer. Your answer is no, it can't. Because if it can, then everything falls apart in your argument, right?
Well, I said that it could, but it would quickly be. I mean, it's possible, but it would quickly be dismantled by competitors.
But you can't give an
For
example. You
Standard
just
Oil.
said. All right. So
Literally
how
just
does
did.
Dark Rye
Standard
Industries
Oil.
break into the company town, Utopia? How?
How do they break into Utopia? Well, because Utopia, the issue there would not have happened in the first place. That's what I'm saying.
You just said that it could. Monopolies can happen in a free
Right,
market.
dependent on the industry, dude.
Okay, so you're saying cannot happen in the electricity industry, in the power industry, in the utilities industry. Cannot happen.
I mean, it possibly could happen in the utilities industry. Yeah.
Okay, so possibly could happen. So it happened in Utopia. Dark Rye Industries wants to come in. Go ahead. How?
How? I mean, I'm not an expert on the electricity industry.
You're
I
not an
can't-
expert
I can't-
on any of this. Yes, that's the point. The idea.
Yeah, and neither are you. So, I mean, what's your point? Neither of us are.
Well, I'm not
experts.
the one arguing for removing all of the safeguards and just taking a massive dildo in the ass from billionaires. That's not me. That's you. You're the one making that argument.
Actually, you're in favor of that without even knowing it, because you're in favor of these regulations that allow the billionaires to exploit us.
The regulations. Oh,
Right?
yeah.
Why? How do you think like the insurance companies and healthcare have such a monopoly? What do you think allowed them to like monopolize like they have right now?
Insurance companies and healthcare.
Yeah, what do you think has allowed them to create their oligopoly where they exploit the American people? You think the free market?
You're
allowed
talking
that?
you're talking about health insurance now.
Yeah, I am. It's an example.
Health insurance is a racket. I'll give you that.
Yeah, what do you think allowed them to have the market share where United Healthcare can deny 33% of claims?
It
What do you think
wouldn't
allowed them to
matter
do that?
because the prompt is talking
There's
about
no
conservatives.
competition,
I
right?
want Medicare for all, Smoothie. I want single payer healthcare.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be necessary in a free market system, which we currently don't have.
Are you under the impression that no matter what, a free market can exist when there's industries with inelastic demand? Do you know what inelastic demand is?
I know what inelastic demand is, yeah.
Okay, so
But that ignores competition, right? So you're saying because there's inelastic demand, because the demand would never change, that companies can now exploit consumers through raising prices. My response to that would be,
you saw
that
Martin
doesn't
Shkreli what he
matter
did,
because
right?
There's competition, right?
You know the Martin
So
Shkreli
if,
story?
If I'm an insurance company and I decide I'm going to exploit the consumer by raising my prices, a competitor is going to come in. They're going to undercut my prices. They're going to take up my market share, because the priority of a company is, rather than raising prices, their main goal is to increase market share, because that's the ultimate way that they make more profit.
And in your world, even though all of the history shows otherwise, the company currently with the largest market share would not be able to successfully buy out the competitor. The competitor would be fighting for the righteous goal of lowering healthcare costs.
No, they'd be fighting for profit. Yeah,
What
that's the
stops
goal
the
of the
bigger
company.
insurance company from undercutting the smaller insurance company and doing a war of attrition?
What stops them from doing that? Well,
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, there's a lot of risk associated with doing that, because it can like sink your company if you mess that up when you're undercutting competitors.
But they already have all the
especially-
market share.
What do you mean they already have all the market share?
So the bigger company here, if I'm understanding Nemo correctly, the bigger company here sees a competitor coming in, right? So they lower their prices until that competitor can't compete anymore because they're a smaller company. They don't have the economies of scale that the bigger company have. That company goes out of business. They raise their prices again.
Right, but again, your hypothetical is based on the idea that there is already a monopoly, which would not happen in a free market.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be a monopoly. No, that's the thing, is that it doesn't have to be a monopoly. Walmart did this. Walmart does this. They just undercut
Walmart also
competitors.
receives like subsidies from the government, which is
How
a big
so?
reason why they have the monopoly
Well,
that they have today.
how are we saying that they receive subsidies? Are you doing the playing coy saying that food stamps are subsidies because people that work at Walmart are on food stamps? Or are you saying that there are subsidies by
What?
other means?
No, the government has given them subsidies.
Okay, in what way?
I will get the source here right now.
Okay, you could just tell me like roughly the type of subsidy.
My guess, if I were to guess, there might have been a point where like a state government, gave a subsidy so that Walmart would build in their region or in their town or something like that. That's my guess. I don't know what he's gonna, because me personally, I'm against the corporate welfare that Walmart gets, but that's more so
Yeah, me
in the
too.
fact that we pay their employees, right? Because their employees are making under living wage, but that's coming from a progressive. I don't know what he has in his pocket of tricks. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is just an AI overview, but it says that they have received over 285 million in direct state and local subsidies.
Oh, okay.
Right, so that would obviously help them maintain a monopoly if they're getting help from the state.
Well, if they're receiving those state and local subsidies, more than likely it's to encourage them to enter an area, right? This is like a standard thing that happens all over the place.
Let me just debate.
Amazon was offered like big ass tax breaks, and AOC said that's dumb, and people chastised her for having the audacity to say, "Hey, maybe we shouldn't give Amazon tax breaks to come to New York City."
Yeah. Also, if
What's wrong
all
with
of your
Amazon coming to New York City?
if all of your argument is just AI, I'd rather just debate the AI because
It's just an AI. I can go to Forbes, which is where the source is from, if
Yeah.
you'd really like me to. If it's
yeah,
such
no,
a big problem,
I'd like to
sure.
know because if it's probably like what Nemo said and like what I said earlier, it's probably incentivizing big companies to come to their towns. And by the way, that's more of a conservative, at least conservative Republicans. I know. See, the problem here is that no matter what, you're going to be able to deflect away from anything Republicans do, which is
Right,
fine
'cause I'm
because
not
you're
a
libertarian.
Republican, dude.
Yes, I get it. But all right, I'll wait for you to get the specifics on that.
We're also
Yeah.
not considering the other reality here, where if you retract the power of government as it pertains to, I don't know, governance or what's the word I'm looking for? Like, I guess ethical business practice or something like that. Bribery is what I'm getting at. Bribery. So big company, they just bribe local politicians.
Right,
Well,
I agree with you.
Nemo, but that's against the law. He's for laws, just not regulations.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I can't believe he didn't. You know, I was making fun of you, right?
I mean, I know you were trying to, but you were very unsuccessful in doing so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know
in
that
favor of like
laws
getting rid of insider trading
laws
in
are
Congress. I agree
are
with that.
regulations, right? They
Corporations
regulate what we
shouldn't
can and cannot do.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Like a regulation is a law that's passed through Congress. That's true.
No, law is a regulation
So-
that's passed through Congress, rather. You got it reversed. But yeah. So like, I just don't understand how you can say, okay, all the good, I'm for all the good regulations and not the bad regulations. Like that, and that's your argument for less regulation.
Okay, well then I can explain to you what I'm in favor of. I'm in favor of laws that protect the rights of the people, the inherent property rights of the people, that being life, liberty, and the property, right? I'm in favor of that. That's what I believe the purpose of law should be. Other than that, I would consider any other law illegitimate.
Okay. So before we forget about it, what are the Walmart subsidies that you were talking about?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm looking at it right now. There's a lot of different types. Some of them were like tax rebates. Some of them were like subsidies. Some of them were grants. Like I'm looking through the list. Some of these are saying enterprise zone. Like there's a wide range of different types of subsidies that they were given.
Okay. So I mean, let's start with one that you believe is making it easier for them to be a monopoly. So, and we can talk
all
about
of them, every single one.
Okay.
Right? Like you give a subsidy to a company, you're helping them.
Oh my God. That's just a thought terminating argument.
What, do you
Just all of
disagree?
no, let's go through to see what they are.
Well,
Why
let's
is
think
this so
about this
bad?
logically. If you give one company money and you don't give the other competitors money, it's probably going to help that one company monopolize and have more success than the other companies because they're receiving help from the government.
Not necessarily.
Okay, I mean, how would you disagree then?
I mean, so for instance, let's use the automotive industry, right? Automotive industry gets a bailout. The US domestic automotive industry gets a bailout around, what was that, 2009-ish? And the Japanese auto industry did not. But Honda, Toyota, I don't know if Nissan is still technically foreign. But yeah, Honda and Toyota, examples. They still exist. They still have massive market share here.
Bill, thank you.
In every case that solely a subsidy would cause a monopoly. I'm saying that it would help a company create a monopoly.
Really quick, Phil, thank you for the $1. Hey, just remember, he said Walmart received like 200 million in subsidies. Their GDP is, well, I don't know if GDP is the right word here, but their GDP is 700 billion. Meanwhile, SpaceX received over $800 billion in contracts. Well, yeah, unfortunately, the second half of that doesn't apply to him because he's not a Republican; he's a Libertarian. But did you vote, by the way?
Republicans that are against subsidies.
Did you vote, by the way, in the last election?
No.
Okay, good. Thank God. Okay. So, another reason why, without getting into the details, we don't know if your point is valid, is because the subsidies that you're describing could be given to all companies, right? That's why we need to get into at least a couple. We don't need to go through all of them. Just give me one or two examples here, because from what I see, the biggest subsidies to massive companies like Walmart are the fact that we don't have enough regulations on the amount that they can pay their workers. Like it's the lack of regulation, because we're subsidizing
we do have minimum wage laws.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be for that, right?
Correct.
Exactly. So I don't know why you said that. Why did I say some dumb shit? It's like, yeah,
Well,
but we
because
wouldn't.
you said that right now we don't have like ways of ensuring that they're paying workers.
Well, I personally think $7.25 an hour. If you work and you're paid $7.25 an hour in most parts of the country, maybe at this point all parts of the country, you have to collect some form of welfare, some social safety net, and that's subsidized by the taxpayers. So the taxpayers subsidizing Walmart.
Yeah, but like why is $7.25 not enough to live on? Why would you say that?
Because the cost.
I mean, my answer would be because of inflation that the government has caused through printing money, right? Which has devalued our money and reduced our purchasing power. Like if prior to us going off the gold standard in the 60s or 70s, if you made $7.25 an hour, that was totally enough to live on, right? So in a world where we don't have a fiat currency, where we're inflating, where we're inflating our currency and increasing the money supply every year with quantitative easing and stupid Federal Reserve policies, wages actually wouldn't have to increase, and a wage $7.25 an hour or whatever would be enough to live on. You'd be totally fine.
Okay. This is a bit of a pivot, because it's essentially you conceding the argument. You're saying, yeah, well, we do need a minimum wage, but that's because of the right.
I never said that.
Oh, then why did you even bring this up, bro? Why can't you stay on one point?
Why bring this up? Because it feels like you're claiming that $7.25 isn't enough.
It's not enough.
Country, and I mean, depending on the region, I agree with you.
Okay,
but I'm saying that the reason your reason doesn't matter.
No, just to be clear, Subu, thank you for the cap. Your reason doesn't matter because you still don't agree with the help, right? Like you're like, well, I don't agree with minimum wage either way, but the reason that minimum wage would be needed is because of this other thing. So like. You see what I'm saying? Like you're not actually addressing the point in front of you. You're going to, oh well, it's because of this. Like even back when the Monopolies, like, well, that monopoly would have never happened. It's because of this. It's because of this. It's all from before. Which is fine if you agreed with the solution. You're like, okay, well, we need the Band-Aid, but the reason for the wound is this. You're like, well, no, I'm against both the wound and the Band-Aid, and that doesn't make sense to me. Like you're just, it's inconsistent, or not? It's not inconsistent. It's incoherent. Is what you're saying. You're like, yeah, okay. The government is printing so much money and devaluing our currency because we're not on the gold standard anymore, which makes it very difficult to live on $7.25 an hour. But also, companies should be able to pay whatever the fuck they want and no minimum wage. Like you don't see
be able to in a competitive market. You can't just pay your worker whatever you want when there's competition that can pay your workers a higher wage and take away your workers. Like labor is scarce. It's a scarce commodity. When something's scarce, you have to pay to be able to get it. Right? Like if there's two competitors, let's say like company A and company B, and they have the same market share, and company A decides we're going to pay our workers very little so that they can't live. Company B is going to come in and say, we'll pay you more. Come work with us. Right? Because labor is scarce and companies are competing over the scarce labor.
Are you under the impression that they can't just do that now?
That they can't undercut? I mean, they do it currently, but to a lesser extent because of, the effects of competition because of government. Or the effects on competition, rather. But they do it now.
Tell me exactly what government regulation makes it so that Walmart is able to pay so low.
What government regulation? Yeah. I mean,
give me an example.
I couldn't. I mean, I've given you the example of the subsidies, and then it's like.
Well, no, you didn't give me an example of the subsidies. You just said the number.
I did. No, I actually did. I named the specific.
Yeah. And I asked you, can we go into one or two of them specifically, and you said no. You didn't want to.
Did I say no? Well, we could go into them if you'd like. I'd be
Yeah,
happy to.
yeah. Give me the first one.
I mean, I did give you the first one, but I'll go back to it and I'll tell you again.
Thank you. Phil, thank you for the $1. Wait, why did we put a minimum wage in 2009 to 725, and he thinks in 2026 it's still the same? Are we not the best economy? It's illogical to think 17 years of progress is worth the same. Kai, thank you for the $20 contribution to the kick goal. All right. Thank you so much, Kai.
Yeah, so one of these is enterprise zone. There's tax rebates. There's tax incentives.
Enterprise zone. You're just, you're saying words when we don't actually know. Like, what's a tax rebate for? If you don't know, then that doesn't help, right?
This is what I'm telling you what the source says.
Okay, so.
Like, it's not providing me with further details. If there were further details, I would give them to you. This is what the source says.
Rebates does Walmart receive? Walmart receives substantial state and local tax incentives, including property tax abatement. Okay, so this isn't even federal.
Yeah, I told you it was state and local when I first explained the source. I never said it was federal.
Okay. So wait. So you're against the federal minimum wage because of things that the state governments do?
I mean, I'm against all minimum wages, federal and state. This is a specific example of regulation from the state and local governments, but there's regulation on all levels of government.
Okay, so let's look at these property tax abatements. Would you say that if all companies are able to apply for the property tax abatements, then that actually does not help Walmart as a monopoly?
When I think about it, yes, I would agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, some companies would have like an easier ability to apply for it, but yeah, I would agree.
And what companies would have an easier ability to apply for it?
I mean, depending on the resources you have.
Depending on the resources you have, huh? So you think that like competition is stymied by the amount of resources you have, huh?
Competition is stymied by the amount of resources you have. I mean, depending on the company, yeah. Like if one company has way more resources than the other, then obviously they're probably going to have more success than the other. That seems pretty obvious logically.
Yeah, you're so close. You're so close to getting it. So if one company has
that doesn't defeat my argument in any way, but okay.
Okay, so I mean, everything you just said still happens in a free market.
Right, that can still happen in a free market, but we wouldn't have gone to the point in the first place of these major monopolies.
Okay, all right.
You don't need to crash out.
Okay. I'm just processing. I'm examining your brain here. Okay. Now, let's say we go back. All right. Let's go back to a time where it was all free market. Guy, thank you for the $20. Monopolize this bitch. Kai monopolized the kick goal. Holy shit. Oh my god. So what I was gonna go back into the De Beers mining company. He didn't leave. We hit the kick goal thanks to Kai. Thank you, Kai. So we didn't get a chance to talk about the big talking point for libertarians nowadays is the fiat currency. Thank you for the respectful debate. Good night. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Really quick, by the way, just I know before you leave, what I would have gotten to at some point, but I'm thanking the Lord and Kai that I don't have to, because my brain is at its limit with that guest. What I would have gotten to is what would have happened if we were on the gold standard. What would have happened to most Americans during the COVID pandemic, especially at the start of the pandemic? Now, if a libertarian is honest, the reality is they would have they would have been obliterated. There would have been mass poverty, and it would have been really, really bad. But I don't know if he would have gotten to that point. Who is considered libertarian nowadays? That last guy. Libertarians are political filbros. Okay, we're going to the next guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Friday and Saturday nights doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. And as we get closer to the midterms, I am going to try to be live more often. Okay? Before the 2024 election, we were live every night. We're down to 2 nights a week because MAGA has ground me into just this dust. Like I've literally aged like 40 years in the past year and a half. It's like the picture of Obama before and after presidency. But we're going to come back. So make sure you're following if you like this content. Also, drop a follow for Nemo as well. If you aren't already following Nemo, I imagine there's a bunch of people here that are here just for Nemo because who wouldn't be? But okay. Going to the next guest here. I don't know if you had any final thoughts on the libertarian guy, Nemo. Sorry,
Yeah, I was typing out like a dissertation breaking down like it in my servers. People were asking about like his profile picture. He's an ANCAP, so an anarcho-capitalist, and I was writing explaining all that. Basically, ANCAPs are they're useful to me because the intelligent ones can kind of serve as like testing just how good your grasp of economics is. But they are kooky, silly, crazy people. I don't agree with ANCAPs at all. I think ANCAPs are goofy people. I do enjoy debating with them occasionally because they serve as like kind of a stress test almost on, you know, how good is your understanding of the really it's economics.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, ANCAPs are crazy. I mean, Grafton, New Hampshire? Yeah, Grafton, New Hampshire. Anybody that thinks that what dude was saying has merit or that, you know, hey, he had some good points, type in Grafton, New Hampshire. Grafton, New Hampshire.
Grafton, New Hampshire.
Summary, and if you want a really funny thing on it, type in Grafton, New Hampshire, Vox, VOX, because they have like a write-up on it.
Really quick, I just the Grafton, New Hampshire, the first thing that came up, the libertarian town that ruined life for everyone.
Yeah. Is that so? Is that the Vox one? Because Vox wrote one, and I think it has bears in the title.
I don't know. This is the video. So it was a Reddit post and then with a video. So no, it doesn't look like the Vox one. It's this guy's very Vox coded. Hold on, but it's not. Is it something called Places? Anyway, go ahead.
Oh yeah, here we go. So Vox is how a New Hampshire libertarian utopia was foiled by bears. That's their article on it. Basically, so Grafton, New Hampshire, libertarians managed to, I guess, coalesce. Like they come from all over the country to this local town. They get into the town's government. They get elected, so they do the thing. They get into the town's government. They start deregulating everything. And one of the things that they deregulated was, I guess, any type of ordinances or standards as far as waste was concerned, like handling of trash. And so people would come there and have these weird living situations where they would live in like a container, you know, like on like trains, like a container ship type situation. They would use one of those as like their living situation. Or they would just like put up tents or whatever. Everything was just crazy, right? Because there was no governance over that. And people would just kind of toss their trash out and somewhere in the ditch or like in the woods somewhere. And naturally, bears, they like trash, they like food. So they would come and start eating that. And then whenever they tried to control that a little bit, the bears had gotten used to the fact that there was easily available food, and so they started roaming the streets of Grafton. The problem was they didn't have any authorities to manage the fact that there were roaming death beasts that just, you know, are hungry And like, I mean, we're talking about black bears. We're talking about they will fuck you up.
Mm.
They might be scared, but they will fuck you up. So this is a real thing that really happened in America not that long ago.
I love knowing about this now. I'm definitely going to maybe chat. You know what? Next time we watch a video, we might watch a video on Grafton. Yeah, I like just some mild like stress testing. So I was thinking about going down to, because he said you can't have a natural monopoly, but like if you go back to like stuff like De Beers,
yeah,
government intervention could have prevented that. Yeah, but anyway, okay.
The argument that you can't have a natural monopoly, I mean, he was being evasive, right? So natural monopolies or regional monopolies exist, right? That's why he was being kind of cagey with utilities, because you brought it up. Utility companies. The reason why, has anybody ever wondered why it is that utility companies have very specific regulations on them? So like your water company or your power company, they kind of have like their own set of rules.
Yep.
They are utilities. The reason why is because you need that. It is ultimately an inelastic demand. You need that. You need electricity. You need water. You need heat. All that stuff, right? So those utilities, those are things that have been identified by the government as, hey, everybody needs this. We know everybody needs this. You are here, and you have like all the infrastructure in this region. You are a natural monopoly, but we will tacitly accept that so long as you follow these rules, and the rules are like, your pricing can't be crazy, and there's a lot to it. It is almost expected that utility companies will be effectively natural monopolies or regional monopolies, because it makes sense. It's like you're a power company in an area, you build out all the infrastructure for it, and it becomes almost impossible for there to be a competitor, because what, are they going to build out more power lines that run alongside your power lines? How does that work? And so that is inevitably how it works for those things. So he was being evasive with that because that's how it is. That's the truth.
Yeah.
And the only thing that keeps them from doing crazy, like mustache twirling monopoly man shit is the government. We know this because ERCOT exists. ERCOT is Texas Power, okay? Anybody lived in Texas, there's 700 people here. I'm sure one of you does. Y'all know ERCOT, right? I'm in Georgia. I've never experienced them, but I know ERCOT sucks. So ERCOT, that is what happens when you reduce regulation on utilities.
Yep. There's actually like a ton of examples of like utility companies, particularly in red states where there's fewer regulations, just failing when needed, because number one, there's nothing making them need to protect their consumers, right? And it's consumers here. But number two, there's nothing allowing anyone else to compete. It's the whole thing. Like if you go through, it was the case in Georgia. It was the big one in Texas. But yeah, there's a lot. I don't want to go. I don't want to. We can talk about this for a while. I do want to get to the next guest. I'm sorry, everybody. Okay, here we go. Abbott ran on fixing ERCOT and never did. Everyone just forgot. LOL. I mean, he's about to get his 5th term in office now. Fucking Greg Abbott. All right, here we go. Next guest. No, they're putting all these data centers in Texas. Yeah, that's another thing that requires regulation. Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
What's going on?
Well, I am a non-MAGA conservative. So, what do you want to talk about? Because I can talk about pretty much everything.
Well, what do you most strongly care about? And we'll go from
probably like abortion is what I would say.
All right, what's the second? What's your second? What's your this thing you care about second most?
Maybe like the Judeo-Christian values.
Right in the ass. Okay. All right. So yeah, I didn't really want to talk about. I really don't like a group of a group of 3 guys talking about abortion. I think it's fucking cringe. I just don't. But then when we go to Judeo-Christian values, okay, I guess let's do that. All right. So what? All right. So that's not even conservative. You're saying.
Well, I think it kind of is.
Okay. All right. So tell me which Judeo-Christian values you like so much.
So I just like that a government should be run under certain religious ideals. Like, I think. What do you think of that?
I would ask you, how would we be able to determine which religious ideals? This is the whole reason for separation of church and state.
Well, the Christian ideals.
Okay. What makes Christian ideals better than just the people deciding how they're governed? Why would we go to some ancient book instead of just using democracy? What's the benefit?
Well, the morals of it, basically.
Okay, so what morals are in the Bible that make more sense than the morals that secular people have, for example?
Well, like, for example, thou shalt not murder. Without no God, without no religion, there is nothing that is objectively bad. So,
okay. You are aware that murder is illegal in every country, regardless of religion, right?
yeah, I'm aware, but I'm saying I think there should be a country that's ran by religion or ran by a set of ideals by a religion.
And I'm asking you why. So remember, I specifically said what ideal does the Christian religion, which is the one you're touting here, what ideal is better from the Christian religion than it would be from a secular government?
Well, it's not in the sense that it's better. It's just in the sense that without it being run by there is no there's nothing wrong. So I'm saying the only way that
you can have morals without religion, right?
well, you can be a good person without religion, but there is no morals without religion because there has to be a lawgiver that, like, there can't be a law without there being a lawgiver. Like, there is no human rights. There's nothing without a God.
Okay, so in your view, you think slavery would have been permissible then?
Say that again. Like, what do you mean by that?
Okay, so the Christian Bible believed that slavery was permissible to the point where the only rules about it were just how to treat your slaves. Do you think slavery would be permissible now, or do you prefer the secular ideal that we have?
Well, I don't think it's permissible now, but
do you think it should be?
Wasn't really about. No.
That's a longer pause than it needed to be. Okay, so right there, 1-0, right? Sounds like secularism is winning. I'll wait. You named murder, which is a draw, right? Because every single secular country on earth, murder is illegal. However, in this case, secularism won in regards to banning slavery. Okay, next ideal of Christianity that's better than a secular ideal. And just so we're clear, by the way, this should be the end of it. Like, slavery, in my opinion, it would be big enough for me to be like, maybe we don't go by this book. But I mean, that's
that was a different time.
Oh, it was a different time. Wait, hold on.
Well, obviously, but like,
it was a different time. So why would we go? It is a different time now. So why would we go by the book? Thank you. You actually just said it out loud. Perfect. So you agree we shouldn't go by ancient books.
What do you? It's. What are you saying? Well, it's a different time. Slavery was never about like race, like as it was recently. It was
I didn't even bring up race. Do you think enslaving people not based on race would be okay?
Well, no. I was just saying it was normalized back then, so it wasn't like.
Oh, and then why didn't the lawgiver that you are so proud of, why didn't he give any laws about banning slavery?
Because it wasn't as we view, like it wasn't at, we can't really comprehend it. It just was so much different than it is today.
So the God that you want to live your whole life by, that is infinite, he knows everything, past, present, future, couldn't figure out a way to tell everybody, hey, owning other people is bad? That was just a bridge too far. I couldn't. Oh man, it's gonna be tough. All right, let me do 3 commandments about only worshiping me. Come on, bro. Come on.
Well, we're kind of getting off track. Do you think a country should be like ran by a certain religion?
No, absolutely not. That's
or like
insane.
the laws. How's that insane?
You're advocating for a theocracy. That's terrible.
That's what do you mean? That's terrible. That's like the best way to govern a country.
The best way.
Okay, so just
tell
so
that to Saudi
really
Arabia.
quick. I'm sorry to interrupt, Nemo. So the best way to govern a country would be where slavery is permissible.
Well, no, it's just a country that's ran by like the religious leaders, like the Vatican City. The Pope runs.
So you want religious leaders to change their interpretation of the text with the times?
You're going. I'm not really talking about the slavery thing anymore. I'm just saying I think it's. I'm not talking.
Yeah, you can't because it debunks your whole argument. Your argument of well, if without religion there would be no morality. You couldn't have a moral society. It's like, okay, well, religion, it's but the religion you're talking about here, Christianity, said that slavery was permissible, right? So what you're experiencing here is cognitive dissonance. That's why you're trying to move.
Well, there is no morality without religion. That's my entire point.
So.
What?
But you know that's not true because secular countries banned murder, right? That was your first point. You were like, oh, well, thou shalt not kill.
That was just an example. I'm just saying that was just an example. Like there's nothing that's good and nothing that's bad without religion. Because there's no objective morality. Everything is subjective.
There's no objective morality even in your religion, unless you think that slavery is good. Say it.
I'm obviously not going to say that.
You're not going to say it. You're not going to. It's either. So
clickbaited.
what's happening right now in your brain, okay, is you're experiencing something called cognitive dissonance. You know that the Bible cannot be providing objective morality because the Bible said that slavery was permissible. So one of two things is happening. Either in your head, and you don't want to say it out loud, you're like, yeah, I mean, I'd be cool with some slaves. And I get that you don't want to say that out loud, but that's horrible, and you're a horrible person. But I don't think it's that one. I think it's the second one, which is, he's making a good point, but that doesn't change. Christianity is still the best. You can't be more like, and that needs time. You're not going to be able to, I'm not just going to be able to destroy your indoctrination over the course of this one conversation. So it's one of those two. If you'd like, I can give you some time to process what's happening inside your head right now. But
do you think there is morality without? Like, do you believe in objective morality or do you believe in subjective morality?
I don't believe in objective morality.
Do you believe in subjective morality?
I mean, I guess that's, I suppose that is the opposite. I mean, I just, I think that there are a lot of things that the vast majority of humans agree on, and most of it stems from, listen, Jesus said some good things. He said, treat others how you want to be treated, right? So like most of it stems from that. Murder is bad because you wouldn't want to be murdered. Rape is bad because you wouldn't want to be raped. By the way, top 10 rules in the Bible, rape wasn't included, child abuse wasn't included, but there was 3 about only worshiping God. Nice objective morality over there. Also, don't be shitty to your parents. So
according to subjective morality, if I were to say that murder is bad, but then you were to say murder is good, then murder would be good according to you. So there's no baseline. Nothing is good and bad according to subjective morality.
The Bible outlaws planting 2 crops of different types in rows next to each other.
Okay, but that's not morality. That's like
Well, no, that's the word of God. How dare you, you heretical blasphemer, questioning the word of God?
That's not.
God
That's
says that
not
you should
moral.
not eat swine or shellfish.
It's not moral. Moral is like.
No. Like, well, who are you to determine what is and is not moral, right? This is the word of God.
Well, those aren't moral teachings.
No. This is you presuming to know more than God by saying that it is moral or is not moral.
You're just bringing up stuff that he said.
Well,
Yes,
why?
because
Why?
you're advocating for governing based on what he said.
Well, the stuff you're bringing up, you said the crops thing, that's not like a moral teaching that he taught us.
Again, this is you dictating what is and is not moral.
Well, what do you define moral to be?
I'm using your standard, which is if God said it, it is the law. You advocated for theocracy. We have a holy text, right? It's the Bible, okay? If you want to govern based on this holy text, you can't plant certain crops next to each other. You can't wear clothing of different fibers, meaning if it's a blend, you're going to hell. And the punishments for breaching said things is stoning to death. So, not only should you not do those things, but in addition, if you catch someone doing those things, that person has to be unalived in one of the most torturous and barbaric ways known to man.
You're referring to like the Old Testament. You're referring.
Yes, I am.
The ceremonial.
Would you
law.
like me to do the New Testament instead?
But you're referring to like stuff that's ceremonial, which is
ceremonial. This is you again presuming to know what is and is not the
no,
law.
because like it's in the Old Testament it also says do not eat pork, but that was later. You can eat pork as a Christian. That's what I'm saying.
Wait,
like,
but why can you eat pork as a Christian?
What do you mean, like? Because I forgot exactly what he did, but I think he like cleansed. I actually don't know, but I know that he said that it like you can't eat pork, and then he said later that you can. I think. Maybe I'm thinking of something else, but
Yeah,
like,
you are. So as far as so clarify for me, you said you're a conservative.
yeah.
Okay, so you voted for Trump.
Well, I wasn't old enough to vote in the last election, but
Gotcha. Okay, you big fan of capitalism.
yeah, capitalism's good.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, no, Jesus doesn't like capitalism.
What makes you say that?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. I'm so glad you asked. It's like I have a nice little compilation of things right here. Gonna try and speed run these, okay? So Luke 14:13. Okay. But when you give a feast, invite the poor, the maimed, the lame, the blind, and you will be blessed, because they cannot repay you. You will be repaid at the resurrection of the just. Matthew chapter
That's a damn
5,
lie.
43 through 44. You have heard it
Thank
said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I say to you, love your enemy and pray for those who persecute you. Matthew 25 through 35. And I cut out like a couple parts, but the gist is still there. For I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. I was naked and you clothed me. I was sick and you visited me. I was in prison and you came to me. Truly, I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. Matthew 19:21. If you would be perfect, go sell what you possess and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. Matthew 19:24. And again I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter heaven. And finally,
My favorite one.
Finally, Matthew 6, verse 24. You cannot serve both God and money. Jesus was a communist.
You can't put Jesus to a political party. It's like so insane.
That's not a
Like,
party.
Okay, so then why did you say he was a capitalist?
Well, I didn't say that. I said I like capitalism. You asked me if I liked capitalism. I said yes. I don't think Jesus is. I don't think
You think
he's.
that Jesus liked capitalism?
Well, I don't think. Well, capitalism didn't or
Sure
I
it did.
Systematically, it did, but
Mercantilism, yeah.
well, yeah. I think it's crazy because like he would condemn abortion, right? And that's something that we.
Based
like-
on what?
What do you mean? Thou shalt not murder, and he also says before.
Thou shalt not murder. Again, number one, that's the 10 Commandments, which is the Old Testament,
Right.
not Jesus.
Or
So if
I misspoke,
and actually,
God.
you know what? I'm glad that you mentioned that because now thinking about it, why did you bring up the Ten Commandments in the first place? Because that's the Old Testament, which you yourself used as a get out of jail free card because you said, well, no, actually, just the New Testament.
Well, no, it's not just the New Testament. It's like some of the things in the New Old Testament that you
Some
said
of the
they were
inconvenient stuff.
Well, it just happened to be the things that you were trying to use to disprove it. But you can't put a political party on Jesus because
It's not communism isn't a political party; it's an ideology, and capitalism is something he very clearly was against based on everything he said.
Well, I don't know. I would say that communism tends and like socialism, you typically see people on the left with that.
Wait. You have some really bad. Yeah. Well, you typically see people on the left because people on the left more align with the teachings of Jesus Christ, whereas people on the right just make shit up as they go. That's why you see that. And interestingly, it's funny that you see people on the left are more likely to be secular and yet can still agree with a lot of the things that Jesus said. I want to go back really quickly to something you had said earlier, which is if without objective morality, right? If one person says that killing is bad and one person says killing is good, we wouldn't be able to determine who's right. That's actually the case with your argument, because in your argument, the person who's right is just whatever's in the book. Whereas here, right, we could talk about why murder is bad, why killing someone against their will is bad. In the same way that slavery is something, and I know you hate this example because it really destroys your worldview, but slavery is something where if we just went by your Bible, it'd be like, okay, well, you can have slaves, just there's certain things, you just if you beat them really, really badly and they recover, it's okay, but if they don't recover, then you have to like pet a goat or whatever. I don't remember what the regulations, but there was no banning slavery, right? So in a time right now, if we're secular, we could talk about why it's bad to own people. But if we live in a theocracy, it's like, no, Bible says you can own them. And that's the problem with someone that thinks that all morality comes from the Bible. And Nemo pointed out some really great examples about if we do believe in objective morality, that would mean that anything that God permits is good and anything that God doesn't permit is bad. And he pointed out all of the silly examples there. So,
well, I didn't say like the morality comes from the Bible; it comes from God, because like the Bible is written, I think like 400 years after Jesus.
What?
What?
No.
Am I getting the timeline wrong? I think it was.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay. So the Old Testament, I mean, it depends on how you want to start counting, but like the Torah existed well before Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
As far as the New Testament, like the Gospels, the earliest one was I think 70 years after. It's less than 100 years. I think it's 70. It could be 30. But I can't remember which one it is, but it's one of the main Gospels was written after Jesus' death. And then of course you have to talk about the elephant in the room, which is that the Bible itself is constructed by man because it was written by man, and the church itself determined which books books to include as canon and which ones were apocryphal.
Yep.
So,
Council of Nicaea, Constantinople, Ephesus, all these councils where humans just decided what they wanted to put in that shit.
Well, they were just deciding which books of the Bible were canon.
Correct.
What is that?
Based.
But back to what I was saying, yeah, the Bible, like the early churches existed before the Bible is what I was trying to say. So like we get the morality from God, not the Bible.
So
how is that communicated to people?
What do you mean?
Well, you say we get the morality from God. God is not showing up and telling me, "Hey Nemo, don't eat pork." So how is it that I know that according to Judeo-Christian law, pork is bad? Well, specifically, it's Judaic law, but whatever.
Well,
I know that because there's a book.
Yeah, I guess you're right. To communicate God through the Bible, basically.
Correct. That
Yeah.
because that is the word of God, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. As far as running a government based off of a religion, which religion? Like which flavor of religion? So, for example, Christianity. Are we talking about Protestants? Are we talking about Catholics? Are we talking about Orthodox?
Catholics, probably.
Which one?
Catholic.
Catholics. Okay, cool. A lot of America would say no because they view praying to Mary, praying that includes talking about Mary, as idolatry.
We can get into that, but it's not
Okay, but do
Catholics
you
don't
see
pray
how
to-
quickly it breaks down?
How does that break down? What?
Because if Protestants say, "Well, no, this is idolatry. This is sin," right? Because one of the Ten Commandments is it talks about idols, right? And so praying to saints or praying to Mary or whatever, or using a priest as an intermediary between you and God with confession or whatever, that is idolatry, according to Protestants. Some Protestants, not all, but whatever. You could say that.
Yeah.
And
Well-
so the interpretation of the religion, that matters because you can't just say, Christianity. Well, no, there's a lot of different types of Christianity, and some practices are fine in one and heretical in others, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'd say preferably Catholicism because I think that's what's the true church. But I guess I don't know. It's kind of like I believe that communism is like a good idea in theory, similar to that. I feel like theocracy is too, but I just think that like because of human nature, those things will never work. So that's why I choose capitalism because it's the best in the real with human nature, you know.
So with that in mind, wouldn't the same thing be said for theocracy?
Yeah, well, I'm saying theocracy, like, obviously it's never going to exist in our country. We're not going to, obviously. But I'm saying that's what I would prefer. Like, communism is never going to exist in our country, but, like, it just doesn't work with human nature.
And so, again, what here would be the benefits of a theocracy versus what we have now?
Well, I think a theocracy, it's basically the church runs the government, or they make sure that the leader is running by the values.
I'm going to ask the question again. What would be the benefits of a theocracy versus what we have now?
I think the country would be ran in a way that's better for everybody.
Example?
Morally, and just I don't think a lot of corruption would happen.
Can you what kind of corruption?
What kind of corruption?
Yeah, what kind of corruption would a theocracy prevent?
Well, I think you're trying to get at that there was like a lot of corruption in the early medieval ages with theocracy. Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, but that's a good point. What I was trying to get at is the same thing that I've been trying to get at from the very, very start of this conversation, however long ago it was, it feels like forever, which is I just want you to give an example of one net benefit of switching to a theocracy from what we have now. Thank you, Life on Purpose. Because every example you've given has either been something we already have or net worse, right? Which is in the case of slavery, which I know you don't want to talk about. So, can you just give me one example of a net benefit? Yeah,
just no corruption. If the church leaders are keeping an eye on the country.
Wait. How is it no corruption? What about a theocracy prevents corruption?
Well, okay, so the person that's running is like in union with the church, right? I don't think they would be as corrupt as someone that we're not to be, you know? Like, that's what I'm trying to say.
You said you were 20?
No, I'm 18.
Sorry. Okay. So, okay, then you're fresh out of high school. Did you have to take a world history class at any point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So, did you hear about the Protestant Reformation?
Yeah, I know a lot about that.
Okay. So, Martin Luther, 95 Theses, that whole thing. Why did he do that?
I think the Catholic Church was very corrupt during that time. But he did technically break off, but there's a difference between. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a slippery slope because human nature makes it so that like we can't have good things. Like, you hear your parents say that, like, we can't have good things.
Isn't a theocracy ran by humans?
Well, it's ran by humans, but I'm saying, like, in theory, it's a good idea. But like, according to human nature, it will never work. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so what your new stance is, in reality, theocracy is a bad idea.
In reality, yes, I would say so. Because
Awesome. So you're no longer a conservative.
Well, that would be the ideal, but in reality, it would never work because of human nature. So I rely on conservatism. I don't know how to say it, but because that's the best thing applied in reality. Capitalism and like the free market system.
Wait. I don't know why you keep bringing up like capitalism in that regard, right? So when you say you're a conservative, what about capitalism specifically are you talking about?
The free market system.
So like the stuff the last guest was talking about?
Kinda, but less extreme.
Okay. And remember all the things, all the contradictions with Jesus Christ's teachings that Nemo pointed out earlier? I know it was a while ago, but you're 18, you should be at tip-top shape mentally. Remember all that stuff?
The like rows of crops thing?
No. The stuff Jesus Christ was talking about that made him sound like a commie.
Oh, yeah. No, I think all that stuff is good. It's just I think because people abuse the system, therefore it is bad, you know? Like, I think free healthcare would be good for everybody, but because you have the people that abuse it for, plastic surgery, like butt lifts, all these different things, it's not good.
That's cosmetic. That's not healthcare.
Because when I look around me, I see people abusing free healthcare.
Are you under the impression that the conservative argument against free healthcare, against universal healthcare, is because of cosmetic surgery?
Well, that was just an example.
That's not anyone's argument. That's the first time in my life I've heard that. You know that universal healthcare, Medicare for all, none of it would cover cosmetic surgery, right?
I was just giving an example. That's not really like, I'm just saying, like, I feel like people abuse the system. Like, if you get free healthcare, you're going to go to the hospital more when you don't necessarily need it, basically.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Like, if it's free, would you not go to the doctor for the, like, I don't know, you're having some back pain or you're having some, would you not go to the chiropractor?
Would you rather, wait, really quick. Would you rather that? Would you rather some people get a little too much healthcare, or what we have now where people die because of lack of healthcare? Which would you rather, based on your Judeo-Christian values? Which would you rather have?
That's a really hard question. It's posed in a way that there's no like correct answer. Really,
there's a very correct answer if you follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. There's a very incorrect answer if you live in the Republican hellscape that we live in now.
I'm pro-life, so I would rather people live than people die.
Okay, so then maybe you shouldn't care about possibly somebody going to a chiropractor more than they need to versus like people getting life-saving cancer treatments. Like, it's just strange that would be the hill you die. Like, yeah, I'm a conservative. I don't like healthcare. I don't want people, getting their back rubbed too much.
People still do. Like, people that can't afford it still use the healthcare. Like, we all know that the system's bad, but it's the best way. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like the best way with human nature. You know
what? How, you know that every single other developed country on earth has universal healthcare, right?
Every single yeah.
Okay, so
people abuse it.
so what we have is not the best way. Right.
I think our healthcare system in this country is very bad. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so what we have is not the best way then. And so you should be advocating for the best way. Particularly as a Christian, right? Who follows Christ, you should be advocating for universal health care, right?
Well, it goes back to the human nature thing. Like it's not all black and white.
Are those other countries not humans?
Well, they are.
They do have
People
humans,
still
right?
abuse-
And so they're able to provide health care for their citizens. Why is the United States not able to?
Well, in those countries, it skyrockets like prices for everybody.
Okay. It's against terms of service. I know your camera's off, but please pull your pants back up because I know you just pulled that directly out of your asshole. You don't know what you're talking about. Skyrocket the prices of what? What are you even talking about?
Well, obviously, if there's more healthcare provided by the government, that's going to increase taxes for the
Or rich people. Yes, we increase taxes on rich people, which is right in the Bible. It's right there. It's right. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to go into heaven. It's right in the Bible. The Bible says, fuck rich people. I don't know why. I don't know how American conservatism has become fuck rich people, right? They literally misread it. But it's right there. It's just, yeah. The rich pay more in taxes so that everyone gets covered. It's in every other developed country on earth. And if you actually believed in Judeo-Christian values, or at the very least the teachings of Jesus Christ, this is what you'd be proposing. But no, you don't. You believe in whatever you've been indoctrinated to believe. I hate to break it to you. I hate to be the one. You're 18. You're just you can't even drink yet, right? I hate to be the one to tell this to you, but your whole life has been a lie in that front, and you're noticing it. You're like, what? But theocracy doesn't make sense with humans. We had it before, but it didn't work. And we should go by the teachings of the Bible, but not all of them, because then slavery would still be around. And like, you're noticing it. I can feel you noticing it, but you're not there yet. You're not. I know you have the strength inside of you to realize I'm making some shit up right now because it hurts to think that I've been lied to for 18 years.
Well, the thing is, that's what I'm trying to say, is it's not all black and white. Like, obviously, according to Christian values, free healthcare would be the best way because it would mean life for everybody. But it just doesn't work well in our country.
Works in every other developed country.
And their taxes are very high.
No. When you say they, who are you talking about? Whose taxes are very high?
Well, all the countries that have free healthcare, I assume.
Is it okay for rich people to pay a higher tax so that poor people can get health care? Do you think that's okay?
To some extent.
Okay.
But not
Jesus Christ thought it was okay as well. So, why are you so willing to bend over backwards and defend those that Jesus was chastising? Why?
Well, I don't think it's like there's an argument for both sides. Like, I don't think you should unfairly tax the rich people just because they're rich, but I think that they should have a higher rate of tax, which they already do.
So right now you disagree with Jesus Christ, which is fine. That's okay. But then throw out everything you said before. You don't want a theocracy. You like caping for billionaires. You really like your Republican algorithm. You like what they've been feeding you. Just say that. Get the fuck out of here with the theocracy, because right now you're directly disagreeing. Jesus Christ, no, you're wrong about this one. Okay, the rich are really cool. One day I'll be like one of them guys. I already talk like Elon Musk.
No, my entire argument before about the theocracy was that it's best in theory, but it would never work.
Okay, but you still as a human can still live by the teachings of Jesus Christ. If you really are a Christian, you can do that. But you're not. Yeah. You're openly not advocating for what he advocated for. You're saying, well, Jesus had some good points, but I'd rather the rich get everything and the poor get fucked right in the asshole. That's what you're saying. Because every single other developed country on earth, every single other one can provide healthcare for their citizens. And you don't even, by the way, just so we're clear, I know 1,000 million % you didn't look up any of this. And you didn't look up the tax rate in Sweden. You don't know what the tax rate is, right? You don't. So Sweden and the other Nordic countries have literally the highest happiness index on earth, right? And you're in here saying, well, yeah, but the rich people probably pay a little too much. You don't know what the tax rate is. Did you know? Did you know that the countries that do provide universal health care literally pay less than we do for our health care, and it's not even universal here? Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Perfect. Okay. So what I'm gonna ask you to do, just look in to other countries and their healthcare systems, just for a moment. And don't believe everything on your algorithm. I know what your algorithm is teaching you, all right? I know Nick Fuentes is a charismatic guy, okay? You don't have to believe him. You can think for yourself.
Nick Fuentes does have some good points, I'm not going to lie.
I know. In your mind, he does, of course. Jesus Christ, not as much. Nick Fuentes, yeah, I get it. I don't, actually, because I'm not an 18-year-old incel, but I get it, I guess. Pull up clips of Sicko Dan.
Do you not believe that our country should be America first?
The most vague fucking stance. Yes, our country should be America first.
Okay, so
what does that mean? Because when you ask Nick Fuentes, that means something different than when you ask Dan.
Do you believe that we should be sending money to Israel?
No, but not for the reasons that Nick Fuentes would say. I don't think we should be sending money to any country that commits human rights violations.
Do you think we should be a part of NATO?
Yeah.
Okay. Why? Don't you think we have enough problems in our own country?
How is NATO a problem?
It's supporting other countries when we have problems in our own countries.
How do we support other countries when we're in NATO?
I'll just give an example. We send a lot of money to Ukraine, right?
What does that have to do with NATO?
Maybe I'm uneducated on this. I think NATO is Ukraine a part of NATO?
No.
It's not.
If Ukraine was a part of NATO, we would have been in World War III like 5 years ago.
That's like one of the biggest talking points about why Putin invaded was because they were going to join NATO. I couldn't let that happen. But you said maybe you're uneducated about this, bro. You're extremely uneducated about this, and that's not a bad. The bad thing is when you don't recognize that you're uneducated about this. That's when it's bad. It's okay to be uneducated about a topic, and in your case, most topics. But it's bad when you don't realize that you're uneducated about these topics, and then you just regurgitate what neo-Nazis are telling you online. Like I don't know. And I know that because the Bible doesn't say Nick Fuentes, you don't know whether what he's saying is good or bad, right? You haven't been given the program directive. And hell, even if the Bible did say something, you just disagree with it because you're willing to disagree with anything in the Bible that you already disagree with. You said the thing about the crops. You said the thing about the slavery. You said the thing about the rich people. Just whatever's in your head makes more sense than what's in the Bible anyway. You're just regurgitating what your algorithm has fed you, and it's really sad. It's sad. It's sad because you're like just an example of like what's happening to a whole generation of young men in this country. And I hope you retain some of what either I or Nemo have told you about the contradictions. That's the biggest thing. The contradictions between your worldview, your stated worldview, and your actual worldview. The contradictions should start to open your eyes to how much you've been lied to. But
we live in a fallen state of the world, so it's not really a contradiction.
Oh, bro, wait, are you a Jesse Lee Peterson fan?
I don't know. I don't even know who that is.
Jesse Lee Peterson or Jordan Peterson?
Oh, fuck! They both use fallen state, don't they?
Jesse Lee Peterson Jesse Lee Peterson is the turbo racist black guy.
It's no.
Jordan
Listen,
Peterson's
I know
the white dude that cries all the time.
I'm just saying that I think there's like the world should be run in a certain way, but it can never be ran in a certain way.
No,
So I
but you
guess
don't
there would be
actually think
contradictions
that
there.
because a certain way you're talking about is not actually based on a consistent worldview. That's the problem.
Are you referring to the theocracy?
The theocracy that you're talking about is not based on any specific religion. It's not even based on your brand of Christianity, because you just, the things that are in the Bible that are inconvenient to what you already believe or what your algo told you to believe, you just disregard. So what I'm saying to you is, yes, a theocracy would be horrible, but you're not proposing a theocracy. You're just proposing something that follows this doctrine of yours, what's in your head.
Well, I just think it's hard to like live completely like Jesus, like turn the other cheek. Like you're like with the world that we live in, that's obviously not going to be something you can always do, right? You can't just always get stepped on, you know?
But you know what? It's really easy to do.
What?
Advocate for higher taxes on rich people so that you can provide universal health care. That's super easy to do.
They are higher tax.
High enough so that we can provide universal health care. And what do you mean they're high? No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. The effective tax rate of the top 1% in the United States is pitiful. Okay, but you don't know any of that. You're uneducated about all of this.
I actually do. Like, I know that poor people or like people, lower income people are taxed at a lesser percent than rich people are. So I guess it is. They're already higher taxed.
A lesser real percent, but the effective tax rate is what we're talking about. And even if that's the case, yes, they can afford it. Just don't listen to me. Listen to Jesus H. Christ in the Bible. Fuck. Why? It's the Nick Fuentes, the Christian nationalists, the theocracy enjoyers. They're literally taking the worst of the Bible. At least take some of the good stuff. Take the Jesus Christ teachings. No. We just really like the stoning of the gay people stuff. We really like the all the worst things. They don't take any of the good stuff about taxing rich people and healing the sick and welcoming the stranger. No. They don't take any of that. Thank you. Somebody, I know somebody sent something. It was probably $1. Please, just age. Okay, your prefrontal cortex is not fully developed. It's not going to be for another like 6 or 7 years. Just all I'm asking you, for the love of God, if you don't know about something, don't just pull shit out of your ass. Okay, just have some humility and learn about the thing that you have strong feelings about. You really shouldn't have strong feelings about anything that you don't know about.
I am humble.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Amanda, for the $1 kick, please. Thank you, Neely. Damn, Neely, thank you for the $10 to kick the fetus and bank a few for later. Okay, you got $9 banked. Actually, you got the whole 10 banked because Amanda hit the $1 goal. And thank you, Ruth, for the $10 on PayPal. I can't tell if that has a message. Oh, save any leftovers for the next Christo-fascist call. Copy. All right, so we got $20 banked against any. If anyone wants to come up and talk about Christo-fascism or theocracies, all right, there's 20 American USD aimed right at your head. Nemo, any final thoughts on that, Gust?
Yeah, I mean, at first I was, I guess, doing standard, like scalp stuff, but by the end of it, I mean, I kind of feel sorry for him. Like, not in like in a patronizing or condescending way. He's 18, and I know I'm 32, and I know that one thing that I fucking hated when I was 18 is when people who were older than me were like, "Oh, you'll understand when you're older," but also there is like a legitimate aspect to that to some degree, right? So you're 18. It's obvious that he's still forming his worldview or like his belief structure. It's not fully formed, right? So that's where these gaps in his I guess logic or his beliefs, these gaps, that's what we're seeing, is it's not fully formed. And part of that is because right now is when that is being formed. And that means he is highly susceptible to any number of political influences. So that's partially why, like you had mentioned, young men today, there's a hyper conservative bend because the right wing did one thing smart after they got their asses kicked by Obama, which is they buckled the fuck down and built an infrastructure, an ecosystem online of right-wing talking heads that like independent media, so to speak, right? Not actually, but close enough. And they were self-reinforcing, and they were very easy to just kind of like draw people in. I was drawn into it. I was drawn into the alt-right at one point. Okay, I was in cuckoo alt-right land for about a year and a half, and it wasn't because I'm some like Yahtzee crazy fuck, right? Like I was a liberal prior to being sucked into the alt-right. Then I went to cuckoo alt-right land, and then I mercifully pulled myself out of it, and now I'm like a socialist. But that wasn't like an overnight thing, and it wasn't an easy thing. And bad things happened, like just, I guess interpersonally wise, while I was off in cuckoo la la land. It's bad. And in my case, the pipeline was, again, sort of like dudes. Like Nick Fuentes existed. I didn't listen to his shit back then. But there were charismatic people in the right wing that exist, like Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, Charlie
Kirk.
Yes, Charlie Kirk was just getting his start then. Yeah. And other people who I can't, then more like, I guess, YouTube sphere people like Sargon of Akkad.
So
it's,
I'm just going to give a quick example. Prager University, I think, was also really big, even though it wasn't like one particular person. That was like I had a brief run-in really quick, and don't lose your thought. I know I'll lose this one if I don't get it out. When I was like 18 or 19, where a couple of these videos would pop up on my recommended, but YouTube back then was really different. But this was like 2009, 2008, 2009, maybe even 2007. YouTube was really different, but they would come up on my recommendeds, and I thought it was like an actual university. And some of this stuff, I'm learning and it's interesting. But fortunately for me, on like video 3 or 4, I picked up on something. I was like, wait a second, that's not correct. And then I realized, oh, okay, this is some kind of propaganda. But like, if you don't pick up, the thing I picked up on was something related to slavery. Actually, it was something along the lines of like, oh, they were workers, or slavery wasn't racist because black people were the ones that were sending the slaves, or some bullshit. And I was like, wait, that's not right. And so really quick, like, fortunately for me, it was like the third video, and I shook it. But I mean, if that was video 20, maybe they would have got through. So yeah, finish your thought. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, so a lot of the time, people make inroads. The way that these pipelines work, it oftentimes isn't explicit politics. That's typically how it's done, right? Because if it's explicit politics, people tend to be, I guess, more aware of like, wait, does this what's happening right now? But if it's something else, then it's more innocuous, and people won't pick up on it. So for instance, Joe Rogan is an example of that, right? Dude brings on people to just talk about stuff, right? And some of them are political, right? But whatever. They also talk about, science and aliens and substances or whatever the hell. And he just might occasionally lament about X, Y, and Z. The same thing is true for any number of Twitch streamers, right? Like all the little troglodytes that exist on Twitch. Like Asmongold is the quintessential example.
Yeah. Thank you, Happy Humanist, for the super fan. Thank you so much.
Just Twitch streamers who they have these insane political beliefs that are not challenged, right? They aren't challenged because they're a Twitch streamer and they're playing a game, and a lot of the time people kind of turn off their brain, and now they are susceptible to suggestion. The same thing, like in my case, it was more like deconstruction of like religion. It was like atheist YouTubers who would mock religion. That's how that worked, and it was a slow progression, right? The early or like the late 2000s, early 2010s atheism YouTube was big. Holy shit, it was huge. That was my route in. Gamergate happened around that time. I was not I didn't do. I wasn't big into gaming, so Gamergate was kind of just a tangential thing for me. I didn't really give a shit. But yeah, like there are so many different pipelines. That isn't the only pipe. Like Twitch is a pipeline. What we just described, YouTube, that's a pipeline on like that particular topic. There's also other crazy ones like alternative medicine or natural medicine or whatever the fuck, where people will talk about, oh yeah, well, don't you think we need to get rid of like all these artificial preservatives and dyes and sweeteners and all that stuff? And then all of a sudden now we're talking about, oh well, we need to go to Whole Foods and we need to only drink whole milk because that's what God intended. And but we need to stop eating these things, and that's what's caused people to be autistic. And by the way, the government knows this, and fluoridated water just makes us docile, and it proceeds. There are so many different pipelines with this. And so somebody had mentioned that Ben Shapiro wasn't all right. I know, I'm fully aware that Ben Shapiro is not alt-right. He is along the pipeline. This is a progression. He was one of the charismatic people through the process.
You can't start out at like Milo Yiannopoulos, you get a little Ben Shapiro first and then just work your way down. Yeah. It's there's I'm hoping that maybe because of how much of a colossal fuck up Trump was, a decent amount of these young men that went down this pipeline just like disengage, because at this point I'll take a couple of election cycles of them not worrying about politics for because like this is a problem. It's an entire generation of young men, and I don't know. I mean, the answer is that we need to develop our own pipelines. Like we need more, like you said, not necessarily political entertainment by people that aren't super racist on the inside. People that have regular views. And I think we had a couple of we do have a couple of those that somewhat took place. Like I'll say I don't know anything about him right now, okay? But I know that at some point Philip DeFranco went from being just like a news reporter to he's on the left. And I remember when that point was. It was somewhere around January 6th, something Trump related, where he was just like, okay, I don't care if I lose followers. And so I'm assuming he's still there, especially since he has the podcast with Pearlmania.
Yeah.
I haven't watched him in a while. But like that was a good example, because even before like the overt political thing, I used to watch him, and while he didn't, it wasn't necessarily political, he would maybe say something that is anti-misogynist or anti-racist or whatever it might be, because it came up in a story. And so like that's one example. We need way more, because they have it's built out everywhere. Gym bros, right? We need gym bros on our side too. I mean, we have a couple. We need more. We need more gamers, right, to be on the left, and hopefully don't also be unhinged sex pests. Not naming any names, but that would be great if we had gamers on the left that were just also like not.
That's a damn lie.
Yeah.
That's a damn lie.
And this is something that will take years to develop, and it's likely not going to be a concerted effort. There's no way that like we can all come together. Okay, you're gonna do this. You're gonna. It just. I think it just needs to happen naturally, and maybe just some creators that are more on the left just need to have more courage to let it bleed out a little bit more. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I do not know the answer.
Yeah, well, I mean, to your point, it was in a way it was organic with like with the right wing, I guess, ecosystem forming, right? It quickly became there was a fuck ton of money in it, right?
Yes.
So the money that pumped into it from outside sources, because they would directly benefit from it, that allowed it to grow. In the case of the left, that isn't exactly the case. There's not a shit ton of money, that can just fund this
really,
stuff.
there really is no George Soros check coming in.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I wish. I go live twice a week. I would go live 7 nights a week if George Soros was funding it. Yeah, why not? That's just not the case. But meanwhile, we have people like Tim Pool who were able to build a career off of Russian money.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. Which I mean, there's so much, and I mean, there's also, it's indicative that the I guess broad left, not that like leftist, but just the general vague left doesn't have the same, I guess, monetary backing as the right, because Dave Rubin exists. TYT exists. They're going through some weird ass pivot right now. There are examples of this.
Yeah.
Tim Pool is an example, because Tim Pool, he got his start in Occupy Wall Street. He was like a turbo liberal whatever when he first started. And he still has like relics of that. Like he says that he believes in Medicare for all and shit like that. But he is firmly a right-wing dude. Like that's who he is.
You are fake news.
But
Happy Humanist, thank you so much for the caps and the Rockstar.
So Tim Pool, like he's rich as fuck now, and that's because he did a right-wing pivot. And he also does it the same way that Dave Rubin did it, except he's better at it than Dave Rubin, which is, oh yeah, like I'm with the Democrats from 15 years ago, or the liberals from 20 years ago. I'm more of that kind of liberal. I'm an old school liberal.
I'm a classical
not like
liberal.
This crazy left now. The left just went too far left. The left left me, guys. That's just how it is. Except Tim Pool doesn't sound like Dave Rubin.
You are
and
fake
he's
news.
not as cringe as Dave Rubin. So, Tim Pool was able to kind of, I guess, get more success out of it. But those are examples.
Yeah. I mean, I think either if I don't know if the answer is to somehow like regulate the ability for just foreign nations to fund you indoctrinating people, or if the answer is for more people on the left to have the courage to make their politics known. I don't know what the answer is, but we got to do something. I don't know. You know what?
Thanks, Obama.
Well, Wolvie, thank you for the super fan. I don't know if it's just that the generation of these young men that are so hard right. I don't know if we need to exacerbate the male loneliness epidemic until it hits a breaking point. And they're like, okay, maybe we should listen to the left a little bit, or listen to women. I don't know if that's what it is. If women need to just punish them more, I don't know what it is. But yeah, something's got to give. Maybe a combination of all of them. Mandatory vasectomies. Yeah. No, the male loneliness epidemic can and maybe should get worse if these are the types of people that are going to be voting. Like that guy was he's 18, he didn't get to vote, but he would have voted for Trump. And that's a 3-time Trump voter right there. Put that 18-year-old's ideology in a 45-year-old, that's a 3-time Trump voter. Democrats need to use all this Trump stuff to win the midterms and next election. How is TYT right wing now? Genuinely curious. Nemo, you can tackle that if you want. It's not that they're right wing. It's just
it's not that TYT is explicitly right wing, because they're not. They're not, right? But you get these. Okay. I'm going to moderate the words that I would totally use otherwise. Okay. So Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur, they are the two key people at TYT. Okay. Cenk has some pretty chud-ish views. He is still, I guess, liberal, but he is very much okay with, I guess, extending infinite grace to right-wing figures that agree with him on one specific thing, and giving zero grace to any left-wing figure that does not adhere to an ideology 100%. So it's it is an absolute purity test for left wing, and total just, oh well, yeah, I know he's racist, but for the right wing, okay, the example, Marjorie Taylor Greene versus AOC. They like to chastise AOC all the time, but they will happily run cover for Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's the lady who said Jewish space lasers. That's her. That's still her. Now, has Marjorie Taylor Greene, has her political stance evolved since then? Hardly, but whatever. That still doesn't make it okay to talk to the crazy Jewish space laser lady and extend her infinite grace, but then be like zero willingness to accept fault or to accept imperfection when it comes to AOC or Ilhan Omar or any left-wing figure, anybody any progressive in the Democratic Party. Okay, so that is an example. Anna Kasparian also, she is
openly anti-Semitic and anti-feminist.
Yes,
as of late, or I guess more feminist than Pearl. To be fair.
Yeah, but she is. There's a lot going on with her.
Just some quotes. Thank you, Kai, for the. I was scrolling through Discord to find the screenshot. But the Goyim are noticing is a direct quote from Anna Kasparian. The noticing, by the way, is a dog whistle about Jewish people and the idea that they control everything. There's so she's got a bunch of really, really mask off things recently. And I mean, I'm happy that Nemo explained the more nuanced points about the infinite grace for the right, as long as you agree a little bit on populism, and then zero grace for the left. But with some of the quotes out of Anna recently, it's rough to justify. Yeah,
Anna, especially Anna, it's been bad. Cenk, I think, is still potentially salvageable, but Anna, it's I don't expect that she will remain with TYT for too much longer. She's just kind of looking for a solid exit vehicle. PBD was not that. She worked with PBD as Patrick Bet David.
Wait, she worked with him as what?
It was it called Her Take? I think is what it was called. It was.
I do not like Patrick. I hate that guy so much.
Oh yeah, no. He is. Oh god, yeah, just all the bad things, right? But I think PBD had. I think it was called Her Take. It was her and Jillian. What's her face? The former coach, trainer person. I think
oh my god, yeah,
Loser.
The Biggest Loser, Jillian Michaels, I think.
That's it. Yes. So
what happened to her? That was a whole other. Thank you, Happy you missed that.
Oh yeah, she went into turbo right wing land.
Yeah,
that's, I guess, Biggest Loser stopped bringing in the dough, and she was like, well, I can just cash some checks by being a bigot. So
every clip I've seen of her has been horrendous in the past year. Jesus. Okay. Yeah. As much as I love the Nemo and Dan talk about the internet podcast, we probably should get to go to the next guest.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're totally fine. And I think chat was enjoying it. It's just it is 4 a.m. I'm noticing. Not that noticing. But okay. Really quick, I do want to shout out some. I know I missed a couple gifts during that last guest. So Neely, Olga, Mischievous, Jessica, Sam, Ice Cold, Carrie, Dan, Nicole, Luna, Jenny Chico's mom, Please Cheese Me, Mad Cat, DN, Medusa Justice, Shui. Okay, that's I think everybody in the top. I don't know. That's the top like 40 there, or not 40. What was that? That was the top 20 there. Okay. Made Dan notice. All right, that's number 1. Thank you all. As a reminder, for anyone watching, I don't. If you super fanned, that's awesome. If you sent the gift, that's awesome. If you sent the Venmo or whatever, that's awesome. The only thing I'm asking for is that you just make sure that you're following. Everybody that's interacting in any way is a massive help. Even if you're just listening while folding laundry, I really appreciate every single one of you. Is Nemo on every single live? No, Nemo occasionally pops in, but he is always a welcome guest. We don't really have a set co-host live. I like the idea back when I was live more often of doing something along the lines of mutual Monday or something where we have like a different co-host every week. But right now I'm barely live, and I'm sorry, and I apologize, but I swear I will be live more often one day. Okay. Go to the next guest. Here we go. Oh, and make sure to follow Nemo if you aren't already. And then don't play with us. Is this a bad time to let y'all know that I am not going to be live next week? I have a lot of like family events next week, so it's yeah. All right, we're going to the next guest. Here we go. Reported and unfollowing. Hi, welcome up. Stuck on 11. Did you mean to request? Actually, you were in the request box a long time ago. This person might have fell asleep. I'm following as we speak. Listen, it's okay. So it's first of all, it's Orthodox Easter. Okay, for those that don't know, my family is Christian Orthodox, and I'm going to be taking my mom to church on Easter Sunday, but that's next week because our calendar is a little bit different. So that's one. Two, it's also going to be my brother's birthday, and then there is a third special event that I'm not sure about talking about yet. It's a good thing though. It's a good thing. But yeah, so I'm going to be off next week. My cousins are Russian Orthodox. Okay, here we go. Next guest. Sorry, I was reading chat when I said that. My cousins are not Russian Orthodox, because they're not Russian. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
Yeah, thanks for bringing me up.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'd call myself conservative. I wouldn't say I'm MAGA, but yeah. I guess where do you want to start talking?
Okay. I mean, what is an issue that that means a lot to you that makes you conservative?
Yeah, I guess one of the major issues I have is just localism. I think the way our government and the way society in general should be organized is to have more authority and more decision making at the most local level possible. So as a result, I'm really skeptical of like large national governments or like globalization or cosmopolitanism. I think these are things that like undercut a vibrant community life, and I think they make people's living conditions, they make the economic conditions in a lot of places in this country like near unlivable. I think when we take decision power away from people who don't really have much material interest in the communities that they're making decisions about, and we give it to people who actually are invested in those communities and actually have deep reasons to care about those communities, like welfare, that's how we create actual success.
Okay, so you're saying you're for small government?
Well, I'm for like strong local governments. I'm for very, very strong local governments, but I'm against like centralized national governments that are very strong.
Okay, what specifically about the federal government would you be against?
Well, I mean, broadly speaking, I think things like bureaucracy in the federal government it's a pretty big issue. But also, it's just the issue of accountability. Like, you're able to hold your local elected leaders more accountable. You're able to bring your concerns and to kind of have things mediated with local officials.
I agree with
a lot
this.
easier than you can to like with federal government bureaucrats or like Congress people.
I actually agree with you on this. How is this a conservative view?
You don't think localism is a conservative view, or having
Just
like smaller, decentralized government?
Well, hold on. So you said you're able to hold your local officials accountable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How does how does a national government change that?
I'm not saying we shouldn't have a national government at all. I'm just saying the most important decisions about the economy and about like socialism in general should be handled at the local level, because those are the people that are closest to the conditions that are actually happening in the community. And those are the people that can be held more accountable. Like, sure, in principle, you can hold national leaders accountable, but there is just a higher degree of separation in how your actions can affect them, compared to how your actions would affect someone in local government, or how like your voice, I guess, will reach them.
So, like, is your argument that local governments don't have enough power?
Yeah, I think they should be given more power. Like, if I think the Articles of Confederation was probably too extreme. Like, are you familiar with the Articles of Confederation before the Constitution and things of that nature? I think that probably was too far. But I want a middle ground between what we have now and that. But definitely towards, if I were alive like during the Constitutional Convention, I'd be an anti-federalist probably. I don't think I probably would not want the federal government to be as powerful as it is right now at all.
Can you be specific what powers you want the local government to have over the federal government?
It's a good question. I would say almost any form of economic regulation should be entirely handled by either state officials or like municipal level officials. Like, I think all forms of economic regulation should be handled at that level, not with a few exceptions, but the vast majority should be handled at like decided at the level of a state or like a municipality.
Can you give some examples of what you mean by economic regulation?
Like zoning laws. I mean, but zoning laws are already mainly handled at a local level.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd say a lot of environmental regulations should also be handled, broadly speaking, at the local level too. Like regulations regarding like forestation, things of that nature. I think a lot of the national agencies that handle that should probably be dispersed and brought onto local. I would even say immigration. This might be surprising. I don't think ICE should be a federal agency. I think it should be something that's handled entirely at the state level.
How do you square that with interstate commerce?
What would be the issue there?
Well, so immigration as an example, right? So let's say that the state of Texas is extremely anti-immigration, but the state of New Mexico is extremely pro-immigration. So it allows anybody that comes across the border in New Mexico to immigrate into the country and to become an American citizen. Just for the sake of argument, let's just pretend that that was a thing. So now they have full voting power at the federal level and at the state level, right? But then they want to go to Texas. Would they be allowed to go to Texas?
Well, obviously, I'm not saying states should have complete power. I'm not saying the federal government should have like next to no power at all. I'm just like, I don't think states should be able to grant citizenship unilaterally. And I would also say that just because states have more autonomy and they have more liberty to make decisions and they're giving more power over regulation of immigration to that nature, that doesn't mean that they can't cooperate and like mediate issues. That's why the national government exists under this sort of system. The national government would help mediate like a disagreement that Texas or some other state might have, and they find a way to come to some like compromise. But I think when you just give the national government the power to set these policies, when people in like California have radically different needs when it comes to immigration, when it comes to just economic concerns in general, the federal government is going to have to mediate far too many concerns. But when we give more of this power to the states, there are a lot less interests, conflicting interests that need to be mediated in a state government than you would need in a national government, and even less interest in a municipal, like county level government. There, it's really simple to sort out like what you need to do to help your constituents.
Okay, so I have a question and I have a point. I'll do the point first because depending on how you answer the question, it can open a whole other can of worms. So just a quick point on the other thing you had mentioned, because you had mentioned immigration, but you also mentioned like environmental regulations. Environmental regulations affect more than just your local municipality or even your state. The air the air quality, the water quality, all of this stuff, and even frankly, it could be in regards to food quality as well, affects people in other states. So the idea that states should have more power, or local governments should have more power to do environmental regulation, doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. But the thing I was going to ask you was, did you vote in the last election?
Yeah, I did.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Did you vote for Kamala Harris?
I voted third party. I'm not happy about it. Like, I'll be totally frank. I regret doing that. But yeah, I mean, I was a much less mature person back then. So
knowing what you know
I'm
now,
proud of it, but
knowing what you know now, who would you voted for?
Well, I don't think I would have voted for Kamala Harris, to be totally honest. I probably might not have voted, to be totally honest. I think a lot of the issues I'm concerned with, I don't think either of these candidates are that interested in like actually bringing localism or like bringing these sort of initiatives into fruition. I think they're just kind of leading into the same issue. So I might even agree that Kamala Harris might have been marginally better on some things, that it doesn't really like affect the calculus I'm making that much. I think they're both almost as bad to me. Like, there's not much meaningful distinction.
I don't know if you noticed it, but a lot of the things you described that were things that you wanted the local government to have more power in were things that Donald Trump is directly concentrating power to the federal government, let alone the executive branch. Like, he is literally the antithesis to like 99% of what you just talked about. And the reason I wasn't like hitting you over the head with that is because I never asked who you voted for. But like, do you not see that?
What Trump is doing is horrible, but it's a culmination of centuries of this progression. I think Trump is probably the worst offender in recent memory, but he's not like an outlier that just started doing this shit. Like, this stuff has began really, I think, with FDR. Like, FDR is probably where it starts, sort of like, even if you take a civics class, they'll talk about like, there's this concept called marble cake and layer cake federalism. So prior to like the 1930s, basically, the way like federalism works in this country was, broadly speaking, the state and federal government had like, different powers, and a lot of the operation was very different. Like, for example, the Bill of Rights didn't really apply to states in the same way that it applied to the federal government. Over time, like to some degree after the 14th Amendment, but especially after the 1930s and the New Deal and a lot of the reforms, things like the NRA, things of that nature, there was a shift. And I think we're seeing that shift towards a centralized, more powerful federal government and local authorities not really mattering that much. I think
Can you tell me the last time?
But he's removing Trump isn't going to fix the problem.
Okay, really quick. No, I didn't. Yeah, but not letting him do what he's doing by voting for Kamala Harris would have maybe stymied the issue, because I'm just going to ask you this. Can you tell me the last time that a president tried to take away the states' rights to conduct their own elections?
The last time? I have no idea.
Never happened. That's right. So the idea that Trump is just a continuation of this...
Are you talking about like the SAVE Act? Is that what you're saying? Is an example of that?
Well, it goes even beyond the SAVE Act. What Donald Trump is proposing is nationalizing elections.
Okay, I think that's obviously bad.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if you're expecting me to like defend Trump. That's not going to happen.
No, I'm not expecting you to defend Trump. I'm expecting you to live in the same reality that we all do, in that Kamala Harris wasn't marginally better. She was like way better.
Well, I mean, on some issues, yes. But when I'm saying that they're marginally better, I'm talking about the scope of what long term is going to lead to a society that's cohesive and healthy and that works. And I think both of these candidates take us in that direction of things like globalization, of things like just extremely dystopian, powerful, like national governments that aren't really concerned at all about the interests of like their citizens, are just really focused on these broad, like international sort of affairs, and not really materially concerned in people's lives, the day-to-day lives of common Americans. I think that's the direction that both of these people are taking us to. So sure, they might be better, but I'm trying to take action that's more, like, I guess, long-term in its scope. if you don't like that, that's fine. I mean, I'm just telling you what my view is. I don't really know how else to engage. Or you just
I just don't think your view is based in reality. Nothing Kamala Harris was proposing was something that would push us in the direction that you just described.
what?
Rocks Fox, thank you for the $1. Can you tell guests to eat bread?
Okay, when you say that, I mean, what do you think the direction I've described is? What do you think I'm describing?
Okay, so you're describing a situation where the federal government, right?
Yeah.
Is concentrating more of the power to the top and removing power from local and state governments, right? That's the big thing. That's the overarching thing, right? What did Kamala Harris propose that would have been anywhere near that?
Well, the issue is Kamala Harris, like, even if she's not saying anything that's gonna insanely expand upon that, she presupposes the way the federal government works right now, and she has no issue with continuing that. And the policies that she's talking about, these are things that just presuppose the existing order. She's just going to continue to further into these sort of things.
Let me
Obviously.
let me ask you something. So, if you are trying to get somewhere, okay, but there's a block in your way, do you think it would make more sense to try to work around the block, or to just put your car in reverse and just drive backwards?
Yeah, I mean, no one should vote for Trump. Did I say you should vote for Trump?
No. But the idea that, okay, so you're saying, okay, so Kamala is status quo. Donald Trump is literally accelerating the centralization of power to the federal government by 100-fold. Like, I can give you probably 10 examples. I can give you 5, and Nemo can jump in with the other 5. We could give you 10 examples of Donald Trump doing something unprecedented that takes power away from local and state governments, and even lower parts of the federal government, and concentrates it to the executive branch, which is directly antithesis to what you're describing. And you're saying, yeah, but she would have been the status quo. So, like, even in your worldview, one is demonstrably worse.
Yeah, I mean, I've told you there. I told you that I would view Harris to be better, at least in the issue of localism. Yeah, probably, because she's not gonna do things with endorse like unitary executive theory, things of that nature. Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't disagree with that.
So then,
but again, I said this isn't the only value I have. It's one of the more important ones. But there are other, like, related values that I think probably doesn't do very good on. Like, I know you said today, I guess you don't want to talk about this. I'm pro-life. That's one big consideration. That's saying that it's kind of a non-negotiable from my, like, perspective on things. But again, it's just, to me, I don't think the sort of differences, like, long-term, that Kamala Harris is going to have are going to make life that much better for people. I think it's just broadly going to continue the same existing system where the government is not concerned, has no reason to really care about the lives of common Americans.
I don't know how else to make someone understand that making things worse makes things worse. Like, it's tautological. Like, it's, for me, this is like a no-brainer. It's like, okay,
that's why you shouldn't have voted for Trump.
That guy,
you shouldn't vote for Trump.
Yeah, but you what you could have done, and what you can even use the foresight. I'm granting you. I said, if you know everything you know now, and you're still not voting against him, you're still just letting him happen. It's just, to me, it's so difficult because it's like trying to.
I would be voting against. I would be voting for another candidate other than him.
Yeah, no,
I did do that.
No, okay, there was only one candidate in that race that could have prevented Donald Trump from winning the election. Her name was Kamala Harris. Okay, and it's just so difficult. It's like trying to describe a new color, right? I can't. I've had to do it I've had to do this for almost 2 years now. But
you think
the idea. No, I'm just gonna
voting with a third party is helping Trump. What?
Yes. What I think if
conservative right winger voting third party that helps. Do you think?
You're a conservative right winger based on just labels, I guess. It's not based on your, because the things you described, your big things, don't really have to do with the Republicans right now. Because
Republicans are hardly a conservative party. What are they conservative?
Right. So, It depends on your definition of conservatism. We can go into that. But again,
can you name any? What are they conservative about our society? What?
What are conservative values?
What are they
in society?
conservative about the American way of life or about the American dream? Not anything at all.
I mean, okay, I guess. Awesome. So
Yeah, I don't think
anyway,
they're a conservative party.
back to my point. So if someone, one of their big issues is the increase of power, the centralization of power to the federal government. That was their big issue. And you have this person, and in I'm just going by your view, okay? I'm not even debating my view. This person would be the status quo. This person would accelerate the thing that I dislike 10x. I'm not going to pick either. I'm just going to roll the dice. To me, this is so beyond where my brain is. I can't even fathom it. It's like describing a new color. It's just, I'm always a million out of a million times, I'm voting for the person
I
that doesn't think
understand your
worse.
view. Like, I don't think it's wrong to vote on the basis of harm reduction. Like, there's nothing wrong about that. I think someone that chose to vote for Harris based on considerations you're laying out, they'd be totally justified in that. I just don't necessarily view voting that way. I view voting based upon values. There's some like non-negotiable values I have about how our government should work. That if you're going directly counter to that, you don't owe my vote just because you're marginally better than some other guy. Like if it was I don't know, Hitler versus Satan in the election, I'm not gonna vote for Hitler. I know that's an extreme, absurd analogy. I understand like it's not analogous entirely. But
honestly, no. Actually, listen. If you gave me an analogy, right?
You would vote for Hitler over Satan.
Well, Satan's not real. Like you got to. If you actually give me like,
let's say Satan was real.
Huh?
Let's say Satan was real. Well, let's say I don't know.
I mean, that's
Stalin or
no
Hitler.
matter who the fuck it is. Okay, the analogy I've given before is if the election is JD Vance versus Marco Rubio, and I don't know how it happened, but that's the only two. And even if the revolution starts tomorrow, if election day is today, I'm getting my ass to the polls and voting for Marco Rubio. To me, this is it's easy. I'm always picking the better of the options that are in front of me.
Look, I'm not
and
even
you're
saying
just
that
willing to
necessarily
let
wrong. That people vote in different ways. People value and look and make discrimination using different criteria. I don't know what else to say to that. Like I understand where you're coming from. I'm not even
for me, I don't know why
but
voting is like for you is like picking like a partner in life. It doesn't like we don't do this for any other thing.
I think we should hold our politicians to a higher standard. I think when we just vote for whoever is the better candidate, all we do is just encourage the status quo. That's all you're doing. You're not in like advancing society towards any change. You just enforce the status quo. And politicians, if they know that all they need to do is be better than the other candidate, they have no reason to do any better. So you're just gonna keep like enforcing the existing
watch this. I'm gonna debunk this in one question. Did you vote in either primary?
Did I vote in either primary? No.
Yeah, no. So you don't actually care. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, I care about candidate quality. I didn't vote in the primaries. Hell, I don't even know if there were primaries.
I think the parties themselves are part of the problem. I think the two-party system in of itself is an issue. I'm not registered Republican. I'm not going to vote in the Republican primary. What?
Okay. All right.
How do you fix a two-party system?
How do you fix the two-party system?
Yep.
Well, there are a number of ways. We could like focus on having. I forget what the system's called. Ranked choice voting. I think that's one good step.
Excellent answer.
Yeah, ranked choice voting
ranked choice voting is how you do it. Now,
I think also
with that in mind, number one, we have to accept the fact that the two-party system exists, and you have to operate within the system that you have, not the system that you want, right? Because I agree with you that the two-party system is ultimately deleterious to the broader, I guess, political game, right? Or or politics broadly. I agree on that, right? I think that we should have more than two parties. Unfortunately, this is the ultimate conclusion of the way that the system is set up. It's like artifacts of the way that the system was constructed, right? And so specifically, it's the Electoral College. So the Electoral College for the president, just for the president, right? That dictates a two-party system. A third party will never, ever win in the Electoral College. They can only ever serve as a spoiler. That's the reality, okay? That's not me being like a Johnny Raincloud, being like, oh, fuck it, you have to you have to just get in line or whatever. That's just the political reality. The most successful third party candidate that we've had in the last I don't know, like 30 or 40 years was Ross Perot back in 90s.
The 90s, yeah.
Yeah. He got 20% of all votes cast in that election. 1 in 5 people in America.
Did he even win a state? I don't think he won any state in the election.
Yeah, he won 0 states. 1 in 5 people voted for him. 0 states in the electoral college. Why? Because
I think technically
someone
did the math, but you could technically have you could technically win. I forget. You could technically win like 12 states. Get like half the popular vote. Still lose the election. Like there are insane combinations you can have with this system.
Well, I mean, that's because the electoral college is it's outdated, right? But the electoral college is literally set up to incentivize a 2-party system. It is zero sum, right? That's kind of the thing, is that the electoral college specifically is zero sum, right? It is either A or B. There is no C, because C only serves to strengthen one of the other two. It doesn't serve its own purpose. So we saw that with Ross Perot, because he split the conservative vote and basically let Clinton go in. Because H.W. Bush, even though he wasn't super loved at the time, he probably would have won if Ross Perot did not run. But that's what happened. So, and then the inverse of that happened in 2000, right? Because Ralph Nader took just enough votes in the state of Florida to give us George W. Bush. And well, that was, when it comes to presidential elections, it is a 2-party system. Do I like that? No. But that is how it is. So if you want to get rid of the electoral college, which I think that is a relatively easy thing to agree on, then you would necessarily want to vote for the Democrat, because Democrats are way more for getting rid of the electoral college, going to a national popular vote. Also, Democrats generally are for ranked choice voting. Like that, I can tell you, Republicans not hot on ranked choice voting. Not a thing that is common amongst Republicans. Ranked choice voting, very popular amongst lefties. So it's just a matter of, you kind of have to like explain it to people. But once they get it, ranked choice voting is fucking awesome, right? And people love it. So if you want to do that, if you want to do ranked choice voting, then you have to start bottom up, right? So bottom up means that you need to be electing people who are for ranked choice voting, which is gonna probably be left wing. But also, in the meantime, it's not like you can just sit out everything else. Because the system is still operating as you are attempting to change it. That's the difference, is that this isn't done in a vacuum. So you have to contend with other variables unfolding in real time while attempting to change the system. It's rough, and accelerationists do not like this, and they will dress it up in a lot of romantic language of saying you can't use the master's tools against the master or whatever. But the truth is, like, we have to operate in this system. We don't have parity with like militaries. Okay, so like the people do not have a parity with the military, especially Americans.
Yeah, I'm not advocating for like a violent revolution or something.
Exactly.
But,
okay, and
like,
so
I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not like an insane dogmatist. Like, I have no issue with like working with people that I disagree radically on issues. Like, I doubt I'm gonna agree with you guys on abortion or on other social issues. But that doesn't mean I'm never gonna be willing to see like eye to eye and say like maybe there's some Democrat candidate on these issues. Like maybe I can consider support. I'm not like a dogmatist on that. Like I'm willing to amend my views when it comes to some issue or that or another. Like I'm not like, well, so I'm not like insanely strict to that degree.
Well, at that point, it sounds like, so if you're not dogmatic, which that's good, then that would imply that you're pragmatic, right? Which
generally it depends.
I have described myself as a pragmatic leftist a lot, and I wish that pragma had the same origins as the word dogma, so I could say pragma over dogma, because that would be a really good slogan, but it doesn't, so it actually doesn't work in English, but whatever. In any case, pragmatism over dogmatism. That's the reality, because unfortunately on the left, like people in, I guess, my ideological space, because I'm a socialist, there are what are referred to as tankies, accelerationists, people who are hardcore into the we are going to like proletariat revolution after achieving class consciousness. We're going to overthrow the fucking bourgeoisie. We're going to install a vanguard party. Motherfuckers, let's go. Like dictatorship of the proletariat. Except that is totally not about to happen. And it barely happened with the Soviets, right? Like, and tens of millions of people
it
died
did.
in the
It
process.
did happen with the Soviets. To be honest, if I was a leftist, if I was a socialist, I would probably be more a Marxist-Leninist or a tanky than like a Demsoc. I think their view actually is more.
Like you have accelerationist leanings.
I mean, I don't. Here's the thing, like, generally, I'd say I'm a reformist on a lot of issues. Like, I'm not really fond of the idea of revolution, because I think revolutions, like, have a high cost in human life. But I think if you want to enact socialism, like on a broad scale, I don't think that's something that's possible to reform in the way you're talking about. Like, I just don't think it is. I think the Marxist-Leninists make a good point on that. I think when you see these attempts at socialism within democratic socialist countries, they're at best like more liberalized types of capitalism. But even like countries that people will talk about as being examples of democratic socialism, like the Nordic countries, they have freer markets than the United States. Like this is something that like generally surprised you, but like the Nordic countries have freer markets than we do. Like they just have a much bigger welfare state, which maybe that's what you want. You just want free markets and a welfare state. But then, are you really a socialist? I don't think you should be calling yourself one. That's all your view amounts to.
Nordic countries aren't socialist. Anybody who identifies as a socialist, they're confusing it with what's referred to as
yeah, I know. But like I heard Demsocs that will call those countries socialist. When I mean, I don't know.
Well, no. So people who call themselves Demsocs, but then point to Scandinavian countries, are more than likely calling themselves Demsocs because Bernie Sanders calls himself a Demsoc, and AOC calls himself.
And then that's the Bernie Sanders talking point.
Well, they call themselves democratic socialists, and I still kind of don't know the difference.
But. Yeah, well, okay, so I and Trombone probably knows the distinction, but it's very simple. So a democratic socialist wants the economic model to be socialist, okay? A social democrat, so basically just flip the words almost. A social democrat is fine with maintaining a capitalist economy, or like, I guess, a free market economy, but with greater regulation, like heavy regulation, stronger welfare state. Typically, the government is larger with social democrats. That is what the Nordic model is. Those are all what are referred to as social democracies. They are still capitalist countries, like currency, money exchanges, all that good stuff, right? And the people do not own the means of production generally. So, but you can start your own company and you own it, and it is like the hierarchy is dictatorial, right? Like your word is law, that whole thing for your company. That is very much still capitalist. And so Nordic countries are what are called social democracies. Heavily regulated capitalism. That is essentially the difference. Democratic socialists want a socialist economy. Social democrats want a capitalist economy that is heavily regulated. That's the difference.
Well, I mean, what I guess I'm kind of saying is, when it comes to like democratic socialism, I don't think you can reform your way to that. Like, I don't think that you can do so many reforms that eventually there's a vanguard party. I don't think that's how it works.
I mean, I think that the idea of a vanguard party, like that's advocated by MLs. The concept of a vanguard party, as it was described by like Lenin or whatever, it requires violence, more or less. And so, no, I'm not for that. I'm not for the idea of just installing a vanguard party, like then the idea being like installing by force.
How do you think capitalism is abolished then?
how is capitalism abolished?
Hmm.
So it's a gradual process. So I'd say that we take what we have now, we go to a social democracy model. So in theory, just become more, I guess, like Scandinavian countries, and then it just becomes gradual, where you push for stronger unions, and then eventually push for co-ops, and then eventually that becomes the standard. And then if you do, at that point, whenever we're talking about co-ops all over the damn place for businesses, the workers literally own the means of production at that point, because they are worker-owned businesses.
In the words of Maurice Bishop, it took us hundreds of years to go from serfdom to capitalism. It would take hundreds of years to go from capitalism to socialism.
Yeah, but the often like the switch from serfdom to capitalism was pretty violent. Like it wasn't necessarily reforms. These were violent revolutions. Like, I mean, you said the French Revolution was like a reformist like movement where the Jacobins like the equivalent to, so like if you were to compare the transformation in other places, the Jacobins are more like the MLs, the Marxist Leninists, than they are the Social Democrats, and they were the ones that actually brought the real transformation there. But I guess I see where you're coming from. I don't really have that much against Social Democrats. I'm not here to like bash on you, but I think there are just better, more pragmatic ways to go around this sort of thing.
Also, really quick, Carrie, before the topic kind of got lost, but I know you wanted to come up and say something. I don't know if you
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, now I can. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say, like, ask him one quick question about abortion. And that is, like, what is your stance on, like, are you just trying to get, like, the numbers down? Or what's your stance on abortion?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I'm pro-life. I don't think abortion. I mean, and I don't think there should be any abortions. But yeah, I would definitely be in favor of bringing down the number.
My argument would be you should vote Democrat because since the overturning of Roe, more abortions. That's too, like,
Carrie,
you're looking at
unfortunately, you're
15
cutting
years.
out. But
Since the overturning of Roe. Okay. Did you hear what I said at all?
Yeah,
It's like
I
delayed,
heard a
please.
little bit, but I'm not really fully sure.
Since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, there's been a net increase in the amount of abortions.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if that's true. It's possible, but that would just lead to me to support laws that would actually be able to. I think some of the laws that have been implemented in certain states, like I think the Texas abortion laws, I think those laws are probably not ethical. And just because I'm pro-life doesn't mean I think any law that restricts abortion is ethical. I hold to some exceptions, but that's because some of these laws aren't working properly and are leading to bad situations. Doesn't mean that in principle I should shift my position and vote for like abortion, no restriction abortion, or next to none. Like I don't know how that follows.
What is no restriction
You either
abortion?
want less abortion or you don't. To me, it's like black and white. And if you do want less abortion, then you would go toward.
Well, there are different ways to achieve that.
Okay,
like the current
the
might not be
system.
working. That doesn't mean I shouldn't look for some other way to achieve that.
Can we just? You're not in reality though. Like, of course,
How am I
there's
not
great
in
ways to achieve it, but they've overturned Roe for years now.
Well, yeah, I guess this is a good question. So, what in your ideal world, right? If clearly you disagree with the laws in a lot of these states, what would your ideal world? What laws would you implement to reduce the number of abortions?
I mean, I think the language should be more specific. I think we should make very clear that in situations where the life of the mother is at risk, like if a doctor comes to that conclusion, then yeah, we should allow the doctor to do whatever is necessary. I think we should be clear with that line. I think a lot of these legislations, like they're not clear. They're waiting by people that I don't think have a very concise knowledge of like the medical situation at hand here. And there are things like ectopic pregnancies where like I don't think people know like how this works. So they come to misunderstandings of that. And I think that's a core reason why a lot of these policies, why a lot of these laws are leading to mortalities are not necessary. So that would be my position there. But none of this would entail that I would need to start supporting Democrats who don't want any meaningful restrictions on abortion, who on some instances are okay with abortions into the third and second trimester. I'm not saying that all Democrats support that. I want to be clear. I'm just saying that there are some instances where there are Democrats that have no issue with that.
Who have you ever heard say that?
Well, there are quotes of elected officials that Democrats have said things along those lines. Do you dispute that?
Yes,
What
I've
are the-
never heard a Democrat say they're okay with
What are the instances? Yeah,
I
can you
mean,
be specific?
abortion.
I could pull them up, but I'm pretty sure there was a Californian official. I mean, regardless, it's beside the point. But I think you'd agree in general that Democrats are for less restrictions. They want to push the wave towards less restrictions.
No, they want Roe. They want the doctor to decide, and they want Roe. That's all Democrats want.
Yeah, no, that's less restrictive than what currently.
And it is
exists.
now, yes, but they're
Mhm.
not for just anybody having abortions at any term.
And I
after
never
the-
said that they're all for that. I said they are for less restrictions, and they're pushing that direction.
Yeah, you were the same guest that was like for localism, or was that the person before? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. So wouldn't the most local
Mhm.
decision here be between the woman and her doctor? Why would you want to get more government involved?
Did I say I'm against government or like strong government? Said I'm for like local government being more powerful. That doesn't mean I think I'm like a libertarian or I think that we should have NAP or that you shouldn't aggress some people's like property. No, I think it's totally fine for the state to like in some instances like take individual liberties from people. Yeah, depending on the situation.
Why do you draw the line at the state though? Like that. So what Dan, which I was thinking the exact same thing. Like what Dan's laying out here is the logical endpoint of, I guess, localism or like decentralized governance, right? So why do you draw the line at the state?
Why do I draw the line at the state?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like why do you?
So
what
okay,
principle
for
am I not
example,
applying to
like
state
so
that I'm no longer
the
applying
state
to?
the state government is going to be the one that passes laws related to AB access. Okay. But why is that acceptable as opposed to, say, the county or congressional district or the city? Like why are we drawing the line specifically at the state and not something smaller than the state?
I never said the line stops at the state. I think like the state is one level where we start to draw power to. But we expand. I think we should expand the power of municipalities and of like more local level administrators. Yeah, I mean, I never said the line stops at the state. No.
Okay, so if you're fine with the line moving,
hmm
the issue then becomes, well, if the state says this cannot happen, what power does the locality have against that?
If the state says this cannot happen,
Correct.
well, it depends on what is like. Obviously, there are some fundamentals. Like, for example, I think we should probably have some civil rights regulations. Like, there should be some basic laws about like basic civil liberties that the state or even the national government should set in place. But
Well,
there's
I'm
room
talking specifically about abortion access.
about
So-
abortion access.
Yes. So, like, if the
Well-
state says this is the cutoff point, fuck
Yeah,
you.
I'd say see abortion as like a civil liberty issue. I think it impedes on the civil liberties, on the rights of the fetus to live. So yeah, I'd say the national and state government have the right there. In the same way they have the right about like just all other civil liberty considerations in general. Like
Well, all of other civil liberty implication or considerations occur at when the person is born, right?
why would I even believe that? What?
The Constitution says that
Okay.
all persons born.
Yeah, I mean,
Just that silly
sure, the
little
Constitution uses that
Constitution.
language. I'm not. Did I say I'm a constitutionalist, like originalist? What? Why would I care what the specific language the Constitution uses? I think the Constitution
Every
is cool
time
on
he's
some
like
stuff, but
it's
push
the
down on
concept
something, he
of
just goes, "Well, I didn't say that." Like
It's the
everything.
concept of personhood. Like that's the thing, dude. Is like
Look,
what is a person?
I'm not
what
like
has
a legal
rights?
positivist. I'm not a legal positivist. Like my view of personhood is something that has more to do with, I guess, with like a view that doesn't start with like birth. It has to do with like, I guess, ensoulment and things of that nature. But it has nothing to do with when someone is born. I think that's absurd. Well, you can even say it has something to do with like the mind or with sentience. But the fetuses are sentient before birth. So even if you say person
correct,
is
do you know when sentience occurs?
Sentience? That's quibbled over. There are some people that argue for
sentience
below 20 weeks, but generally it's at 20 weeks. But there's some medical like authorities that would argue below 20 weeks. It's a newer view, but generally I would say 20 weeks.
Sentience doesn't occur before 20 weeks.
Yeah, generally that's what's accepted. But there are people that disagree. But regardless, I wouldn't even like most people that are even pro-choice would say that personhood can be hinged upon sentience. And sentience doesn't even it's something that starts way before birth. So if the Constitution says
Roe.
that,
Everyone always goes back to what Roe was, which is what we should have stuck with.
Okay, if so the Constitution and we accept that language, I just think that leads to absurd implications. Like to say that personhood has nothing to do with sentience. I think most people, even people that are
great. Am I a person?
I hope you are. Sure, probably.
Okay, cool. So if I'm a person, do I have rights to my body and who I want to use my body?
Well, you have rights, but they're limited and infringing other people's rights.
No. Do I have autonomy as a person?
It's not unlimited. It depends on the situation.
Is yours?
No, mine isn't either.
Oh, really? Okay, so where is yours limited?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a draft. It's one very good example.
Really? Why do you guys use the same talking point? I'm so tired of this. There hasn't been a draft in 50 years.
But there could be one any time, and I could go to war, and I have.
Oh my gosh! And a bus could crash into you tomorrow.
My geographical. I have no control over my geographical location.
Wait! Trombone. Why is it that only men can be drafted?
I don't. Because
men made that law. Men decided that only men can be drafted.
What? That just proves the principle I'm saying, that your autonomy, autonomy is unlimited. There's situations where it can be.
Okay, wait. So let me just really quick. I'm just gonna really quick moderate the conversation a little bit. Trombone, are you for the draft?
Am I for the draft? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. If a nation needs to go to war, we probably need to do that.
Yeah, right.
That's
when it comes
so
down
disturbing.
to it, he's like
What's disturbing about that? Yeah, I think it do. Like, I mean, I think
it's very easy.
Like sometimes the draft has been done unethically. Like I think if I was drafted to Iran today to fight for our proxy state, whatever you want to call what Israel is doing, like I think that wouldn't be a war I'd want to fight for. But that doesn't mean the concept.
What about Vietnam?
Principle. Vietnam. Yeah, I think Vietnam was an unethical war. Yeah, I don't think we should have gone there. But yeah, that just because there have been examples where America has done unethical drafts doesn't mean that the concept of a draft in general is in principle immoral. No.
I've never heard someone argue both sides.
War is justified. There are just wars. Those things exist.
Okay, so you're just back and forth on all of your points here. Like you're taking both sides simultaneously, and it's wild. So. You think that I have limited autonomy because something else can use my body without my permission because I can't have any control over a biological process.
Could you say the last part there? Repeat that.
I don't have control over a biological process.
Okay. And look, all I'm saying, that autonomy rights are not unlimited, and in some situations, like when a country is going to war,
and what I'm saying,
your autonomy infringes on the person's life, then yes, your autonomy rights can be stripped from you.
If I do not want something using my organs, causing me to have pain, causing irreparable changes in my body and the chemistry of my brain, I have every right to make that decision, just like I made the choice twice and get cut open doing so.
Okay.
The wild part to me is that men want to say what we can do with our bodies, when if you guys had the ability to go through what we do, there would be AB clinics on corners like there are coffee shops.
We have no way to falsify whether that's true or not, but that's besides the point. My view would be consistent. If men could get pregnant magically tomorrow, yes, we should restrict their rights. over their bodily autonomy. It's
Serious,
gonna
serious.
cause someone else to
You're
die.
this serious.
Yes.
You
Like,
voted third
the
party.
bodily right to stop
You
another person's right to
effectively threw away your voice.
Mhm.
And your big issue is controlling people and an issue that will never directly
Not
impact
it's not
you.
even my biggest issue. It's one of my top 3 issues. Yeah, but okay.
Oh, why?
Why what?
Why is it in your top 3?
Because I think children being unalive is bad. What?
Do
you
okay,
think people
what's
get
a child?
abortions like they're having
It's a
fun?
child,
Like
like
it's they
the
want
offspring
to?
of 2 parents. What? Obviously.
Okay, so you understand. You were just talking about sentience a little bit ago, and the
Mhm.
fact that Roe cut off at the time that science agreed sentience began.
Mhm.
Right? Like
Sentience is
we
not my
covered this
criteria.
already.
Sentience is not my
That,
criteria. For
so your
person.
criteria is as soon as the sperm meets the egg. Is that where you're at?
Yeah, I think person gets into conception.
Okay, so do you think that every single person, because you understand that when we have our cycles, those can be miscarriages, right? So are we just mass murderers?
Well, you're not intentionally doing that, so you're not.
Oh, okay. So it's about intent. It's about I
Yeah,
don't want this thing taking away all of my energy, making me sick, causing me problems that I'm going to have for the rest of my life. I actively chose to have both of my
view
children.
of ethics
And
and
I'm not done.
virtue
I'm
ethics
not
is, yes,
done.
your
I'm not
intent
done.
matters
I'm not done.
if you're
I'm not
culpable in
done.
action. Yeah.
I'm not done. I actively chose to have both of my children. I have chronic pain that will never go away. I have a black spot in my left eye in my vision that will never go away because of atypical migraines I was having with my daughter when I was pregnant with her, and a plethora of other issues I don't really feel like going into on a TikTok panel. I chose all of that. I wanted to be a parent, and you want to shove this onto people who don't want to.
Look, as I've said before, your individual rights, they stop when they infringe upon someone's right to life. Like, your
Nemo
individual rights
already
are not
explained to you that the
I don't know what else to explain
Constitution
to
does
you.
not agree with you. You keep
I
saying
don't care
individual
what if
rights
the
like this
Constitution
is written
even
in
if the
stone
Constitution
somewhere.
doesn't agree with me. I don't care. If the Constitution, if we turn to the Constitution, it doesn't agree, which it doesn't. Point to me where the Constitution says abortion is permissible. I'd like to see that. Even if it did disagree with me, my view would not change. I'm not a legal positivist. I don't believe kids are made right in virtue of what the law says. No.
So then where
There
are you
can be
getting
moral
your
laws. Is that something you
where
can
are you
conceive
getting
of?
So where are you getting your ideas from if it is not the law? You keep saying that this is what it is, but there's
Well,
nowhere written. You can't give me a source, you can't give me a reason except your own morals.
What do you, well, obviously, I'm going to use my own morals to dictate what I think is morally correct. Like, what other thing would I make? Like, from
Okay,
what
so
sources
your
would I make
morals.
statements about
Okay,
what's
no,
morally
here,
right or
let
wrong?
me
What are
let
the
me help.
morals? What are you talking? What are the source should I use to
Absolutely,
determine my morals?
absolutely,
What?
absolutely. I'll help. I'll help. Your morals are for you and for you to live by and you to conduct your life.
Well, I
Is
think
this
morals are
something that you are
objective,
ever
but
going to?
that's
If
besides the
that
point.
person in the chat asks me one more time if I love my children, I'm going to crash out.
Look, first of all, I don't even agree when I say my morals. I'm just talking about like my normative ethics, I guess. But I think that's objective, first of all. So I think it's true for everyone. But that's besides the point. All of our deliberations on the law, on legality, on rights, that should be based on what our moral views are. If they're not based upon that, what are you basing them?
Does everyone have to live by your moral code?
Sure, yeah. Why not?
Everyone has to live by your moral code?
Well, not exactly, but there are some issues that can be universalized. Like part of my moral code is that you shouldn't murder people. Like I think you'd agree with that. Everyone should.
Cool,
live by
mine
that,
too.
right?
Abortion isn't murder.
Well, that's where the disagreement is here. But you agree murder
Awesome.
in general. You want to apply your moral code to everyone in that situation. So yeah, there are some situations where our moral code should be universalized.
My moral code is based on science and understanding of how fetal development works. My moral code is also based on the fact that bodily autonomy supersedes a potential.
How is your moral code based upon science? That doesn't even make sense.
Wait,
It does.
I'm just gonna jump in really quick. Okay, so science can be used to inform how we implement our morals in regards to what laws should and shouldn't be passed. But really quickly, so if this is the case, would you feel would you think that we should compel if a child or a person was going to die if they didn't get an organ transplant? Should we compel people to donate those organs to them?
Should we compel people?
Yeah.
It depends. If there's a need, I think, yeah, it could be permissible, depending on the situation.
So you'd be okay with like a draft for organs?
A draft for organs? Well,
organs,
again, the reason why I'd say that this is different is because there are parental obligations. When you have a child, generally we say you have obligations towards that child that are morally
Oh my
relevant.
lord.
I think we should,
I'm really sorry,
do
Dan.
what's in our power to get like organs for a child. I wouldn't necessarily say we should have a draft necessarily, but I think we should do as much as possible. Outside of absurdity to get a child that's dying.
Trombone.
But that's different from a parent. A parent has obligations to preserve their child's life. We agree,
Trombone,
for example,
stop.
that when you have a child, you should provide food for them. You should do things to sustain their existence, and you're obligated towards the child in a way that no other person is obligated to. So that principle applies to the fetus as well.
Kit, if you want to go, but Kai had a really good point in chat that I wanted to give.
But anyway, I can't stay up terribly long, but I mean, I don't know, like.
Okay, then really quick. Okay, so would you compel a parent to donate an organ to their adult child?
To their adult child?
Yeah.
Would I compel them?
Would you force them?
No, because we don't apply. Like, a parent has less obligations to an adult child than they do when their child is dependent on them to live. What?
They'd still be dependent. If they don't get that kidney or that organ, they will die.
Yeah, but they're an adult. There's a distinction there. The obligations a parent has towards a child occurs when they are like not like sufficient. They can't live independently. It's when generally we put those obligations there. That's why you aren't obligated as a parent to give your child food when they're an adult. Like you wouldn't be sued for child neglect if you don't give your adult child food.
Thank you for the perfect example of how conservatives
they've reached a certain age.
Thank you, Trombone. Thank you for the perfect example about how conservatives want children born but don't care about good lives, children being fed, children being housed, children being clothed, medical I'm still talking. Medical debts covered. And one of the things you said that was making me upset is you're acting like obligation. Children are not consequences. It makes me crazy when you guys act like they're consequences. They should be chosen. When you don't have children that are chosen, you have more cases of abuse and harm.
Look, the child already exists already. This would be like saying that if a newborn is born, well, the best way for the mother to go about it, if they don't want the child, the newborn, they should just, I don't know, chop it to pieces. What? No. Like, the child already exists.
You're like intentionally not
you can put it up for adoption if you want. If you don't want to raise it, give it to someone else to care for. But I mean, to say that the only option there is to just kill it is like, why would I believe that? That's absurd.
Just a quick update. Thank you, Kai. All right. So would you compel a father to donate their lung, for example, to their 6-year-old child?
Yeah, I think they have an obligation to do. Well, if there are no other options possible, if there are no other like available donors, and they're the only available match, then yeah, I think they should do that.
Okay. So, Kai, I appreciate the questions because I mean it's very clear that he just doesn't care about bodily autonomy at all.
Yeah, I don't think it's an immutable right. Yeah. Why? What's the argument for believing bodily autonomy should be immutable?
So he just doesn't believe that people are human. Like at this point, like honestly, that's what this comes down to. I'm not trying to talk to you because every time I speak, you just really want to talk over me. It's really obnoxious, and I know it like grates on Dan's ears. At this point, what we know is that like he just does not see humans as human. They are to bring new life into the world, and that's all that matters. And the quality of that life doesn't matter.
Look, I do think the quality of their lives matter. That's why I said, in the same way parents are obligated to care for fetuses, they're obligated to care for their children throughout the time they're dependent on them. Now, when a child is an adult and they're self-sufficient, the obligation kind of like lapses there. But I think most
What about
sane people
disabled
agree with
children?
that. Like that's how our society already operates. What? What are you talking about?
What about disabled children who will be with their parents their whole lives?
Well, obviously they're still dependent on their parents in
Oh,
that
okay.
situation.
Okay, so there so you're
So it
so
doesn't
there's
apply.
variables.
Yeah, the
Okay.
variable is dependency. When a child is an adult, they are legally independent. Now, if there is a child that has a condition that makes them unable to be eligible for that type of legal independence, then yes, their parents can still serve a role as a guardian. Or someone or adult can step in and be a guardian. They could be taking some sort of home as well. Someone will step in as a guardian for them. That could be the parents. It could be
No,
someone
okay.
else. But
So
in no way am I
adoption
demeaning human life or like saying that humans don't matter. I don't know how you're making these assumptions.
because you're literally saying that people should be compelled to give up organs. I don't think you understand, for those of us that have more than 2 brain cells, how that sounds.
If a parent is a match for your child and there are no other available matches, there's no one else that can fill in that. Well, yeah, I think they're obligated to do that. Like,
Then what if
what
the
would
parent
be the
dies
reasoning
because
you
of
have
that?
against that?
What if you're giving up an organ you need? You still think that's good too?
Well, if it entails that they will unalive, then yeah, they shouldn't. I don't think they're obligated then. If they
But
can't
what
live
if
without
there
the
is a chance that they unalive?
I think this depends on the percentage. If it's an 80% chance, probably no. If it's like a less than 10% chance or a 1% chance, they're obligated. And again, this is something that would be ultimately, I think it does have to do with specific situations, the specific like context there and the specific condition it's had. But generally, yeah, I think the parents should do whatever is in their power to preserve their child's life. I think they're obligated to do that.
Oh, thank you.
I needed to abort that guest. I'm sorry. I couldn't listen to it anymore.
Oh my god, that's horrible.
I need to understand why conservatives have 2 things that they're really interested in: people's bedrooms and people's uteruses.
I just think that's a really good way in is if just the simple fact, if you want less abortions, you should be for Roe because they have gone up. And then, of course, maternal mortality has gone up too. So,
well, we already know
me,
that he's not a pragmatist in any stretch of the word, so that's not gonna work for him.
Terrible.
Everything is just based on
I've never
his
seen someone go back and forth.
little feelings. Carrie, thank you so much for coming up.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you. You can drop me.
Kit, as always, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you, Nemo. Have a good night, guys.
Good night.
Later.
Okay, this I was gonna wrap up, but this one guy has been like shitting and pissing his pants to come up, so
Let's go, man. Hey, how are you?
I'm all right. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go, man. I had to just sit through that long ass abortion debate. It was exhausting. Finally, I can come up here and make my case. So the prompt is conservatives are wrong about everything. That seems blatantly untrue. Conservative countries are some of the most prosperous and moral countries in the world. I don't understand how you could say that.
Can you give me an example of something that you agree with
Oh, yeah.
conservatives on?
Globally or domestically?
Conservatism is a philosophy, so
Sure, yeah.
yeah.
For example, I would say one of the most conservative countries in the world right now is the Islamic Republic, and they're probably one of the most moral states in the world, fighting against the genocidal state of Israel, for example. While one of the most progressive countries in the world, Israel, America, seems to be
Can I stop you right
completely
there?
backing it.
What
Yeah,
is
go
the
ahead.
conservative value that you're talking about?
I don't. Virtue, honor, chivalry, etc. Like
What?
Yeah.
Virtue, honor, chivalry?
Yeah.
This
Are
is
these not
the most
conservative
vibe-based
virtues?
Okay, so all right.
Yeah.
So your argument
Mm-hmm.
is that conservatism, from a political sense, involves virtue, honor, and chivalry?
Yes.
Okay. So walk me through a policy, right, that would be implemented that is of a conservative value, not just your vibes and feelings?
Sure, like opposing, for example, let's just say American imperialism. That seems to be a conservative virtue.
Opposing American imperialism is a conservative virtue?
Absolutely. Yeah. Like look how like socially conservative countries like Russia, China, the DPRK are. Like, so then they are some of the biggest opponents of the.
But they're imperialists. Russia is an imperialist.
You think the Islamic Republic is imperialist?
No, Russia. Excuse me. Russia is imperialist. Hold on.
Sure.
Your argument. No. You did this twice now. First you did it with Israel. Now you're doing it here. Opposing the United States on something that is bad, and also being a conservative country, does not mean it's a conservative value.
I think their opposition to it is rooted in conservatism.
Draw the line.
Yeah, protecting national sovereignty and rejecting globalism. That is a conservative value. Do you agree that nationalism is conservative? And that globalism is not progressive? What's the disagreement here?
In what way is globalism progressive?
Yeah, it's rejecting national sovereignty. It's just trying to expand the cooperation of nations internationally. It's rejecting the old guard of, borders, protectionism, etc. Seems to be pretty progressive. Do you disagree that globalism is progressive?
I don't think globalism would qualify as progressive. I also don't think.
No. Okay. And that's like a weird thing to say, right? Like,
it's like
presumably, like the whole point of globalism is like getting different nations from all across the world to cooperate with each other, and like rejecting these kind of national, particular differences. That seems pretty progressive, no? Like, why are progressives the biggest proponents of globalism if there's not something that's intrinsically progressive about globalism?
Is that your definition of globalism? Has nothing to do with reducing the cost of business expenses so that you can make more money? That's not anything.
Yeah, capitalism is a progressive thing, right? I don't think we disagree on this.
Capitalism is a progressive. Okay, so there we go. We got there, chat.
Yeah. I mean, there's no economic historian who would disagree with you.
Okay,
there's no economic historian who would disagree with you.
Okay, so and then conservative
or disagree with me.
Conservatives are communist
they're reactionary, right? Like,
that's not answering the question.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, are communist countries not socially conservative? Like, was the USSR and China and the DPRK not socially conservative? Were they not?
They were. No, he's right.
Yeah,
he's right.
I know I'm right. Thank you. Hey, no, the American.
Are you under the impression?
You're presuming that communism dictates that there must be social conservatism.
Right.
Those countries prior to becoming communist were socially conservative. They were insular and like
prior to becoming.
Why are there two of you laughing?
Am I laughing?
Okay. Continue.
I'm not. I wasn't laughing, but you said those countries before becoming communist, you said they were socially conservative? Because I would agree to that, but when they became communist, they stayed conservative.
What can you just explain what about the communism part was was conservative? I think you're having trouble with the concept of a country being socially conservative.
I explained it to you, like the rejection of American imperialism from countries like Russia, China, and the DPRK, that is rooted in a fundamentally conservative value.
So communism, the topic of communism, in your view, is conservative. The ideology of communism is a conservative ideology?
Yeah, communism is the subordination of the current state of things. Generally, global... That is how Marx defines it in the German ideology. So I don't know if you disagree with Marx.
The German ideology? What the fuck are you talking about? Subordination of the...
Is that not the name of the book?
No. Repeat what you just said.
The subordination of the current state of things. That's how Marx defines it. He says it's the real movement of the subordination of the current state of things. It's in the German ideology. How much of Marx have you actually read?
The manifesto.
That's it.
What
You
just went
expect
into
me to
that
read
man's
Capital?
I mean,
I'm not a
I don't know, but
sociopath, dude.
Capital's. I haven't read all 3 volumes either, so it's okay.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, the subordination of the current state of things is how Marx defines communism. And generally, I think before you saw this rise of the multipolar order with the American hegemony, yeah, things were pretty progressive. You know, America was going on about spreading democracy and progressivism and freedom, etc., overthrowing conservative governments. I mean, yeah, man, like the American empire is progressive and the number one spreader of liberalism. And out of this rejection of that, yeah, the communist countries have remained a type of social conservatism through the rejection of American-led progressivism.
Conservative governments, though.
Wait, can you repeat that?
It's not overthrowing conservative governments, though.
It's not overthrowing. I mean, the Bolsheviks certainly also.
Governments. America was not overthrowing conservative governments.
So, like Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein weren't conservative.
Saddam was literally, what was he? Low-key a tanky?
He was a Ba'athist, which is rooted in Islam.
Yeah,
it was like essentially Islamic
he
national.
He was pretty much tanky. So
he was not a tanky,
cool.
right?
Can you explain the social conservatism of Saudi Arabia?
Of Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're like rapidly reforming now, right? Like
Are they? Rapid reform is allowing women to drive in the year, what was it, 2015?
Yeah, they're letting women drive.
That is rapid reform
on the hijab. Yeah, it's interesting
like
how when they
America,
become out, they become more. It's interesting when they be.
What's interesting is you weren't just listening to what I just said.
What about Saudi Arabia?
Okay, see that's the problem.
Well, you asked me how you asked me about the social conservatism of Saudi Arabia. They're becoming less socially conservative.
Okay, all right. I'm just gonna. I need to stop. We can't have the over talking. Okay?
My mistake.
You got to go sentence and then or statement and then statement and then. Just really quick before y'all continue, did you vote in the last election?
Nope.
Why?
Yeah, it's 2 evils. I think choosing an evil is an evil decision.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Nemo, if you want.
I mean, you claimed Russia was imperialist. I thought that was an interesting thing we could talk about.
Right?
No, I'm not a groper. Nick Fuentes supported for example, the kidnapping of Maduro, the way he talked about Epstein, those things were abhorrent. You know, he supported the kidnapping of Maduro. I find that abhorrent.
The way he talked about what did he say about Epstein?
That he was like a super cool guy and he had aura and all the women were like,
oh, Nick Fuentes said that? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. So Saudi Arabia.
He supports Steve Bannon, and I think, Bannon was heavily involved in the Epstein files. I think there's probably something going on there.
And the
but
Trump administration, yeah.
Yes, precisely right, yeah.
Yeah. So Saudi Arabia, very socially conservative, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. How long has the United States worked with Saudi Arabia?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, a long time, right?
I would say probably there was an improved relations after, let's see, when did the oil embargo happen? 73? So 73. Had to be after 73, but there was a huge increase of relations around the time you're talking about because, the signing of the Abraham Accords happened, like 3 years after what you were talking about? So
Abraham
there was
Accords. What? No, you're confusing things.
You said they allowed women to drive.
The Abraham Accords,
15?
To clarify, the Abraham Accords is the name of what was signed, what was negotiated under Kushner. Are you talking about the Oslo Accords?
No, I'm talking about the Abraham Accords, like when the Gulf states agreed to normalize with Israel. That happened like 3 years after literally a couple years after they allowed women to drive. And they've been softening on the.
How does this answer Nemo's question?
1973.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm saying there was a strengthening of allyship around the time they started to reform.
I'm going to try this again. We've been working with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for decades.
Yes.
So we didn't overthrow their conservative government.
Correct.
So the American imperialist model does not require that a conservative government be overthrown, nor is it opposition to conservatism.
Oh, no. I didn't say it was a necessary condition.
It's also not like an expected condition.
Well, that it is. Like, can you name me like one actually socially progressive government that was overthrown by America?
No, I'm sorry. Ask that one more time.
Can you name like an actual socially progressive country that was overthrown by America?
A socially progressive country that was overthrown by America.
I just noticed something.
What's up?
Oh, is there a reason that you're not like you're separating socially conservative versus economically conservative? Because that's like that would be something more important to our government if we were overthrowing them, right?
Well, the reason why I'm locking in on social conservatism is because your thing is conservatives are wrong about everything, and I'm naming conservatives who are right about like a whole bunch of stuff.
You haven't named a single stuff is the problem. You keep saying
the Islamic Republic are conservatives and they're right about their stance on Israel.
But their stance on Israel, why are they against Israel?
That's not what your prompt
can you
says.
No. Why are they against Israel?
Oh, because they're Shia Muslim, which that seems to be conservative.
So they're against Israel for identity reasons?
Well, the morality that they derive from their identity, right? Which is traditional and like thousands of years old.
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna revise this for your debate bro fucking brain. Conservatives are wrong about everything except when they're accidentally right for the wrong reasons. Does that help?
I find it disrespectful that you think it's an accident the Islamic Republic is right about Israel.
Well, what do you think would be the reason that if you were involved in the United States government, you live in the United States?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you were involved in the United States government, what would be the reason that you wouldn't want to do business with Israel?
If I was in the United States government, why I wouldn't want to do business with Israel?
Yeah.
Because they're evil. Like that would be the primary reason. Come on now.
What do you mean by they?
The state and the society of Israel is fundamentally evil.
The state and the society. Okay. So what evil things have they done?
The Nakba, the G-side in Gaza,
right,
supporting the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda. Like, I don't...
Okay. So, I don't know why... It's so weird when you guys say... You said the state and the society. This is bringing like, just people is so fucking cringe to me. But if we're talking about the state, you notice how you have those specific things, right? That would be a reason. Would you also say maybe that we shouldn't be supporting Saudi Arabia? We shouldn't be doing business with Saudi Arabia for other human rights violations?
Well, a big reason why we have... Well, first of all, obviously I'm against our allyship with the Gulf states, and it's very satisfying seeing fucking Dubai get destroyed. But I think the reason we do business and have strong allies with Saudi Arabia is the same reason.
I didn't ask you the reason. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm not asking you the reason. I'm asking you what you would do.
Yes, I would not also have do business with Saudi Arabia.
And why?
They're discussed. Primarily because they're allies with Israel.
And there it is. That's the problem. It's very clear. It's not specifically. You don't care about the genocide specifically. You don't care about the human rights violations. You just don't like the Jews. Just fucking say it with your chest. I hate you guys so much because you're pussies. You're such pussies. Just say it with your chest.
I don't.
Because there are so many human rights violations that you can attribute to Saudi Arabia or the UAE. I love that.
True, you could, but I mean,
but you didn't bring any of that up. You said mostly the biggest thing they're supportive.
But the thing is like there's less and less and less human rights
just to be clear, Iran, the government of Iran just massacred tens of thousands of protesters. You didn't give a fuck about that. You just care that they're against Israel because you know what's in Israel? Jews. You guys just fucking...
My anti-Semitism. Oh, Goy, do you know how anti-Semitic you are? Have you read the book of Deuteronomy? Do you know what's in there, dude? Like, give me a fucking break. Do you know what these people believe in? About the slaying of the Amalek? Have you read the Deuteronomy?
Let it all out. Let it all out. Let it all out.
Yeah, I know you people.
But you do have to turn the camera on. No. If you want to keep being anti-Semitic, you have to show us your face. Show us your face.
Are you Jewish? I'm not going to show you my fucking face.
Why aren't you going to show me your face? Why are you so scared?
My face is on my profile. If you want to go see it.
Yeah, no, I know you look like that in real life. So just prove it to us. So like you guys are you were too pussy to say from the start. Just from the start. My political ideology is I hate Jews. You're too pussy to say that from the start, right? You have to go all the way on it. And you're too pussy to show us your face because you're a hateful piece of shit, right?
Wait,
it's so easy.
Can you just say that you condemn the genocide of the Amalek that's in Deuteronomy sanctioned by the God the Jews believe in? Can you say that or not?
Yes. Oh, you think I care about the Bible?
So say Judaism is evil. And who believes in Judaism is an evil person. Why won't you say that?
What about the God that Christians believe that genocided the planet except for Noah?
Is that not the same one the Jews believe in?
Yes, but why are you focused on the Jews? It's because
one people are actually doing genocide in the name of Yahweh.
Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest. You fucking say it with your chest.
Wait, you understand Benjamin Netanyahu quotes the book of Deuteronomy and 1 Samuel when he's killing the Palestinians. Christian states are not fucking doing that.
Literally was giving out like prayer shit the other day using
evangelical Christianity. Yes. Zionist Christianity.
Okay. No, shut the fuck. No, not Zionist. Evangelical Christianity. Go ahead, say it. Christianity, right, is being used.
No, the Pope don't stand for that shit. The Pope condemned imperialism the other day, dude.
So yes. So that's a great point, right? So then why are you lumping all Jewish people together in that way?
Because like what 90% of Jews
there it is.
like agree with Israel. Yeah, don't you think?
No, wait, you said 90% of Jewish people agree with Israel?
Yeah, support Israel.
You know the second largest Democratic voting bloc in the United States behind black women is Jewish people. Did you know that?
Yeah, and Biden was involved. Yeah, the Democratic Party was implicated in the genocide in Gaza.
Okay, but Donald Trump came out and said, "I'm going to be the biggest Israel supporter. I'm going to be the biggest Israel." So shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. He said, "I want Netanyahu to finish the job. I'm going to be the most pro-Israel candidate." Right? And most Jewish people in this country voted against that rhetoric. They voted against that rhetoric. They voted for the lady. I know you probably don't even know how to pronounce her name. They voted for Kamala Harris, who said we need to need to not ignore the plight of Palestinians, right? Versus Donald Trump, who said, I want to turn Palestine into beachfront property. They voted against that. Okay? You don't care. You hate Jews. I hate you. Eat shit. Okay. Oh my God. Why did they say it with their chest, bro? We have to go through all the dog whistles and the tiptoeing around and trying to, philosophically, if you look in their book with a God that they believe in, and then, the Christian God too, but they are, there's less of them, so I hate them more because they're a minority. Like, that's literally what he said. He said, there's 90% of Jews. The amount, if the idea, right, is that this small amount of Jewish people is somehow the cause of all these problems. Saudi Arabia, he hates Saudi Arabia, he hates Dubai for their support of Israel, not for their human rights violations. Doesn't give a flying fuck about that. The idea that conservative value, first of all, he gave away the ballgame at the start that he doesn't know what he's talking about because he said communism is a conservative value. But at least he doesn't vote. Nor should he. I swear, honestly, like talking to some of these people is pushing me from the bottom left quadrant to the top left quadrant on the fucking political compass. I just don't even know.
Dude, I've said this. not that way, but I've said the same thing, which is the more that I interact with the Nazi fucks, the more I start to understand Lenin. Like I really start to understand Lenin just a bit more whenever I interact with these fucks.
Really quick, I love that I can say I denounce the genocide. I can say I denounce Netanyahu. I can denounce the whole majority party in Israel, and I still get fucking comments. Are you ex-IDF? The host isn't even American. It's possible. I swear to God, it's possible to not lump in an entire religion, let alone ethnic group, let alone race, for the actions of a government. It is possible, and it's so mind-boggling that you could hear someone deflect the atrocities committed by, like, UAE is funding a genocide in Sudan. He didn't bring that up. He brought up that, well, they support the Jews. They support Israel. Very clearly, no actual care about the harm on the ground, about the genocide. He just really doesn't like the Jews.
Also, to his question, it was earlier about like what socially progressive, which I knew that this was going to get bogged down into like semantics, but as far as socially progressive country, depending on how you want to define that, Chile is an example of a country that we did a coup because Chile had a socialist, democratically elected leader that wanted to nationalize some stuff. America didn't like that, couped them, installed a right-wing, dictatorial, authoritarian shitbag named Pinochet, who then spent the rest of his time throwing socialists out of helicopters. Okay? That was Pinochet. That was installed by the United States. Okay? Right-wing dictator. Okay? Took a left-wing government, kicked them out, shoved in a right-wing. Okay? You could also argue Iran, but I know that with Iran, he was going to then point to, oh, well, women couldn't dress a certain way before Mossadegh, and then they could after Mossadegh, even though we literally just said, no, fuck you and your nationalization of oil. That's not good for business. Fuck you. We took what was a left-leaning governmental model as far as economically speaking and dismantled it.
What was the other thing I was gonna say? Damn, I lost my train of thought. Why not make this one life to attack the rich? Yeah.
That's a first for me. I've not heard that angle. Just being, I don't know, trying to argue Iran from a right-wing perspective as a vehicle to just be like, I don't know, fucking anti-Semitic.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, the argument, his argument was essentially saying they can't be wrong about everything because at least there are conservative countries that hate the Jews. Like that's literally what it boiled down to. That's what the argument was. Really quick, I was gonna reply to this message. Hold on one second. Anyway, you did lie about Iran unaliving their own citizens. Okay, so I'm gonna preface this by saying you're still allowed to be against the U.S. Bombing Iran and now waging war with Iran without lying about the government of Iran and the Ayatollah. Protesters were killed. We have evidence. I don't know why everything needs to be like cut and dry. Like, oh, we shouldn't have invaded because Iran's great. No. And that, then to be clear, that's another example of where the government is the main issue here. So I would never say Iran is evil. Like that's such a wild thing to say. Like an entire country saying Iran is evil is such a wild thing to say. Do you think the U.S. should be in isolation? Oh, they're asking Nemo. Okay, the ultra rich is responsible for these prices. I don't know what that was in reference to. Okay. There we go. All right. We got a couple more guests, and I'm going to call it. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We are live Friday and Saturday nights doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. Also, just to be clear, I'm using the royal we. I'm not actually saying it's not like a me and Nemo thing. But I do like Nemo, and you should follow him if you're not doing so. But yeah, make sure you're following if you like this content. Thank you. And we're going to go to the next guest now. You really should research that more. They only alived armed protesters.
Obama.
All right, I'm just going to go to the next guest. Thank you, Erica. And thank you, Valerie. Oh, and thank you, Valerie, for the roses earlier. I missed those. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Good. Actually, I left that message kind of as a bait. I'm an independent. I'm not MAGA. I'm totally not MAGA. I just wanted to jump in and say that, you know, all of this is meant to divide everyone.
What do you mean by all of this?
You know, the war, you know, dumbass Trump, you know, everything. It's up against down. You know, it's not about. I mean, look, wow, man, there's a lot to unpack, honestly. You know, I'm 50 years old. I'm a Gen Xer. You know, I feel bad for, you know, all of the younger generations to go through this garbage. It's all of it. I mean, I've seen it, you know, through the 80s, through the 90s. I mean, pick your battles. I mean, take your pick. These cats have been beating on us for decades.
Can I just ask really quick? Don't you think that for us to come together and unite in the down versus up paradigm, we need half of us to stop voting for the up?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, I think it's. Did you vote in the last election?
No.
So I think that's. I think that's a bit problematic to your worldview here, because as long as we keep giving the up in your up and down paradigm, as long as we keep giving the up power, it's going to be harder and harder for the down to fight back. And we're seeing that right now with the Trump administration.
Yes.
You could have voted to prevent that, and even if in your worldview, the Democrats aren't doing enough to fight against the top versus bottom paradigm, it would still be preventing a large amount of harm, right?
Okay, so I live in a state. I live in Maryland, and we consistently vote Democrat. Actually, we consistently vote for what's right. So whether I vote or not, my state, which I support 100%, whether I vote or not, I know my state's going to vote for right. So if I don't go to the, you know, if I don't go to vote, I know my state's going to vote right. Correct. I mean right as in correct. So if for those that bash me when I don't go to the polling booth, fine.
So I have a couple issues with that. Issue number one is there are a lot of local and municipal elections that you could be voting for,
which I do.
Oh, okay. So you voted for everything except for Kamala Harris?
That's correct.
Okay, interesting. Second issue I have here is with your idea that even if you don't vote, you know that your state will vote right or correct rather. Have you ever heard of Kitty Genovese?
Say again?
Have you ever heard of Kitty Genovese?
No.
It was a woman who was murdered in broad daylight, and there were multiple witnesses, but all of them thought one of the other witnesses would call the police, and so nobody called the police. That philosophy that you have, that everyone else will just do it for me.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say everyone else would do it for me.
Okay, so then why wouldn't you vote for what you think would be right here? And right, can we just agree that the right choice, if you had to pick, would be Kamala Harris over Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. So then why wouldn't you vote for her in that regard?
Well, I have my reasons not to vote for her. And I have my reasons not to vote.
Okay. And what were those?
The fact that I've watched things happen and not happen through the 50 years that I've been alive. I've watched things matter and not matter, and mostly not matter. No matter if I go to if I go to vote, it doesn't stop genocide. It doesn't stop billionaires, and it hasn't stopped assholes like Trump from fucking showing up. It hasn't stopped.
Well,
I can focus my attention elsewhere, hopefully where it will matter.
Well, really quickly, we are not going to pretend like taking 5 minutes out of your day once every 2 years is going to pull your focus away from something else. Come on.
That's not what I'm saying, man.
Okay, well, you said you could focus your attention elsewhere, but
Yes.
I mean, we're talking about the absolute bare minimum of voting. I'm not telling you not to pay attention to other things.
Answer this. Where has your voting mattered, and where has it gotten us? And who's in power now?
Right. Well, I mean, if you're like a predeterminist, like no matter what happens, it's all predetermined, then there's nothing I could do for you.
I didn't say that, and don't put words in my mouth.
Okay. So I voted for Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016. Okay. If more people did what I did, then right now, women would still have the right to make their own healthcare decisions. In the year 2025, we wouldn't have seen a woman's corpse being used as an incubator. We wouldn't have seen thousands of women forced to carry their rapist baby to term. We wouldn't have seen multiple women die due to sepsis. All of that, if more people had voted for Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016, like I did. Now, she lost that election.
And by the way, Maryland voted for her. She won the Electoral College for that.
I understand. You're missing my point on that. If everyone had your philosophy, then Maryland wouldn't have voted for her, right?
No, say again.
If everyone had your philosophy, then Maryland wouldn't have voted for her, right? It would have been red.
Maryland did vote for her.
Yes. Okay. The people that voted for her voted for her. But if they thought about things the same way you did, then they wouldn't have voted for her. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but my point is, is that whether I voted or not, I knew my state would vote for her.
I'm going to put this
and
to
they
bed right
did.
now. I'm going to put this to bed. If you lived in Pennsylvania, would you have voted for Kamala Harris?
Yes.
Really? Okay. I'm a little surprised there. So then what you're doing is you're relying on other citizens to do the duty that you recognize you have. Just if it's in Maryland, then
Oh, wait. Hold on. Duty?
privilege, I suppose. But I would say there's a moral
Choice.
duty.
Choice.
I would say I
Not
personally
duty,
do think
not privilege. Hold on. Not duty, not privilege. Choice.
so. I personally think there is a duty as someone that at least knows you have the ability to vote. You know about what's going on. You know about Donald Trump. I do kind of think you have a duty in some ways to protect marginalized communities, to protect the rights of yourself and the rest of the citizenry. I think there's a little bit of a duty
Okay.
as an American.
Fair enough. I agree.
And you even recognize that. If you were in Pennsylvania, which is a swing state, you would have voted for her. So it kind of sounds like you wanted you took advantage of the fact that you lived in a state where it was very likely that it was going to be a Democrat that wins those electoral votes. Took advantage of that so that you can, have this air of independence. That whoever wins, I can say that that they were part of the problem and that you didn't contribute. And I don't know. To me, that I try never to do something, or I try never to act in a way where if everyone acted in that way, bad things would happen. Does that make sense?
Sorry, say that again.
I personally, and I think a lot of people would also ascribe to this, I try not to act in a way where if everyone acted in that same way, things would be bad. Like society would collapse, or people would be hurt, or whatever the thing might be, right? Like I put my shopping cart back. I recognize that I don't have to do that, but if nobody put their shopping cart back, there'd be fucking shopping carts everywhere. And so same with voting, right? If I lived in Maryland, now I live in Florida. Right now, Florida it's basically a red state, at least at the federal level, and I'm still going out and voting. I don't care how small the chance is. I'm still doing it. When I lived in New Jersey, I still voted blue, even though it was almost always going to be blue. And that's because if everyone else had the same idea that I would have had, like, oh, it's a blue state, I don't have to vote. Well, then it's not a blue state anymore. Does that make sense?
I mean, if you're using Florida as a base, I mean, yeah.
It applies to any state. If any state, everyone had your philosophy, then that doesn't guarantee that Maryland would vote blue. Or in your opinion, you even said correct, right? You said I had faith in my state that they would vote right or correct in that regard.
Yep.
But if everyone felt that way, then they wouldn't have.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. I mean, that's a matter of opinion. I mean, that's not an absolute.
Wait, how can that be a matter of opinion? If everyone feels that the rest of Maryland is going to take care of voting blue, and none of them show up.
Actually, no. So back up a little bit. So when I said that Maryland votes correct, our last governor, who was our last governor?
Larry Hogan, who's a
Thank you.
Republican. Yes.
Thank you. And we all voted for him. Well, I didn't. But the state of Maryland in a whole voted for him, a Republican. We don't care about whether you're Republican or Democrat. We care about what you're doing.
Why are you saying we? You should be saying they, as in the voters of Maryland. You can't include yourself in there.
Absolutely, I can. You know why I can? And this is the problem that I have with people of your ideology. I can say we. Whether I vote or not, I pay taxes. I pay my way. If I pay for it, whether I vote or not, I pay for it. So I do have a fucking voice.
What is the it that you're referring to? Because I'm talking about that sentence specifically. You said, we don't care if you're Democrat or Republican, we'll vote for the right candidate. No, we won't because you refuse.
No. Look, whether I vote or not, I pay my way. I pay for the voters. I pay my way in the state. If I pay, I play. Whether I vote or not, I have a voice. Do you get that?
The best way to utilize your voice is at the ballot box.
The best way to utilize my voice is my voice. It's not just at the ballot box. It's whether I pay, whether I speak, whether I think, it all matters. I do my job regardless, whether I vote or not. Whether I trust those people that go to the ballot box, I trust those people. Just like, I run a business. I trust in the system. And it's becoming really, really shaky about trusting that system. I trust the voters. I look, man. You got to take your ideology away a little further than just going to the fucking ballot box.
Yes, further. Yes, that doesn't mean not voting. It's voting is the bare minimum. All of that other stuff you said you could still do. You're not banned.
I do it on my side. You do it on yours. You do it through voting. Vote. Politics. Vote.
But if you vote, you can still talk. You could still listen. Everything you just said. Oh, my voice, right? They don't put duct tape over your mouth the moment you vote. You can still vote. Okay, I vote because I think women are human beings and should have rights, and I think that we should.
Hey, wait. Pause on the fucking emotional tags on that fucking women and children and dying and fucking abortion, dude. Stop with the emotional tags.
Just to be clear, my vote from the example before, my vote for Hillary Clinton, right, was rooted in that. It's rooted one of the major reasons I voted for Hillary was because of that open Supreme Court seat, and I knew that Roe v. Wade would be overturned otherwise, and I believe women are people that should have the bodily autonomy and should make their own healthcare decisions. It was like super simple for me, but like I don't know why there's an additional calculus for you where it's like, oh well, if my state is blue, then I don't have to get up and do it. Do you put your shopping cart back?
Absolutely.
Why? You don't have
and
to.
I don't. And tagging me as in I don't need to get up and do it because my state does it. I actually provide to this state in other ways. There isn't only one way.
But you can still do all of that and vote. It's 5 minutes every 2 years. 5 minutes every 2 years to make sure that marginalized communities aren't getting decimated by the right wing. 5 minutes every 2 years. You could still do all that stuff.
Have you lived in those marginalized communities?
What do you think I mean by marginalized communities?
I don't know. You tell me.
Okay.
And no, but I asked you a question and you answered my question with a question. So that's very telling. So Have
Well,
you lived in a marginalized community?
I mean, because the answer, I can answer that question, yes, but I don't know if you're getting the right answer because the way you're asking the question makes me think that you didn't interpret the phrase marginalized communities correctly.
Okay, explain.
Okay, so have I lived in a marginalized community? Makes it, to me, that sounds like you're thinking it's a location, right?
No,
Like, no.
I'm talking about a community. Community and culture is not a location.
Okay. So then it wouldn't be a matter of if I live in a marginalized community. It's as if I'm a part of a marginalized community, right?
I didn't say that either.
So how can I live in a place that's not a location?
Have you experienced? Okay, fine, a location.
Have I lived in a location with marginalized people? What's your question?
Well, how old are you?
I'm 35.
Are you sure?
I had to check the year on that. Yeah, I'm 35.
Okay.
I'm going to be 36 in 3 months.
Yay.
Hi, Erica.
Hi. What the hell is happening here? This guy keeps saying stuff. You clock what it is he's saying, and then he says, I didn't say that. Like, you really did say that, though. You really did. Right? So, what do you mean by have you lived in a marginalized community? What does that mean?
What I'm saying is, what have you experienced at 35?
What have I experienced at 35?
Life.
Life. What?
Like, what? Be explicit,
Like,
sir.
what's
Just
the?
ask your question.
What have I experienced?
Where do you come from?
Is it, okay, so I mean, I'm going to answer your question, right? I'm from New Jersey. Okay, I don't know if you're familiar with Paterson, New Jersey, or the surrounding area. Okay, but I don't understand how it's relevant. That's what I want. So, like, so for the relevance, you would be asking, what have you experienced that makes you feel this way, or what have you experienced that blah blah blah, or something like that. I just don't understand the relevance of you asking that question.
Well, experience matters.
So my whole thing is this, all right? Because like F all of that. My whole thing is this: is that you say that you're not voting, and you say that is you never actually said why it is that you don't vote. You just said that you're independent, and then you went into how the state of Maryland, the people who do vote in the state of Maryland are making the right choice. So it is, in fact, you leaning on them to make the correct choice, as you said quite a few times on this. Now, with that being
I'm not
said,
leaning on
you
anyone.
are leaning on them, and then you say
How
that, well, I
am I
do
leaning
my
on them?
job because I pay my taxes. You say, I do my job because I pay my taxes and I use my voice. But, sir, what happens when you don't pay your taxes? Is there a punitive damage for that? Is there a consequence for you not paying your taxes? Is there a consequence? Is there a consequence for you not paying your taxes, sir? Yes
Okay,
or
do you
no?
want to talk about irrelevant?
Sir,
That's
is
irrelevant.
there a consequence? Actually, no, it's not irrelevant. Is there a consequence for you not paying your taxes? Yes
Of
or
course
no?
there is.
Exactly. All right. So you're not paying your taxes out of some benevolent good. You're not paying your taxes because of a simple fact that is something that you want to do. You're paying your taxes because you have to pay your taxes, or else you're going to end up in the pokey. All right. So let's not play in these people's faces like that. Okay. Now, here's the thing, right? The thing is, when people like you, all right, say that
People like me?
I don't vote. Yeah, people like you that say I don't vote. Right? I don't vote because all they want to do is divide us. Right? What you fail to realize is that you're going to remain safe. Do you want to ask me why it is that you're going to remain safe?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. What do you mean? Do you want me to ask you?
Yeah. I said
Oh,
go
okay.
ahead.
All right. You said okay. Yes, that was a yes. All right. Just making sure because you have a certain way of answering questions. Hey, Neely, when you went to his page, friend, and you saw him, is he a white man?
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are a white man. Okay, that's
Okay,
exactly
so
why you're
hold
going to
on, hold
remain
on,
safe
hold on,
because
hold
you
on, hold
live
on,
within a
hold on, hold on,
system
hold on,
that upholds
hold on,
white
hold
male
on.
supremacy. So there's that. So you're safe. But guess who gets hurt when you don't? No, I'm not finished. Please allow me to finish, sir. Please allow me to finish,
She's
sir.
almost done.
Actually,
She's
hold
almost
on,
done,
hold on,
Sean. Come
hold
on,
Sir,
on.
man.
please allow
You
me
can't
to
make a
finish.
statement. You can't
Sir,
make a
please allow
statement
me to
like that.
finish. It's
You can't make a
crazy that you're
statement
not
like
allowing
that and
me to
run over
finish.
somebody.
I
She
think it's
hasn't finished the
wicked.
statement. How do you know what she's
I
going to
think it's
say?
very wicked that
All
you
right, go ahead.
don't want to
Go
let me
ahead.
finish. That's
Go ahead.
wild.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to restate you are safe because you are a white male in a country where the system of white male supremacy is upheld. You are safe. However, people like me, a black woman, we are not safe. I am part of two marginalized communities. All right. And I'm not even going to hold you. The one that is going to be oppressed, subjugated, and exploited the most will be Black people. You don't seem to understand that. So you coming here and asking Dan, I thought that was the craziest question. Have you ever been no, you didn't even say a part of, you said,
She
have
said
you ever
lived.
lived in a marginalized community? Like, what even kind of question is that? It doesn't make any sense to ask that question.
Okay, can I say
Because you
something?
yourself haven't.
Wait.
Are you gay? Are you gay? Are you part of the queer community?
Okay,
Yes
can
or
I
no?
say something? Can I say something now?
No. Are you disabled?
Can I say something now?
Yeah, sure. By all means, go ahead.
Okay, so you labeled me. You judged me
What did I label you as?
a white supremacist.
I didn't label you as a white
Actually, you
supremacist.
did.
No, you see, it's the thing. Don't
No,
think you know
you
I don't
labeled
think
me
you know
a
how
white.
words work.
Wait.
Nemo, did I label
No,
this man as a
hold
white
on. You said
supremacist?
you would let
All
me
right. Well,
speak,
No.
and I let you speak.
we'll let him finish, but I know damn well she didn't call you white supremacist. But
Actually, she did.
go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
So, without knowing me, and you go ahead and look at my profile. Without knowing me, you have no idea where I grew up, where I came from, and who I am.
That's okay. That's what. I'm sorry for letting you
And
finish. Okay.
you automatically laid it on me. Like
Can you tell me what Erica said in your own words?
it all I heard was white male, and I don't
then
know. And you as a black woman, look, man,
you heard
look,
white male, and your ears stopped hearing, your brain stopped processing.
yeah, actually
Mhm.
I did. Yeah, actually I did because I don't hear that shit. Because
Are
I
you
mean, I
white
see how
and a
you guys are
male?
automatically looking at me.
Sir, you do in fact have a privilege. Nemo would tell you that you have a privilege.
Look, I
As a white
agreed.
man,
I
Dan will
agreed.
tell you
Look,
that you have a privilege. Like, be so freaking for real. No one
listen.
called you a supremacist. I did not call you a supremacist. I made note of the fact that the system in which we live in, we both live in it. We both live in the United States of
Look,
America. All
I
right. And that
absolutely.
system upholds white male supremacy, is what I'm telling you.
Okay, look, I
All right, it's a
agree.
patriarchy, and
Can,
that
can
is why you are going to be safe, sir. That is what I'm telling you. That is not
I
calling
look?
you a supremacist,
Look,
right? You're just ignoring the privilege in which you possess,
I'm not
and
ignoring
that
the
none of this
privilege.
is going to harm you.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I agree with everything you said. I don't ignore it.
Wait.
I don't ignore it.
Can you? All right. So now that you heard it, it took her two times to get through. Now that you heard it, can you tell me what Erica said in your own words?
That there is absolutely yes, I'm safe. Okay. Because I am a white male, I'm safe.
Safe from what?
that safe from everything else that I get it. I get it every day. I see it every day. But please don't label me and don't put me in that corner of the rest of this shitty world.
She wasn't putting you in a corner, dude. Like, okay, so this is something that a lot of white dudes, and I say this as a turbo super pasty pale white dude. I sunburn if I think about the sun for too long. There's a hang up. There's like this hurdle that exists where whenever you hear something that refers to white men, that you automatically assume that it is referring to you personally, right? And the way that I've explained this as like a way of trying, like, what's referred to as deconstruction, but like the mental thing that you have to do is compartmentalize. You have to separate the discussion about white men from you as an individual, right? Whenever Erica says the country upholds white male supremacy, that is not an indictment upon you as an individual. She's not saying that you're a white supremacist or that you are anti-feminist, right? She's simply saying you are a white guy. This country upholds white guys. Like, this country values and insulates or whatever white guys. Just like that's how the system was built. It was built by white guys. It's been that way forever, right? And it's fine. That's bad, right? She's merely saying, by virtue of the fact that you belong to this demographic group, you are not going to be subject to the same level of marginalization, the same threat.
Look, dude, you're explaining things to me that I already know, and that's what I got caught up in the mix, and you know, it's a very emotional subject for me, for all of us, and I don't disagree with any of you at all. I'm on your side, but you know, to bash
My
me
gas is being lit. Hey, quick question. Why did you ask Dan, has he lived in a marginalized community?
because look, I'm being kind of judgmental because, you know, I'm looking at him. I didn't grow up with money. I grew up poor, and I grew up in a community around DC that
I don't get enough flowers. I just want to let y'all know that. I just want to let y'all know that I don't get enough flowers. I literally called it. Just called it. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead, Sean. The floor is yours. I'll go on mute.
No, you're good. You know, and you know, I just see a lot of things where people, you know, grow up, you know, in a different spot that I came from, and you know, and I have a friend like you, man, Dan. I do. She's awesome. She's, you know, says the same things that you do. Her and I debate the same way, and she's a great friend of mine. And I just, you know, just because I don't, you know, she treats me like, because I don't vote, that it's this huge detriment to society that I don't vote. And then when I trust in people, you know, she looks at me like you said, Erica, that I lean on people. I don't lean on people. trusting people around me isn't leaning on people.
What is your definition of trust? But here's the thing. That was a rhetorical question because that could take us a totally different way. And it's 3:00 in the morning. With that being said, the material you grew what you just said in not so many words, sir, is that you grew up in the hood. All right. You saw people of different races and whatnot and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Here's the thing, Sean, is that even so, all right, the material conditions of your life and their lives completely different.
Absolutely.
Right? You don't have to worry about, well, you didn't have to worry, all right? And even to this day, all right, you don't have to worry about the school to prison pipeline, all right? You didn't have to worry about medical racism not being heard just because of the color of your skin, not being taken seriously just because of the color of your skin, right? You didn't have to deal with the racism or the biases, discrimination, and so on, disparities that exist within the education system because of the color of your skin.
I agree.
You didn't have to worry about being. Hold on, one moment. No, don't you dare! Don't do it! Don't do it! Please don't do it. You also don't have to worry about being taken seriously in the workplace or even in school. No matter where it is you go, you can express your emotions and all of that good stuff simply because you are a man, right? You don't have to worry about any of those things. And then once the hammer comes down, it's not you who is impacted by these things.
Hold on about the impact, but we'll get back to it. Go ahead.
No, that's it. It's not you that's impacted by any of this. All right, what has the Trump administration taken, what civil liberties or anything have they taken away from you as a white man?
Okay, well,
none. The answer is none.
No. First of all, I run a business. And
you got a tax cut.
No.
You still got your 20%.
No. I run a small business with two people. It's me and my partner. And my partner, which is half black.
Oh God, here we go. The tokenism.
Oh God. Here we go. And by the way, I grew up in a school where I was the only white kid.
How many? Hold on one moment. Hold on. Be very, very quiet. Chat. How many? Continue. I got 5 on it.
How many what?
Nemo, how many?
How many what?
I'll say 3.
3. Dan, how many?
4.
4? Okay, I said 5, so go ahead.
I was
you grew
one.
up, you was one of the only white kids.
I was one white kid in the whole school.
What happened?
A lot.
Tell us.
Fights every day. I can't even begin to unpack.
So, like, the biggest fight that you got into, how many was it?
The biggest fight, how many? What?
Yeah, like how many fought you at one time?
6.
God damn it! Somebody put 6 in the chat. This is so textbook. Where is Jeff when I need him? Gemini got it. Shout out to Gemini. Shout out to you, JL. Shout out to Carrie. All right. It's just so textbook, bro.
Textbook what?
You're super textbook. Like, it's super like you're reading. What? You're reading from like the I'm a victim, white
I didn't
male,
say I was a victim.
like,
actually, I didn't.
BS handbook. Like, I know your struggle because I used to get jumped every day.
I never said I was a victim.
Bruh.
I never said I was a victim.
Dude,
what I'm
but you're
trying to
so
say is,
textbook.
I can't relate, but I can empathize. There's a difference between relate and empathy. I can empathize, but I can't relate. I can never
That
relate.
just made my brain hurt.
If you can empathize, then why wouldn't you vote?
That didn't make any sense whatsoever.
What do you mean that didn't make any sense?
If you know that I'm gonna need you to watch your tone when talking to me, I know that much. It's way too early or even late in the day for all that nonsense. But here's the deal. If you say that you can empathize, all right, if you can empathize with marginalized communities, then you know for a fact that voting, although not a perfect system, but voting for progressivism, all right, actually can improve in some part the material conditions of marginalized community lives, then why not just exercise your right to vote?
I vote
Why sit
locally.
out?
I
You
vote
got to say,
locally.
okay, but federally, are policies, laws, regulations, and so on and so forth enacted that do impact people's lives? Yeah or nay?
Wait, say it again.
Was it okay? Federally, nationally, all right? Are laws, bills, policies, regulations, so forth enacted that impact people's lives?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, therefore, while you vote locally, you should also vote on a state and federal level too, because it has an impact on the marginalized communities in which you claim to empathize with. Does it not?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, what are we doing here?
So, but the thing is that because I don't vote nationally, you guys are actually judging me.
Yes, but do you know
Yeah.
the reason that we're judging you?
Define it.
Okay. So there's a few. All right. Number one is that you are leaning on the rest of your community to do the right thing, like you said. Right? Which is
No, again with the leaning. I'm not leaning on shit.
okay, well then it kind of sounds like you don't really care if the right thing gets done.
No, I care.
Then what are you doing?
Look, I love how you're framing it that I'm leaning on everybody else.
Okay, you
Like,
said you're not leaning. Then what is it that you're doing? Are you like someone like Savvy just said? Are you relying on them? Like, what
no,
is it that you're doing then?
I'm stepping back.
You're stepping back. How? Okay, what does that mean? Stepping back. What does
That
it mean?
means my generation is tired. We're tired of stepping in and it not mattering. So we take different angles. We take different ways. We focus our energy in other directions.
Sean, you said we were Gen X?
Yep.
You know, there was this pretty interesting write up that was done after the 2024 election. And so, of the generations that were eligible to vote, so from oldest to youngest, it would be silent, boomer, Gen X, millennial, Gen Z. Okay. Now, out of all those generations, do you think any one of them voted majority for Trump?
Wait.
Did any one of them vote majority for Trump? Is that that's what you're
So
asking?
like everybody that belongs to a certain generation, more people that belong to that generation voted for Trump than not.
Don't know.
So what if I told you there was one generation and only one that voted majority for Trump?
You're going to tell me Gen X.
I am going to tell you Gen X. Now, I think that most people would have guessed Boomer. I know I did. Like, if you were to ask me which generation, just a generation that's the only qualification or demographic metric. So we're not talking about gender or race or anything else. So just, you asked me, do you think that boomers voted majority Trump? Do you think that millennials voted majority Trump? Gen X, Gen Z? Like, what do you think? I would have absolutely said, I think that boomers voted majority Trump. And I was wrong. Boomers, it was pretty evenly split. And millennials, I think that millennials actually voted majority Harris. Gen Z, I think, was evenly split. Gen X was the only one that voted majority Trump.
I would like to check that data.
Sure.
I'd like to vet that data.
Why?
I mean, confirmation bias. The people around me, my Gen Xers, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And a good friend of mine, whom Erica is black, is MAGA.
Did you just tokenize your black friend? You have a tendency to do that for some reason or another. No one gives a fuck. With that being said, I like saying that it is late. I'm so tired.
Well, hey, look,
Sir, you keep doing this. Me.
Hey, look, Erica, apparently you're all about the roses. So, go about your fanfare. Go about your fanfare, girl.
Me. Did you just call me girl?
Yeah, I did.
Why? Did I call you boy?
You can call me boy.
Did I give you any inclination that it was okay for you to call me girl?
Damn, you are on fire.
Did I give you any inclination that it was okay for you to call me girl?
It doesn't matter. I have a voice.
You have a voice, and what you can choose with it is to shut the fuck up and not call me girl ever again in your life.
That's fine.
That's what you can do.
You got the voice to tell me.
All you're doing up here, sir, is that you're showing that not only do you want to be a victim because you refuse to accept that you are in fact leaning on, relying on, depending on the people of Maryland. I'm gonna do this thing because you can keep trying to talk, but I'm gonna keep talking. So here we go.
I'm sorry.
So what the fuck I was saying was you keep doing this thing where you want to be a victim, where you keep relying on, depending on, leaning on the people around you to do the job for you, while you get to sit in the comfort of your white maleness is what you get to do. Now, with that being said, sir, don't you ever in your life call me girl. I'm a grown-ass woman. I need you to know that, okay? I need you to understand that. Do not try to infantilize me. Don't do it. You're a misogynist also. And you're definitely a racist. You need to go unpack that shit is what you need to go do. Go sit on someone's couch for about 7 days a week, 45 to 55 minutes a day. Read a fucking book. Because again, at the end of the day, what ends up happening is that marginalized people are the ones who get harmed by this system. It's not people like you. So when you sit on your high horse in your high chair, all right, and claim that they just want to divide us, they just want to keep us apart. No, motherfucker, that is not the case. That is not what is happening here. They want people to sit out because if our vote wasn't important, they would not have fought like hell for centuries to prevent people who look like me from fucking voting.
Okay.
They wouldn't to this day be using suppression tactics like voter ID
Erica,
and gerrymandering.
Erica, we
to
were
stop
having a
us from voting.
Eric.
Shut the fuck up. I'm still talking. Your box
Okay,
shouldn't be
wow,
blue.
wow, man. We were having
Listen to me, boy.
we were having a calm debate
I
here.
can't stand people like you. You guys are absolutely awful.
And
And you
again,
don't recognize your own
labeled me
privilege
something.
because you grew up in the hood and you got into some fights. Like, boy, please. Go read a fucking book. And I'm not even here to teach you any darn going thing because I refuse to be not on to death on this panel.
Dan.
Go talk to your fucking black friend.
Dan, Nemo,
Half black.
somebody can.
Yeah.
I was just a calm debate. Erica, look. First of all,
What he just say? I turned the phone down. So what he say?
He was saying Dan, and then I missed what he said at the end.
Nemo, I was looking for just a pause. We were having a really.
We were having a what?
We were having a good constructive debate.
It wasn't constructive at all.
Erica. I mean, look,
Sean.
You just ran off and just overtalked and.
Hey, don't start no shit that you can't finish, my boy.
Look, I'm not starting anything. We're all
Actually, you
on the
did.
same-
You should have watched that little snarky ass girl
okay.
that you said out your mouth. That's what you should have did.
Look, we were all having an honest debate. We're all.
It wasn't honest. You were full of shit, is what you were.
Okay, all right. Now.
Won't you be honest with yourself?
I'm being honest.
Now, admit that you have a privilege. You have a privilege that you're unwilling to recognize.
I said that, Erica.
I ain't hear you say it, so say it again.
Erica, hold on.
I ain't hear you say it, so say it again.
I said we're having an honest debate. We're all on the same side.
No. I'm so sorry.
Look,
I'm so
you're
sorry.
over-talking me
I
now.
just
now you're
said,
over-talking me.
I definitely am. You've been over talking me this entire time. Shut up.
No, actually,
so
I haven't.
anywho,
Actually, I haven't.
what I
Dan,
said was,
have I over-talked
what
you?
I had said was,
You've been over talking Erica.
Is that recognize your privilege? Admit
I said
that you
and I
have
said I
a privilege. I didn't
said
hear
I
you say it, so say it again.
Actually, I did. I said I recognize that.
I'm sorry. You recognize what, sir?
The privilege. I recognize
the
my privilege.
Whose
I
privilege?
said that.
Okay. You recognize your privilege in what?
In the entire system.
And how does your privilege protect you?
It protects me in every way.
What's every way, sir? I need you speak. What's the thing? Generalities? I think it's generalities.
Erica, what do you tell me exactly what
Dan,
you
said
say.
this to someone the other day, Dan. It's like when they don't say anything specific, it's just super general.
Tell me
it's not
Erica,
palliative, it's something else.
Erica, tell me what you want me to say.
I don't want you to say a damn thing.
No, Sean, just you not knowing is the problem. Okay,
Not knowing what, Dan. Not knowing what.
I'm gonna not knowing not anything of what Erica has expressed to you. This was the case right at the beginning, right when Erica
anger.
What?
I know you did. This dude's a freak. This dude's a racist, yo. I swear to God.
No,
this is so funny. Keep going.
Keep
Keep
going. Me a
going.
racist?
Keep going.
Me a racist?
Nah, you are textbook, bro.
Okay.
Textbook? Y'all motherfuckers are ignorant. And look, you're gonna overtalk me, Erica, and you're gonna label me a racist. And you, Dan, like y'all motherfuckers need to wake up. You need to wake up. Look, it's not about like this is all about division.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm good on that. Sean, when Erica first came up, okay, the moment you heard the words white man, you ignored everything she said afterwards. Okay? And even until now, it's been, I don't know how long, 20 minutes, you still cannot articulate a single point that she's made. Which, at least to me, and I imagine most other, he left, good. And I imagine most other people watching, is indicative of the fact that you don't actually care about any of these issues. You don't. You claim that you do, and you try to tokenize your friends to show that you do, and you talk about where you grew up. But if you're not even willing to listen to someone a part of not just one but two marginalized communities, then
maybe you are racist. Have you considered it? Right? Just a little bit. Have you considered that if you don't give a fuck about that community, maybe you've got some racism to unpack? Jesus.
I knew that was gonna happen.
Then the microaggressions, by the way,
at the end, that was just like, it was rapid fire.
All I heard was anger.
I was like, oh yeah, this dude, he in his bag for real.
No.
All right, that's what I heard. He was in his bag. I was like, oh yeah, this dude's a racist. And that's the thing, guys. They come up and they want to have conversations with other white men, because the thing is that you all don't have that experience, right? To be able to clock it. I know that there is work that you both have done, but you still don't have that experience to clock it. I'm in the chat going crazy, like, come on. And then finally, when he asks you about what marginalized, what did he say?
He said, and this is actually when I started picking up on it, because I knew he didn't mean what I meant when I said marginalized communities. I said, or he said, Dan, have you ever lived in a marginalized community?
Yeah, I was like, what the fudge does that even mean? Why are you asking him that? And I was like, okay, all right, it's late. I want to go back to sleep, but here we go. So, yeah, I'm tired. Dan, but always a pleasure, my friend. Nemo, good seeing you as always. Dan, look at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
I go back to sleep. Y'all have a good night. Thank you, Danimals. I appreciate y'all.
You too, Erica.
Oh, he want to say I'm here for the roses. No, I'm not here for no damn roses. But I want to tell you something like this: Black people's labor ain't free. That's all I want to say.
Also, really quick, while she's still up, Erica is currently on a TikTok related hiatus from her main account. That's what we're gonna call it. So if you're not following her on her backup account, make sure you are. I know a ton of you are already following Erica in general, but this is her backup. So drop a follow.
Yes, thank you, guys. All right, y'all have a great day. Bye, Danimals.
Bye, Erica.
I tried telling him that.
He heard you say roses and didn't get it. She said flowers, to be fair. Sorry, Nemo.
No, you're good.
Yeah. No, you really tried to be the white man whisperer.
Yeah. A lot of the time, I saw a couple of people say I was like mansplaining it because I was basically just repeating what Erica said. In this situation, the white face will get through. Like, I'm not saying that Erica was wrong. I'm saying that this guy is not going to listen to her, right? And that's a fucked up reality. But yeah, like, he was immediately in defense mode, and it was just, I know the reaction that he was having because I've had that reaction, like, back before I went through the long process of learning about just the subtleties. It's innate to the one thing that a lot of white people do not want to be labeled as racist. That is the closest thing to the N-word that a white person will ever experience. Is like, that's the word. It's not all the different like white people slurs. Not what we laugh at that shit, right? But if you call us racist, that gets under our skin. That's the one. And it's immediate defense mode. Shut down, stop listening, start thinking of, well, what's the proof that I'm not racist? Well, I have a black friend, or I went to a black school, or I don't know. I watched Roots, like just crazy fucking things to try and prove that you're not racist. No.
I watched Roots is crazy, but yeah.
like just you're in defense mode. You are now in like the rhetorical version of fight or flight, and you are not actually you're no longer listening, right? The purpose is not to try and absolve yourself or to prove that you are somehow not racist. The purpose is to listen, and that's why like I say compartmentalize, because Erica was not at the beginning. Erica was not accusing him of anything, was not identifying him as being a white supremacist or a racist or any of that. She was simply saying you're a beneficiary of a racist system, right? That is completely different. That's not the same fucking thing. And so you have to compartmentalize that and accept that the group is separate from the individual and don't take it personally. But then when you go into defense mode, the hit dog, the fucking hit dog hollers like, ah.
They hear privilege and instantly must share how they are a victim. Yeah, I mean, he added himself with that initial assumption. Yeah, exactly. Like she literally never even used the word white supremacist directed at him, but he assumed without hearing anything else she said. He heard the words white man and then just assumed the rest of it, ignored everything she said, and was immediately in defense mode. And she was so patient with. Yeah, she really was. Like until he called her girl, the fact that he interrupted her so much, and then when Nemo did the white man whispering and he didn't interrupt at all, like I thought that was also super telling. And it's unfortunate, right? Because someone like that now, right, is gonna look at themselves and compare themselves to like a MAGA racist, right? Who wants all brown people out of the country, doesn't care about black men being unjustly killed by police, anything like that, right? And then he's going to be like, well, I can't be racist because I'm not as bad as them. But they're calling me racist. Wow, the left really has gone too far. The left has left me behind, or some shit like that. When in reality, like, that's still looking at it from a defensive lens. Like you're trying to, okay, well, I can't be racist because I'm not, like MAGA. But that doesn't absolve you of racism. You still need to unpack it. And I mean, if you don't know, like, why someone would consider that, that's when you listen. And to be clear, Erica didn't call him a racist until the very end. Everything leading up to that was stuff he should have been listening to, and very, very, very clearly wasn't, because I jumped in a couple times. I was like, can you just tell me what Erica said? And he just couldn't do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that happened multiple times.
Yeah.
Like, and it wasn't even like you said it and then 20 minutes later you said it again. You said it less than 5 minutes after, and it happened again. Like, damn, man. Yeah, I think that that's why when I said like that initial hurdle that so many white people have when it comes to like the deconstruction thing, which is to not get defensive when you go into the conversations. Don't be defensive. That's not going to help a damn thing. That's just going to make the conversation longer, and you're probably going to look like an asshole at the end of it. Like, at that point, all you're doing is trying to prove how good you are. And yeah, I mean, I have found that shutting the fuck up and listening is a great way to not come off as an asshole. In those conversations, in those situations where like I am the white dude. I am not aware of this experience, and I'm gonna keep my happy ass quiet right now and listen. And like, I'm not gonna get defensive, right? Because like, I mean, it's not anything that is targeted personally at me. It's simply about the reality of the system itself. And I think that it's It's the decoupling of the person of taking it personally and just listening. That is fucking impossible for so many people.
All right. We I want to call it, but there's still some people in the guest box, so we're gonna speed run a few. We're gonna do quick speed runs, right? Oh, Sean's back. Okay, well, hold on, Sean. Oh, decenter, yeah, decenter yourself. All right, hold on, Sean. I'll bring you back up in a couple. Hold on. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, how are you?
Doing all right.
I think I might have tapped my way into the box,
Oh, no worries. Thank you so much for tapping.
but thank you so much for providing the space. And I know Nemo, he's always standing in the gap for us, so appreciate you both.
Thank you so much. He's only back because it's just men on the panel.
Damn.
No, and that's another thing that was so frustrating. It was like, oh, we were having such a an honest debate, implying like before you showed up and before Erica showed up, and it's just like, well, no, we kind of weren't. You weren't being intellectually honest when you would just ignore reality, right? Like the one reality is, okay, so if everyone had your ideology, right, where, oh, I trust that the community will vote correctly, then Maryland wouldn't have voted blue. And he was like, that's just a matter of opinion. What? Like, that's like, it's just the inability to admit that he's absconding responsibility. Is that the word I'm looking for?
Abdicating.
Abdicating. Yeah. Thank you. Abdicating responsibility.
Well, I mean, your analogy of Kitty Genevieve's, like I was walking around, but I heard you mention that it's the bystander effect. Like that's what that is, and that's a spot on analogy because that's the phenomena that he is doing. Right? It is the bystander effect.
Trusting that other people will
exactly.
Yeah.
And like it seemed like he was getting hung up on the word lean, and I mean, okay. Open a thesaurus, pick another word. Like, I mean, fuck, dude. There's not any type of value being implied by the word lean. It's not like a judgment to use the word lean in that context. And I think that's probably where he was coming, or like how he was processing it. But dude, like, just
yo, your mic just did something crazy. What the fuck was that?
Is weird sometimes.
Okay,
my
you're
bad.
Back. No, you're good. Okay, all right. Speedrun. Here we go. Next guest. NemoBot 5000. Hi, welcome up. That person probably didn't mean to. Okay, we're gonna go to the next guest here.
Sounded like Zordon. Rangers.
I was trying to find the before I started the live, I was messing with the filters and one made me look exactly like you sounded, and I was trying to find that, but okay. Nemo came back for John Connor.
John Connor.
Okay, not connecting. Next guest, here we go.
Hi, Dan.
Hi.
So I want to rewind a little bit and go back to the weird guest before the independent guy.
The Nazi?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, you frequently run into the types of people who follow Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk and those right-wing pipelines. Do you know who Jackson Hinkle is? So what you encountered was a disciple of Jackson Hinkle and Alexander Dugin, and by extension of that, they are followers of Lyndon LaRoche and the whole LaRocheite nonsense. So I want to quickly go. I wrote my thoughts on this down because I didn't want to forget while you were talking. So he is perpetuating something called fourth theory. Do you know what that is, Nemo?
This is new to me.
So far, the only name I'm familiar with is Jackson Hinkle, and from what I remember, it triggered a memory that was like, oh, that's a Russian shill. So is that why he said? Is that why he said Russia wasn't imperialist?
Let me get into that.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
We're talking about fourth theory, which in the U.S. we call MAGA communism. So fourth theory is a bizarre political ideology advocated by Russian Nazi Bolshevik Alexander Dugin, and he has a book called Fourth Theory that states that there were three major strands of political thought that dominated the 20th century: liberalism, communism, and fascism. So fourth theorists believe that of these, liberalism has won, and in order for the world to move past it, a fourth theory must be created using elements of communism and fascism. This is a bit of an oversimplification, but essentially fourth theorists in Russia tend to advocate for national Bolshevism, Eurasianism, or other syncretic political ideologies in order to try to bring together leftists and the far right to team up against liberals. So in practice, fourth theory is incredibly reactionary. It's an exercise in futility to meld together two fundamentally opposing ideologies, communism and fascism. And as such, pretty much all fourth theorists or any type of right-wing socialist third positionists are forced to become gymnasts in order to justify their position. So Dugin and the fourth theorists in Russia are generally huge supporters of Putin and try to galvanize leftists in the far right in Russia to come together in support of him under shared goals such as opposition to NATO, Israel, the liberal world order, etc. And a lot of fourth theorists refuse to take at face value and acknowledge the difference between why leftists and the far right take issue with these things are like completely different. And then MAGA communism is applied to American conservatives. MAGA communists like Jason Hinkle attempt to pander to MAGA conservatives by painting socialism as being conservative, often co-opting far-right lingo, such as appealing to the fears of LGBT quote-unquote groomers, demonizing immigrants as hurting the average American worker, voicing opposition to NATO on paleo-conservative grounds, and because many NATO countries have very socially liberal laws surrounding LGBTQIA rights and abortion, and are therefore quote-unquote woke and opposed to quote-unquote based, I hate using these words, they say based tradcon utopia, that is Russia. So MAGA communists refer to non-socially conservative strands of socialism as being perversions of communism that are funded by George Soros. So this is where the George Soros thing comes in. I have had to deal with these people in real life, so I have had to take notes because they've tried to co-opt my DSA chapter and we had to kick them out. But they justify their tactics by to the left by parroting the idea that because MAGA is populist and anti-established movement, that is a natural ally to the left, not only forgetting that one, not all MAGAs are necessarily paleocons or paternalistic conservatives who hate NATO, Israel, etc., and want strong welfare state to keep white birth rates up, and two, completely ignoring the reasons why leftists are opposed to things like NATO, Israel, liberalism, etc. And it just essentially, MAGA communists like Hinkle are complete tools inspired by a strange Russian and sometimes funded by that strange Russian political theory. And it's called Fourth Theory. I've had to explain this to Erica before. I had to deal with this in real life. We had fourth wall communists start trying to show up to our DSA chapter, and it was the weirdest thing ever, and we had to kick them out. So I had to read into it. But if you're interested in learning about, because this, unfortunately, because of Jackson Hinkle, this kind of political mashup is becoming more and more popular on the far right. There are a lot of people on like the liberal lean that say that they're like fiscally conservative but socially liberal. And now there is this movement where they say that they believe in communism, like as economic theory, but they believe in social conservatism. And it's all of this bullshit. I sent Erica a Substack link about it.
Falcon.
I sent Erica a Substack link about it a long time ago when she had a MAGA communist come up and talk on her panel. But it is an issue, and unfortunately their movement is growing, and Jackson Hinkle has started interacting with what's that evil black lady's name?
Candace Owens.
Yeah, he started interacting with Candace Owens, and so it looks like
fuck.
looks like Candace Owens and Jackson Hinkle may be teaming up in the near future. So unfortunately, this is something that I have been trying to educate more people about, because their political star is starting to rise, and and we need to combat their bullshit. So unfortunately, the left needs to be educated about the bullshit of their political theory so that we do not continue to allow the misinformation and propaganda that these people are spreading to take over. So I'm so sorry to be the one to introduce you to MAGA communism, Dan. I had to introduce this to Erica, and she probably hates me for it.
I have vague memories of this because of like when I first learned about Jackson Hinkle, and there was another dude, I can't remember his name. He was like a buddy of Jackson Hinkle. He has like a thick accent. He's kind of short. But anyway, it was called the Nazbol Vortex. That's how I learned about it. The Nazbol Vortex, or the Nazi Bolshevik.
Yeah, it's short for Nazi Bolshevik.
Yeah. And I didn't know there was a whole ass book on it. Oh my God.
It's called Fourth Wall Theory. I have read it. I don't know necessarily if I recommend that you read it, but if you want to understand where these people are coming from, it is very informative. It will make you bang your head against the wall.
Yeah. Well, Dan, to Alexander Dugin, by the way, he's like an intellectual that Putin fucking loves.
Yes.
He's like the guy that promotes this concept called Ruski Mir, like Russian world, essentially, and the idea that Russia should be able to subsume all of yeah.
So Alexander Dugin wrote Fourth Theory, and he is the one that has kind of mentored Jackson Hinkle into being sort of a LaRoche fourth theorist here in the US. And if you don't know who Lyndon LaRoche is,
Falcon, I can't learn I can't learn any more of this topic tonight.
I'm so sorry to bring you
I
education.
want to go back to the person I was before I found out about fourth theory.
I'm so sorry. It's not La Roche-Posay. I wish it was La Roche-Posay, but it's Lyndon LaRoche. You should look him up. I won't get
He's
into
evil,
it now.
but his skincare is on fleek.
But yeah, when he was talking, I recognized another fourth wall theorist, and unfortunately, I have been seeing them more and more on TikTok, and unfortunately, their movement is getting popular, and they are also trying to co-opt more of the Republican Party. So I just wanted you to have some, because you sounded really lost, and in like the bullshit of his neo-Nazism, but also talking about communism.
Well, yeah, I mean, when he said communism was synonymous with conservatism, that did throw me. I didn't realize.
But there's a whole movement that's trying to convince young men of this, that communism and conservatism can coexist in one,
particularly social
ideology.
Conservatism, I guess.
Yeah, and so it's crazy. It's bullshit. I'm so sorry that I had to be the one to teach you about it. I understand if you hate me now. But unfortunately, you are probably going to encounter more and more of them as Jackson Hinkle becomes more and more famous, because he really is espousing this Russian bullshit heavily in the US, and he has gotten that crazy lady's attention, and she likes him.
Okay. Well, thank you, Falcon. That is good to know. Obviously, you don't want to go into these conversations unprepared, so I do appreciate that.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Give you that information. Also, Virginia, we are redistricting. Please vote yes on April 21st. Please fight the propaganda. Vote yes on April 21st. We are currently losing this referendum election. So I need all of what's happening in Virginia right now is that a bunch of Democrats are assuming that other Democrats are already going to vote yes, and we have this election in the bag.
Bro!
People are not going out to vote. So please, if you are in Virginia, we are losing this
Why
referendum
would they even assume
because
that?
everybody thinks that we already have it in the bag. Go fucking vote.
It's literally like the last guest. I don't know why they would assume that in Virginia. Like California, I get it. And by the way, still, you should show up. But like for referendums like this, you can never assume. And in Virginia is not like a blue safe haven.
We just flipped blue for the first time this year. Please don't assume that because we have now at the state level flipped blue that everything is hunky-dory. Okay, you can't swing the vote once and then be like, oh, okay, everything's perfect now. Please stop. At the state level, blue. At the state level, we are a single party run state. We control all three chambers of government. The Democrats control all three chambers of government in the state of Virginia. So
now,
please,
yes,
now.
But the idea that such a contentious referendum, you can lean on other Democratic voters is ludicrous. Friendly reminder, by the way, and this is still shocking to me. Hillary Clinton didn't break 50% in Virginia. She got 49% to 44%. Virginia is not like guaranteed to pass this referendum. Please go out and vote if you're in Virginia.
I'm not saying that Virginia is guaranteed blue. I'm saying currently at the state level, the Democrats currently control the House, the Senate, and the governor's office. That's all I'm saying for those of you telling me that I'm wrong in the comments.
Yeah. This is the first time in decades that's been the case. But okay. Fucking
Thank
I love you,
Dan. Please go fucking vote.
Thanks as always. Let me just see.
I'm just sitting here thinking about, because like I know Jackson Hinkle and that shit show. I have memories like of that from like a few years ago, seeing that shit show. And the idea that Candace Owens is about to like talk to them, like Candace Owens finds any reason to just be a raging anti-Semite, just any reason whatsoever that she can find to somehow spin it back to the Jews. Like, that's her thing. And oh god, just
You're back. Sorry, your mic cut out for a second, but you're good.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm just scared at the notion that Candace Owens is going to start spinning up some crazy conspiracy with fourth political theory. Like, she spins these crazy webs of like these narratives, and I mean, they're entertaining, but also they're fucking pure bigotry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we have. I think we're gonna call it. Nemo, thank you so much as always for experiencing these guests with me tonight. These
we got the whole gamut, man. Like,
yeah,
we had ANCAPs, we had Nazis, we had commie Nazis, and I guess I don't want to vote ease, and yeah,
I don't want to vote ease. Yep, we had a couple of those, but yeah. Everyone, make sure you're following Nemo if you aren't already. What a gauntlet! And then someone to explain it. Thanks for getting my day off to an interesting start. Oh, it's 7 a.m.
Oh my god, it's 7 a.m. Okay, all right. I appreciate you having me up, man. I'll go ahead and hop down.
Have a good night or morning. The racist guy leave queue. He was like leaving, coming back. I think he's still here. Listening. 24-hour live. Dan, thoughts on Ballroom Bunker? I don't know anything about that. Okay. So I'm on the fence. All right. I'm on the fence about whether I should go to bed or stay up for the rest of the day. And like I stay on live so that you guys make sure I don't go to sleep, you know? Because if I nap, then I ruin it. If I stay up for the rest of the day and then go to bed at a reasonable time, you know what I'm saying? We could like watch videos or that normally fails around 1 or 2 p.m. It really does though. Oh my god. That 1, 2 p.m. just a quick. I just want to rest my eyes. You need at least some sleep. I don't know if Gemini was just tapping or.
So now it loaded me, and it didn't load me in earlier. Go to bed, go, sir, Dan, because I know we haven't talked in a lot. Dan, Falcon just burnt. It's 4:02, and Falcon was talking at a 12th grade level, and I needed Falcon to talk at a 3rd grade level, and I think I speak for the class on that part. That was fun. It was funny. That other dude was pissing me off because he was pissing off Erica. Go to bed. Go to bed. Everybody should be going to bed. It's late at night. Y'all need to go to sleep. But Dan, look at you. You look tired. Go to sleep, please. Go to bed. It's late.
All right. Thank you, Gemini.
We don't need it.
Okay. Sorry. I was just thinking about Nazi communists. Okay. This is Fresh Morning Falcon. Okay. Thank you all for being here
tonight. It was a very interesting live. We will be live again in, I don't know, let's say 15 hours ish. If I were to guess something around 15 hours. We'll be live again, and then we're gonna be off next week. Okay, but it's all good reasons. Okay, I have 3 good occasions all in 1 week. I mean, one is a bit of an obligation, I will say, but it'll be fun. Or it'll be fine, maybe. Yeah, so we'll be off next week. I guess theoretically I could go live Monday. I don't know, we'll see. Twitch and YouTube. I'm gonna end your lives first. I'm gonna end your live streams first. I appreciate y'all for being here. And I'm super grateful that I can finally see your chats all in one place. That's really cool. So Twitch and YouTube, have a good night. Or good morning.